my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just tryna maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
sneaky Cassandre in there or not, but chain lands.
Good damage.
Oh, Benny coming forward. Benny finding all the damage as the hook will land from Kyrus following that flash out of Eminem's Zaya as Pop Blossom comes through, lands onto 2, solo kill now is going to be the target. It's 3 kills already found here for the side of BYG. Is the 4th going to come through as Kongwei gets his reseal, though solo kill not going to go down without a fight, does manage to stay alive just, but now it's going to be Baron. Oh, Arja doesn't have flash, Hana does. Oh no, this is a very, very dead rumble. Or not.
I guess they're just level 3 without the bread buff. Didn't want to go for it.
Oh, flash is over.
Like
Waiting to get closer to Hanabi, yeah. Okay, does manage to land the fear, and Arja trying to run away, but will be stunned up here by this counter-strike. And it's going to be a kill given over. Is it going to be able to go to Jax? It isn't. So Hana picks up that one.
That's pretty rough, though.
Yeah, there's no objective on the other side, though, so actually, this could be bad.
Yeah.
Relia does go forward. Equalizer lands directly onto him, and he's trying to fight back. Rest does not have the damage. In fact, flashes away into the waiting arms of Prage. This is getting absolutely decimated. RJ teleporting in. Narvar completely empty, so really they want to try and let RJ build this up. Also got a hull breaker, which will not be finding any use. Equalizer comes through, cuts off the river, but RZ, as the whole team, Georgia fights to steal. It's a 4-man magnet storm, the chain of corruption across everyone. Look at the damage output by this Varus as Shun running for his life, but Mabel will catch up to him, secure the kill. It's a 1 for 5.
Probably the Dragon going along with it. They did miss there onto the Nidalee, but I don't think she's going to be able to get him to steal this. If she does, though, absolute miracle from Kenny Chan. I mean, he does hit it.
It's going to have to go in. Flash available.
Nice to hold the damage there. And I think that'll mean there's no way in for him. He's going to try, though.
Oh, he got it! He got it!
That was insane.
From the other, he was coming in from Howling Abyss and got the Baron steal there.
Let's see how Kenny Chan does this, because I think beyond they're basically ticking all the boxes, right? They're finding the Nidalee, they're forcing her away, they're holding the DPS when she's got the spear on it. This all looks great. And I think maybe they just honestly relaxed a little bit. And Kenny Chan saw the window, just flashes over everything there to get it.
Oh, Pretina's happy.
I bet.
等一下我们要进行的是 PCS 的生涯数据排行榜。
我觉得 K2 应该一定有，同月一定有了吧？出赛数哦，你选，哇靠，没有什么提示吗？
东山吗？有吗？然后我应该有吧。G， 瑞斯特，第一名那个凯威，第2名啊，火龙吗？火龙是第4名，怎么会这样？东山，完了，还有一个是谁？哈纳比吧。第4名，凯威，瑞斯特，巨门来，然后想一下哦，凯威。再来是我
，Gemini Rest
PCS 凯威 Unify， 还有一个火龙，还有谁啊？Rest 有没有选手名单？哇靠，哪个
？Unify， 我，Gemini，
Gemini 差不多，
哈娜，哇靠。公约，
东山，厉害，哪个？
啊，确实还有一个开位，一定是 AD 位嘛？我想一下，哇靠，对，那 Unify，
生涯级差数，该东山一定有东山第3名 ，Unify， 第2名，那第2名就是那个挖口 ，Rest， 没有啊。他怎么会不在？东山应该在吧 ？Unify， 刚第3名是谁来着
？Unify， 然后我，还有谁？击杀东山， 挖口，厉害。
我想不到，我真想不到。吉他树，东山，挖口，火龙，
N，你选
应该没有火龙吧？
Nope.
空月，
哪个？什么是挖口？是 AD 啊？太尴尬了。哈纳比，空月，哦，挖口。
好，我啦。空月有吗？Unify。
哎，我这个用提示，我决定了，我这个要用提示。没有在这个赛场上啊。
他现在并没有在打比赛。
哦，Unify。
Kino，
他死了500次。
Kino，他这会死。Kino，
Kino。
对不起，Kino。
答对。
OK， 他是第3名。
乌迪，果然 Koala， Mission， 凯威，
挖口啊。凯威应该有机，对不对？凯威应该没有。那个叉烧包，凯威，
瑞斯特，
死亡数很难猜哎。我
你是第4名，你的死亡次数是490。
PCS， Koala，
WSL。凯威呢？
无敌，太难了吧？还有谁会死啊？凯威，哎，是玩 WSL 吗？哈娜，
打野谁能送啊？我想一下，空月，居然都会死哦。
感觉有我哎。那凯威，居然来，这会死。比 Kino 还能送？我东山说过了吗？我奶哥猜过了吗？小 B， 挖口，无敌，Rest，
空月，一样我啦。
好啦。哦，无敌哦。
凯威，Koala， Kino，
我刚刚有看诶，那个无敌啊，凯威拔第1名，第3名 Kino， 那就是我。助攻凯威呢？火龙，奶哥，
助攻应该很简单吧？就凯威、Koala，居本奶，
助攻无敌，凯威，Kino， 恩硕，
居门来，乌迪
，Koala，
那是 Kino 吗？还是火龙？无敌，
空月，雀巢。对，退役也太难了啊。
无敌，凯威，那这是 Koala。
你是有在特别关注 PCS 的这种生涯数据吗？
我比较关注的应该是助攻数吧，但其他那个什么杀最多人跟死亡数反而就是比较少一点。
有没有哪一位新生代的选手是你最看到他们未来有机会突破这些？
感觉目前还没有要等这些什么叉烧包啊、凯威啦退役才有机会了，不然他们那个数据一直起，根本跟不上。
太多人了，我记不起来，真的太多人。
好 ，OK， 感谢。
一直点做骚扰，要抓我吗？我又回去了，但 AD 没回去 ，AD 走到前面，AD 觉得，我怎么不会回去？直接死了。这边位置凯威也被留住，贝蒂很好的位置做收割，后面也在做 CC 的控制，空也开始变身往前的追击，幻影锁链签到快斩，鳄鱼被留在了自己的2塔前，用1等回了一口，100多滴的情况下吃了一个尼克的 Q， 但还好能闪出2段范围，成功活了，但巴龙要没了。
哦哟，这好像猜到阿志的习惯呢。
而且这个3刀之后他没打到，知道阿志会走过来，但这个时候 Maple 是先支援过来的那一方哦，想来抢这个，看一下这个上河线还在不在。
我要直接闪吗？直接闪！哎呦，
闪现加恐惧直接练到，那这样的话看起来阿志刚刚已经把闪现交掉，那就走不掉了。反击风暴击晕到，看一下最后这个人头给到的是谁身上。致命节奏怕不出来，加速 A 一下300块哈娜拿下人头，阿志3分钟直接被 gank 2波。瑞瑟跟小 C 支援过来，想抓的是瑞亚，但这时候 Q 技能过来一个点燃，已经下在约利亚身上了，往前直接开哨一次晕1到晕到2个，再拍拍主力来了，想来直接秒杀 Q 技能再跟瑞瑟交闪现，这边被努力给收下了。
的速度已经拉满拉起来了，
射手很快的，
绕进来，居民人被打到了，尝试勾勾看，这里小心也没留到人，
不要吃了吧。
右边2人虎视眈眈开团手，瑞空瑞尔双瑞在看，蓝豹大绝没有中，瑞空机长直接开到2个，瑞尔进去，巨将打到了8楼，这边团战正式的开始，2个远程破口角开始连续的进去挖口，巨下了1个多连所持续的触发效果，顺子呢赶紧逃命，前方人都被融化，没某一个闪现，吹下一波 ace。是正在猜测，
哎，这里
左右摇摆，但对面人也来找他了。
这个也不是心算的问题，因为根本不知道多少，
这是感觉的问题。
这个连从哪里开始算的？
飙到3000滴，
停手。
立凯来抓了，等立凯赶走之后再来吃，没有问题了。
应该是没有问题，没有问题。
戴德利还是要跳进来，3000进去有问题啊 ！Candy Chan，
怎么了？为什么？然后重点是他没有血量，就飙下去知道3000，然后在对方赶走他之后，他知道对方会直接 raw 掉，那他就是一个
这个可能是命理学家吗？
他没有飙到，然后
没有不知道
跳过去，闪现刚好中，
哎呀，他是有在算的。
大家好，我是 PSG 的 Waco。
今天的任务是我们要透过五官来猜选手的 ID。
试一下，有提示吗？还是都是 PCS 的？哦，你说现在有的选手，不行，
太难了吧？感觉他有点卷毛，我觉得应该是雀巢。
大家好，我是 DWP 辅助N号。这个不知道，可以先看眼睛。
OK。
K2 吗？哦，那个 DWT 的上路吗？天行魂。
啊，哦，这个我家中单嘛，这么简单。
哇，太简单了 ，Maple。
哦，这是中堂吗？
哦，这是 Maple 啊。眼睛蛮明显的。哦 ，Maple。这个头型应该是 Maple 哦。就头型。
每个都长得一样啊，哪来的先生啊？没有办法，
有点难了哦，有点看不出来。BYG 的辅助 Carry。
跳过，放弃。这剪影怎么可能有人猜得出来？感觉我不认识这个人。
夏季赛的选手啊 ，Taco。
是那个 DCG 的 O 卡吗？
猜不出来，名字
同个人啊，同月王，还是
N豪吗？
这没看过，猜不到。
原来眼睛这么可爱啊！然后来个鼻子好了，
猜不出来。
东山，
来个嘴巴好了。
有任何印象吗？
完全没有。哪一队的？
我不知道，我不认识这个人吧？泰德，
阿志。
哦，那个 M&M。
哦，有了，有像。
没有，不像，感觉要头发，没有头发太难猜了。要中分啊，他的标配不是中分吗？
哦，这是那个 M&M 啊。
M&M。
那个 M&M。
哦，答对。
嘎冲，太拉风了，在夜空中也是这么的拉风。
这个太明显了，这个建议太明显了，感觉就是我们统神打后。
嘎痛，太简单了。
通神，
尬痛，尬痛，送人体 OK。
好像要看眼睛呢，好像是我们的打野嘎痛吗？
怎么会有人看这个看不出来啊？
因为那个身材，感觉好像有些人都是这个身材啊，就是比较壮一点。黑黑的一坨，谁看得懂啊？
这个看头型应该是 PSG 的辅助无敌帮。打错啊！
厉凯吗？
厉害，
眼睛应该是挖口王。
打错
小 C 吗？
啊，有点像 Kino。OK，
看一下嘴巴吧。哦，应该是贼庆的 AD 王，布鲁斯。
鼻子哦，
布鲁斯的鼻子，我看不太出来耶。Rest 吗
116，不是长这样。
哦，因为他打比赛有戴眼镜，看不太出来。盲猜吗？这个布鲁斯，从那个头啊，
不是我啊，不看了，太明显了，看得出来，看得出来。鼻子哦，鼻子应该不行，嘴巴，咦，嘴巴应该有。
是布鲁斯吗？
你是从什么因素判断他是布鲁斯？
身高吧。
这发型太难认了吧？唱歌，
那个哈娜，
感觉好像要看眼睛呢。
阿志，空月王应该不是。
不知道，雀巢啊。
谁眼睛长那样吧？再给我一个提示。
空月，不行，需要更多的提示。
哦，谁啊？那个欧卡吗？
但是我觉得鼻子好像没什么用啊。他们有些人没戴眼镜，我好像猜不出来。
Betty，这不是空月吗？
哦，怎么办？不知道。哦，我这样会不会有点对不起他们？哎，空月吗？
这是 Rest 吗？小 C，
恩硕，这个也太难了吧？这
你平常不会遇到他？
我平常不遇到他，觉得难。还是小土？
哇，谁知道啊？我这样会不会有点对不起他们？
好，这是那个吗？小土啊！哇，我真猛！
这应该是小土吗？蛮熟的。
好，那因为你表现的太差了，所以我要给你。
我不是中2题吗？中2题很差是不是？
3个都是上路哦。不同五官，应该有 Rest， 眼睛是 Rest。
好了，这个一定有 Rest， 感觉很没有违和，感觉这就是 Rest， 这没有其他人。
Rest 的眼睛吗？哇，其他真的看不太出来。
完了，全都猜不出来。空月的发型，不是吗？
头发有点难，风吗？泰的。
这发型应该是 Solo Kill 王。
有恩错，火龙吗？好了，猜不出来，感觉这个就是 Rest 哎。
头发有那个 Solo Kill，
脸有点像 Driver。
太难了吧？
居民恩，
是的。
嘴巴太差了。
Driver 的嘴巴。
哦，好像有比较厚一点。粤菜 easy 呀、没有啊，我就照我的印象来猜啊。我只能说有些还蛮容易看出来的啊，只是我会突然想不起来他是谁而已。
我觉得看不出来应该很正常，看得出来应该比较奇怪。
下次会记得更清楚看好对手的脸。
不会，我都不看他们。
好了，OK，感谢。
谢谢。
你过来 riff me 啊？
哎，TP 了，TP 了，后面 TP 了。
然后帮
帮他帮 AD 帮 AD，他们分开了。
帮不了啊，你 go can TP 了多少点？
好吧。
Can run can just run。I know some。
慢下。我是不该踢的，我怕你们
踢的位置有点深。
我要开。
啊，go。Red first, no flash. One die, Viego. He reset 啊。Slowly, Nico not coming.
Slow 呀
AD or gonna.
两个没闪。
Okay, no flash. Sorry. Nico below. Nico. I kick away. Obvious, I die already. I fail no flash. Oh, he flash already.
看。我加速你哦，追吧。好，不能的。
他跑很快。
开到 AD。
你过。
AD 没闪。
I want that. 你过。Okay, Dragon Baron. Together.
我去 TP。
那个 AD 没闪。我觉得我一样去开他们 AD，你们这样子打就好 ，OK？
我说完了，给
开配音啊。
呀 ，Jack 去一个人。
我去下还是上？
都可以。
我去上路吧，上路比较多先。现在比较容易出事哦，慢一点哦，一起来看。
好的你。
我 TP 啊，
我有刀，我可以放刀。
你 go fast， 你 go dead。
我死了。
AD die，我两个 die。look。Harrison。I have kill him。慢，Viego 也在慢慢来。
AD 没闪。
Okay, go me push。
看了。
我要去看面啊，不要追了。
看。
呀，你推
有谁看队友谁？
你推面。OK。
20 seconds。
这没闪的。
OK。
这没闪的。他闪了。哎，可以去。
哎，可以。刀。
不要上头，我们推塔就好。
AD 没闪哦。
你個 GA 啊
You want try N？
你個 GA 有沒有計？
要不我們穩一點吧。
上面，打上面。你不要賣血。
不要，一個塔走。
最後一波啊！他AD在中路。
有個。
看打架。
做完了。
算了。
打。
過來帶
我開到 AD 了。
AD 幾？Harrison，你 go fast。Harrison 有按Harrison。No fast。
這個沒閃。
Okay, slowly. No fast。
看上路線。
Okay。
聽我講。二一沒閃。
集中。He no fast。Okay。
幫 AD 就好，給他吸血。你先去點那個演戲票。
你等兵進來再踢一位。
OK。
He no fast。
No flash。可以一波。你等那個兵。哎，如果他要手先殺他，不用自己可以殺他先的。
我
殺，可以殺他的。
你等緊就
還沒閃，殺。一波。
Yeah, focus. 15 seconds.
Nice.
Don't need your mouse man Winston to carry.
Okay, nice. GG, guys. Good job. The Nico so fun, bro. Like, seriously.
A bit too close lah.
town, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? Oh, 'cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I had a nightmare, if I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down, goes down? What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there is no limit, no, we cannot settle for this. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. I had to deal with the cards dealt, hey, when no one's helped. When it's time for action, hand live, hand cashing. Just imagine all of the hours that I put in running and gunning the passion. All of them clap, big applause, wish I could pause all their reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game, Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. Hey, what I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in, just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah, you know what it is. Hey, we doing it big. Look up, there Let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. A warning, warning, warning. A warning. Let this be a warning, warning, warning. A warning, warning. Warning, warning, warning. A warning. Let this be a time and time again. I've seen you around here. You're playing with fire. Don't know if you knew. So let me make this clear. A cloud is forming. The storm is heading right in front of you. Let this be a ashes divine. I'll empty your mind, 'cause you want me to. I'm so twisted, you're addicted. I feel your pain, 'cause you want me to. Fires keep burning. Desires keep turning black. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Welcome back, everybody, to the second to last day of regular split here at the PCS Summer, brought to you, of course, by Riot Games and Carry Live. And now, I hope everyone here has their bingo cards ready, because I'm pretty sure I got something for you that you won't have on it. I am, of course, your host, Vestian. Alongside me, familiar face, it's Amalg.
Hello, yeah, no, it's good to be back. You know, it's been a very long time since I've been on the PCS, but ready to get back into it. I feel like there's a lot of banger matches up tonight. And,
Yeah.
exciting
I think,
stuff.
we do have some good matches up. And did you catch yesterday's games?
I
Because
did.
I'm still in a state of euphoria about Duish team beating CFO.
It is a bit crazy, yeah. I was watching the game on the edge of my seat, especially, you know, that 1 HP Nexus. I thought CFO, they might have a chance, you know, bring it back and shut down Duo's team's hopes of getting a win the split, but they pulled it.
They did, and honestly, it's I don't really know what to think about it, because obviously Duish team don't really expect them to win, but CFO on a 6-loss streak is pretty harsh, of course, now that we're coming into what is extremely crunch time. I mean, because of that loss, they now genuinely face the chance of falling out of the top 6. We do have, obviously, Hellpigs and West Point, I believe. If they win both their games and CFO lose both their games, they'll be tied, so I mean, that could mean a lot when you come to the end of the split, but obviously shortly we'll see the results of yesterday's games. But Amalg, I want to ask you, what are you most excited for? What is your prediction for, I want to say, top 4 coming into the end of the split?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, I have to say PSG is still looking like they're going to hold on to that #1 spot. J-Team as well looked really solid. As for the other two, I feel like it can kind of go anywhere. It's a tough one. It's really tough.
It is, and yesterday's results, it was mostly a red side affair, but Beyond Gaming picking up the first win there against DCG in a pretty convincing fashion. I think, honestly, one of the morals of yesterday's story was don't pick Varus. I actually looked at the Varus stats between yesterday and today, and I think it was a 33% win rate, but it was like 6 or 7 wins, and it was 5 of them came from Waku and Betty between themselves. Obviously, Betty lost 1 game with the lethality Varus, but other than that, it's just pretty much, if you're not Waku, you don't pick Varus, and that's what the theme of that champion is. But we'll see how we sort of head into the end of the split. But here's the standings. Again, CFO, chance to be knocked out. Hellpigs and West Point really need to win both their last games for any chance to get a playoff berth. I think Frank as well. They're actually up against Duish team today, so I mean, it's an important win. They have to find that win, and it will guarantee that they will finish at least 6th. And then the other side, I mean, we have J-Team up against PSG, which means if things go as you'd expect, PSG probably taking up the win, and then Beyond have a chance here to tie up for 2nd.
Yeah, this is really PSG's chance to really secure that #1 seed. If they lose this game against J-Team, it does mean that that #1 spot might get taken away from them if they're not too careful on the last day. But we have to see how that pans out for our 5th game for tonight. Other than that, I'm really looking towards J-Team and Beyond Gaming to see who is able to clinch out the 2nd spot.
Yeah, I think that really is exciting. It does seem like PSG feel like they're not really going to lose another game. Obviously, the only game they lost against Beyond, they've already versed them for the 2nd round robin, and so you feel pretty confident in them picking up the rest and going 17-1 in total, which does mean that 2nd spot is really the big contention. Obviously, 4 as well. They have, DCG only 1 win here above CFO and Frank, means that they are also in danger of being overtaken by one of those teams, or even finding themselves in a tiebreaker on Monday. But yeah, I don't know. I think exciting things can still happen here in the standings. And today's matches, it looks like there's a big chance here for CFO to be finding themselves on a 7-loss streak. I think if they lost against Duish Team, it really feels bleak their chances against Beyond. But honestly, the team has a lot of strong parts. It just seems like they can't really piece them together at the moment.
Yeah, they look really, uncoordinated in these, in these most recent losses. And I think against BYG, they're really going to be tested. And I have to imagine, the mental state of them as well. Losing to the team that hasn't yet won a game or hadn't yet won a game. That sucks. That's really not a good spot to be in, especially when you're so close to playoffs. Because even if they do, clinch those last 2 playoff spots, how do you fix that going into the playoffs?
Yeah, it seems pretty hard. You've got so little amount of time to turn over and fix the problems, and some of them seem pretty glaring. But I mean, in terms of the games, that game number 5 there, PSG J-Team, probably my take for game of the day. And first of all, though, of course, we do have Impunity versus West Point, a very important game for West Point to keep their playoff chances alive. And honestly, you have to feel like they are pretty favored in this one. It doesn't seem like Impunity really have much of a chance to win, but honestly, part of that is because West Point, after getting Rallia over into Taiwan, have looked a whole lot stronger.
Yeah,
we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. He looks a lot more confident and a lot more comfortable in the top lane. He's really, been able to pull off some K performances on his own, and I'm really excited to see, how that looks for them if they do manage to, secure those playoff spots.
Yeah, absolutely. I think importantly, Rallia, even last split into the split, really struck us as the kind of guy to play these carry tops.
Yeah.
I mean, his name, I don't actually know this for certain, but I'm pretty sure his name is because of Aurelia. And then, I mean, he's played some Aurelia games. He's played a lot of Fiora, a lot of Jax. And it definitely does strike me as a whole lot better on those champions as soon as he was over here on that lower ping alongside his teammates. And which is a good sign because, I mean, if you ever needed it, it's right now. You have the chance here, if you win, CFO lose, to be only 1 point behind that 6th spot. Obviously, the playoff chances aren't only in your hand anymore, but certainly if you do win all your games, it does leave the better chance for that to happen.
Yeah, and it's very possible as well, right? Because WP, they're looking stronger than ever, whereas CFO, they're looking probably the weakest they've ever looked in the last maybe even 2 years.
Yeah, definitely. Which is really weird because they started the split 8-2 and now...
Yeah.
Anyway, enough about CFO. Those guys will be on our screen later. I think now, when you look at this team, at the moment at least, it seems like 665 really gets them through the early stage of the game. Rallia carries it out from there. Nuli staying pretty consistent there in the mid lane, doesn't really have any bad games. Has had some carry performances as well. We'll take a look at the top lane stat comparison, and yeah, things are rough here for LJW.
Yeah.
Honestly, some of this just does come from being on a weaker team.
That's true.
I mean, like the KDA, obviously, you tend to die a lot more, especially as a top laner. DPM, you just don't have as much gold. Same exact issue. In fairness, though, there has been a lot of lanes where he has just found himself dying solo a couple times. I think notably, I remember his Fiora ended up dying 3 times solo, so it is definitely him having some issues as well as just the team as a whole having problems finding any success. But we'll see. I mean, they took out 2 games against Duish Team, and Duish Team just beat CFO, so it's definitely not like these lower teams can't take games against teams that are in theory better than them.
Yeah.
And our draft phase, I think things will probably go as mostly expected. So far, at least, it has, and Nuli getting LeBlanc banned against him happens pretty consistently. Kai'Sa banned on red side as well as the Nico. And Tristana, I wonder if this means we will see a Jace ban, because oftentimes teams don't really like picking anything but the Tristana into it.
Yeah, lots of options here still available. They choose to go with the Renekton ban instead. Wonder what that leaves for them heading into their first pick.
Yeah, there are still the AP junglers open, but Renekton taken away makes them a little bit weaker. I will say, you may be able to leave the Jace open, ban the Sejuani or the Maokai, leave Jace open, they pick Jace, you get the AP jungler, which makes sort of the draft a little bit harder for Impunity to find that AP threat. There is obviously the likes of the Rumble available, as well as you can play the AP Varus, for example, but it certainly doesn't. Alrighty. Okay. Forget what I said. We've banned Master Yi.
I've never seen that before. I wonder if there's actually any theory behind that. If that's, I feel like it's more likely to be a misclick.
Yeah,
So
sometimes I think teams can sort of target ban someone. Maybe Arashi plays Yi and we don't really know it, but
yeah.
Sometimes you can target ban someone when you don't actually want to ban a meta champion if it benefits your draft. Because sometimes if you don't ban a champ, basically it means instead of getting 2 OPs, you give them 2 OPs, you get 3. And things like that can happen in theory. I'm not exactly sure though. It feels like there aren't enough OPs up to make that a viable option. Jace should be locked in here and Maokai most likely alongside it. So already, the start of the draft here feels pretty good for West Point. And with the Jace picked up as well as the Maokai, it feels a lot harder to play the likes of Xayah. Which, I mean, honestly has looked like the best AD carry after Kai'Sa, at least here in the PCS.
See what they go for. It will be the Maokai most likely. Wonder what Impunity answer with here. What other top laners do you reckon they go with?
Top laners?
Yeah.
I mean, there's the Jax open, but it's pretty... It feels a little scary picking the Jax because it can just get rumbled. For LJW, though, I mean, he's played a lot of Fiora. It does seem like he, similar to Rallia, likes his carry champs. Hasn't found much success on them, but neither did Rallia last split. So, I mean, it can just be the story of like the ping sort of thing, because I believe most of these players are playing from either Singapore or Malaysia. And so definitely on lower ping than the likes of West Point. Ral will be the lock-in. It isn't a flex because you already do see that Sejuani. That will be the answer to Jace. It feels like there isn't any particularly good answer.
Yeah, I mean, potentially something like the Aurelia could be good because you could flex at both top and mid, right?
Yeah, it might find a bit of place. I don't know if LJW actually plays the Aurelia. We haven't seen it out of him yet. Jax would be an obvious answer, I feel like. Just picking that alongside the Sejuani gives you a pretty good skirmish up in the top side. It means contesting that Rift Shield can be a little bit easier for your team. Although, it does feel a little bit harder because you are against the Jace, so you're probably wanting to find some form of prio. And if Rallia picks the Gragas, we've seen Gragas into Jax so many times, and the Gragas just kind of curb stomps Jax almost every single time. Could Xayah be that? Xayah would make sense here. There isn't a whole lot of range coming out of Impunity. And it does well into the likes of the Sejuani and the Ral. So I like the Xayah here.
Yeah.
I wonder if you want to ban some more oppressive bot laners. Like you might be wanting to ban the likes of Ashe. Ashe does make Xayah's lane a little bit harder. Varus as well. Although, again, the Varuses haven't looked too good here in the PCS.
Yeah. Varus is going to be banned out by WPE. Impunity answering with the Rakan as well. I think that makes sense. I mean, they have a lot of hard engage, a lot of short range, so banning out that Rakan does make sense.
Okay, it is the Ashe Varus. Now, it feels like Impunity might look to ban something like the Alistar. Alistar is oftentimes the answer to the Ral, and it will be the Alistar ban there. So, now what do you pick? I do think you still want to keep this theoretical Jace flex alive. It should be going mid, but Rallia definitely plays the carry champs, and I think support should be locked in here. You're probably looking at Nautilus or Leona, most likely. I mean, there is the Melio open, but Melio Xayah isn't really that strong of a lane. Nautilus would make a lot of sense here. And what do you answer to this? Because you don't have the Xayah to pair against the Naut. And so what really AD carries do you have? Zeri could be one. Obviously, Naut doesn't do too badly into Zeri.
Have we seen much of Zeri in recent times?
We've seen a couple of Zeris, and I think some of them have looked good. Like, Betty played it and looked really, really good on it. Minji played it AP mid and it looked really good. And then sometimes it kind of just exists. I remember Tide had a game of Zeri where he did well, but ultimately it wasn't enough. But Sylas, the final lock-in here, which doesn't feel very good to me. I feel like Sylas is going to just get absolutely punished in that mid lane up against the Jace.
Yeah, it's a really rough laning phase, and I think especially with the Gragas lock-in as well, most likely for top lane. WP, they have so much disengage available, and Impunity is pretty much just full out, 5v5 all in. It's going to be difficult for them to find engages.
Yeah. I think really all West Point have to do is poke and kite back, and they probably have a recipe for success. I don't know what Silas's job here really is. I mean, obviously, I think
There's some
every
good
single
ults.
fight is going to be Maokai ult or Nautilus ult.
Yeah.
But then what do you do after that? Because it's not like you have the poke to try and harass away at the Xayah. You can Maokai ult and she can just stay safe behind her tank and at worst have to Featherstorm it and be okay after that anyway. And then I think the lane, you just get punished too much, and it should just give so much autonomy to 665 to look for invades, look for objectives. I definitely favor West Point's draft here, I think.
Yeah, I do think that Impunity with their team comp, they have the possibility of like running away with the game if they're able to get early leads, especially through maybe like the top side 3v3, you know, Sejuani, Jax, and Silas. They can really pack a punch, but if they can't find anything in the early to mid stages of the game, it's going to be really rough once they reach sort of team fighting at that kind of area.
Yeah, and it does feel like Silas maybe without items, if there's a skirmish to happen early, like around the Scuttle Crab, for example, he should be favored in a skirmish, but as soon as you get Serrated Dirk on Nully's Jace, I think the 3v3 even then should likely go in favor of West Point, because you have to imagine that the top lane is so Gragas favored almost all of the time that the Jax shouldn't really be able to attend the skirmish without having lost most of his health bar before it. So it feels like a little bit of a drafting masterclass here from West Point, honestly. I feel like they got everything they wanted and gave Impunity really not a very clear path in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like Impunity, the onus is definitely on them to drive the early game aggression, but they don't really have any particular lanes they can play through effectively, right?
Yeah, in fairness, they do have the dual melee alongside the Sejuani, which can be quite nice. But I do worry about how easy it might be for Jace to just pick up Mercs and it's not so worrisome anymore.
Yeah.
We'll have to see though. We are now headed on to the Rift. It's the first game of the second day of the 6th week here at the Summer PCS. Second to last day. So for these teams, it's also their second to last game. And again, the stakes are pretty high for West Point because any loss in the next 2 games would certify that they are not going to make playoffs. And especially now that they've brought Rallier over, they've looked pretty strong. It feels like had that have happened a lot earlier, they might have even just been in a higher position already. But now's really their chance to cement that they can get into playoffs, they can have some effect. As we see some level 1 shenanigans going on, it will just end up as a ward. Jungle paths feel like they will be mirrored, both opting to start Raptors almost certainly.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Arashi can really do in this early game. I don't think top or mid will get prio for a very long time.
Mid lane's lost.
That's rough. That's actually a really rough fight. He does have Drone Shield, but even then...
He should have second win too. I don't know if we've seen the runes yet, but...
He can't even get to his wave.
Yeah, this is a really bad start. And he put too much sort of priority over trying to get that ward on the Raptor. Now, fairness, the minions were lost there by Nully, but I think it's definitely worth it to have got so much of a health trade there already in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Shira losing health pot already. It's Conqueror Jace this game, which I do find a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I feel like normally in this kind of against this kind of team comp, Jace would really want to keep his distance, but I think it's not the worst pickup considering that there's going to be likely a lot of early game skirmishes, and having that Conqueror gives so much power for those.
It does. I'm always surprised it's not just the first strike though, because I mean it gives you a lot of survivability against both the Sejuani and the Silas. Even first strike, while it doesn't give you as much in a team fight, it will offer a lot more sort of gold. You'll get to those items quicker because it's pretty easy for you to proc it here onto the Silas.
Yeah.
Top lane though, going pretty much how we suspect. It's pretty much always the Jax pushes in, the wave gets frozen just in front of Gragas' tower, and he just harasses you down. Really, really annoying champion.
I will say, Relia has picked the best Gragas skin.
Is it Oktoberfest Gragas?
Yeah, it's the one that plays a little song when you recall.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Really?
No, I've never played it.
Oh. Gotta get on it, man.
I think Prage hasn't picked the best Xayah skin. I like the Star Guardian one.
Oh, yeah, true.
But I think lane's going pretty much as expected. I am surprised that Prage is down 5 CS off the first 3 waves, but I think that might just be some mistakes of last hitting under the tower. Certainly can happen without any of those sort of items coming through.
Yeah. On the other side, though, Blaze has managed to get his cheater recall off. He's got his cull and a longsword, so pretty good spot for him to be in.
Yeah. And in fairness, the Zeri can offer you a lot. If the Zeri does get ahead, can kind of just take over a game. But it still feels like even against this comp, you're playing Zeri against Maokai, and Nautilus. So you feel pretty scared to go forward.
Yeah.
And West Point just love to run backwards. The old team comp is fine to kite away, land poke on Jace. And you don't really ever want to be in a team comp where you're just running into a Xayah. Often feels a bit doomed. With the gank coming out top, Relia going to lose his flash for that. And nice find there. It will mean a little bit of pressure's alleviated here for LJW, and Relia has to be a little bit scared to continue pushing this wave up. But he does have a reasonable health advantage, so still LJW will have to remain somewhat careful.
Yeah, Arashi already trying to make the most out of the strength of his top side and trying to put some pressure down the top lane, but it's going to be forced off the Raptors.
Noli continuing to get pretty nice trades here mid, but Arashi will be here first. Wow. Noli's just not scared at all. I think Arctic Assault was used to get over the walls, so it is like a 12-second cooldown, I believe, early game.
Yeah.
665 has to be careful. Okay, Felia showing out of that bush. I mean, whereabouts known. Now, I wonder what build... Okay, I don't know. Actually, it looks like because of the red jungle item that Maokai will likely be going for the demonic build.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it makes a lot of sense because there's not a whole lot of range here coming through for Impunity. And so for them to get to these objectives, it will be most likely Sejuani checking them as... Hold up. Yeah. Arashi is going to be stunned up here. Is he going to have to lose the flash? He's looking for the Q angle. Manages to find it, but not before the Twisted Advance comes through. Ignite comes out. It is traded with that flash, but good find there. Nice proactivity here from West Point to ensure that Summoner Spell is lost on the Sejuani.
Yeah, and already we're starting to see the effects of this Sylas vs Jace matchup. Even though Sejuani wants to go for those early game skirmishes, he's getting forced out of his own jungle because his mid laner just will never have priority in this lane.
Yeah. I think it's... Yeah, how that level 1 went was pretty traumatic. Char, though, does land the dredge line there, is running away. Blaze is trying to find damage, but ultimately he does want to recall. Gonna look for it now. Lost Chapter picked up for Shera. That'll make his time a little bit easier. But ultimately, he wasn't really struggling with mana before.
I'm pretty surprised he's managed to keep up with CS.
Yeah, definitely a good job for him. I think Sylas does win out early. It's just once that dirt comes online, it gets a whole lot scarier. And I think the fact that Noli was able to find that level 1 trade just meant that his time was a lot easier against the early game Sylas. I'm very surprised that top lane CS is this heavy in favor of LJW because the only person before this that we saw that was able to remain even somewhat even as the Jax vs Gragas matchup was solo kill, and he did it by proxying the waves.
Yeah.
So it's kind of surprising to me that this has happened. Maybe part of it is because of Arashi's presence up in the top lane, getting out that Summoner Spell.
Arashi's here.
Yeah, lane
Really
gank.
has no idea.
This could be successful. There is no flash. Oh, okay.
Spotted out.
Spidey senses were tingling. Oh no. Okay, Relia. Oh no.
Oh, could still be good.
Oh, it might still be good, but it shouldn't be. LJW does have flash available. 665 procs that. Oh, okay. Isn't going to end up in a kill, but it wasn't a valiant effort. If that explosive cast landed any better, almost looks like it would have been a double kill. At least it would have been a kill on Arashi and sums out of LJW.
Yeah, definitely. I think he got a little bit too overeager there and wasn't able to make that one hit. And ultimately, though, is still going to be able to survive the gank.
Ooh, okay. We've got two Jaces in the mid lane now. I think Nuli has to be careful here.
Yeah.
Okay,
lands one of
nice.
his own.
Yeah, nice poke there. Should mean that he is fairly safe. Is there a honey fruit or is he just going bot? Looks like might be a honey fruit there for him.
WP though, finally finding priority in this matchup. Praj is level 6. I don't know how he's managed that. I guess Char's been roaming a decent amount.
Yeah. Pretty slow start to the game. I guess it isn't too surprising, especially for West Point. I think a lot of times, even if you can be aggressive, when you are on the brink of elimination, you just feel too scared to want to push too hard for it. You know, sometimes it means you lose out on advantages, but oftentimes it means you don't give over disadvantages or find yourself at a disadvantage, shall I say.
6665, he's so deep here.
Picks it up.
Yeah, he's just able to do it. He knows that he's very safe. Praj is still level 6. Blaze hasn't hit it yet, so huge power advantage for the side of WP, and they're really making the most of that.
Yeah, Shera having a recall there. Does not have teleport available, so pretty big minion wave will be lost by him. Arashi's going to gobble it up himself, but still, you would prefer that gold to be on your Sylas. Ooh. Yeah, this lane is in a pretty bad position for LJW.
It's frozen it.
They are able to do this here, though. They do have so much strength still. Jace coming back does have Dirk, but it feels like he's too late to really impact anything, especially with the fact that Felia's already roamed up and showing presence in the mid lane.
Yeah, looks like WP are definitely going to be giving over this Rift Herald in favor of the Ocean Drake instead. Actually not too bad for the side of Impunity, you know. It feels like WP should be able to get more off that, but aren't really. Nooley's even missing some CS under his tower.
Oh, Blaze has gone quite far up. Lucky that 665 didn't just flash on him.
Yeah.
Will, though, be the objective trade here. Now, I think, honestly, if you are Impunity, you kind of need to get these Heralds because it feels like you have to somewhat snowball to be able to win, and so that early gold can matter a whole lot. Getting Sylas has Everfrost means that the skirmishing potential from the Sylas improves pretty substantial amount.
Yeah, it also means that they're kind of splitting the map for now. You can see Arashi taking over 665 rather, his red buff. And he really wants to be able to keep forcing out these 3v3 skirmishes topside, and this is definitely the first steps towards doing that.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is definitely part of why the Gragas and Jax matchup is so close this game, but still, I mean, you feel pretty good about this as West Point still. Ultimately, the scaling doesn't necessarily favor any team in particular, I feel. It just more or less is the team composition of West Point is very well equipped to deal with what Impunity can do.
Yeah.
And so it does feel like once you get to the team fights, while maybe if Impunity can execute... Oh, hold up. Magnastorm comes through. Prage is going to be locked up. Manages to get the Featherstorm off as Blaze is continuing to run forward. There is a massive Featherstorm behind him, though, so he does have to be careful. Blade Caller comes in, though, and it doesn't land.
Forward.
Blaze does flash forward. He's finding those Qs. Does not have the damage to find it eventually, but it is going to cost... Actually, it costed Impunity more. They are going to be able to find a bit of CS here as Nooley being looked at in the middle of the river. Does manage to get himself away. Isn't going to be permafrosted up, but... Ultimately, huge trade there as Ophelia does flash across this wall, and Arashi in the area, blast cone used, so there is no escape now for Ophelia. Will be able to W over the wall, and ultimately will. All sums, though, have been lost here for Impunity's bot lane, and both flashes still remain here for West Point.
Yeah, that last jump over the wall with the Hex Flash from Ophelia was pretty crazy. He got away with that. I think he knew that WP were low enough that he could do that safely with Arashi in his back pocket as well, but yeah, overall Impunity not able to find any kills off of that. Now 665 is in the area.
Yeah, okay, Driftline does come out. Are they going to find the enough CC? At least just Advance still hasn't come out. It is the Nature's Grasp, and First Blood is picked up here for 665 on the Maokai. They're still going forward, though. Ooh. He is going to proc that Phase Rush and Prage. Limp auto attacks, but will eventually manage to find the Sejuani as now Nooley arrives. But Ophelia absolutely playing mind games. Will cost Nooley his flash, but ultimately will pick it up. That's 3 kills now for West Point. Find themselves at a nice advantage.
Yeah, Impunity really overstaying their welcome there, and WP taking advantage of that 665 since, you know, the perfect position to capitalize off of that, and Impunity, it's really not looking good for them now. 2k gold behind off of that play.
Yeah. Trades up top, going in favor of Relia 2, especially now that there is no Arashi in the area, as Shira does come down. We'll take that Maokai ult. Nature's Grasp available. No flash here for 665 as he phase rushes and tries to get out. Won't have the movement speed to escape his own ultimate, but will likely go down eventually. Going to give it over to Blaze. It is 1 kill found in return.
Yeah, luckily Blaze is able to find one back for himself and really get himself on the board there, but already it's looking pretty rough for Impunity. You can see here they're looking to get this one play. I think they want to drop the Herald as well, but WP, they just go straight in. Chaff finds the ultimate onto Blaze, and he just gets locked down for so long and isn't able to do anything. It's just a slow chase after that as well, 665. You know, he is Maokai, he's able to get that done. Praj actually does have to flash forward for that kill too, but ultimately, 3 kills for WP. Pretty happy about that.
Yeah, you feel pretty good. Out comes the Zeri ultimate again. Philia does have that Magnastorm available. We'll go and use it here onto Char. At least for now, Prage staying pretty healthy as Shira flashes forward. Will lock down the support of West Point and take him out as Blaze continues on forward. Prage getting so low will cost him his Featherstorm as 665 and Nooley now are arriving in the area. Philia locked up, should be going down, as well as actually Blaze gets locked up. Prage, though, walking forward, almost costs him his life, but ultimately it will be Nooley and 665 picking themselves up another kill each.
This is so weird. Feels like both bot lanes are taking turns overextending, and both teams are capitalizing off it each time. This time, though, Impunity, both their bot lanes...
Shira doesn't know he's sitting on vision. Acceleration Gate comes out. He's going to get stunned up, and should be another kill. Goes over to Nooley here on the Jace. He's 3-0. Looking really, really good here.
Yeah, oh man, already got the Dustblade completed. He's packing so much of a punch on the Jace. Level 11 as well. Really going to be the main driving factor for WP accelerating their lead in this game. Philia's back, but with 4 plates less on his turret.
Yep. I mean, West Point certainly doing a good job of keeping their playoff hopes alive here.
Yeah, Praj walks forward, but I'm not actually too sure what happens here. Philia finds a W and ult onto Chan. I think he gets picked off. Really good engage from Shera as well. Praj burns the Featherstorm, but I don't know, it's just both teams are slowly moving in and catching their opponents off guard. Nooley's here this time though, picks up 1 kill. I think does he get the second one?
No, Mirko gets this one.
Oh, yeah.
And he gets the second one under the tower though. Oh, tower went down during that replay. It's Nooley picking up as well, so Jace getting a very scary amount of gold. Hex Flash available for the Nautilus. We'll be using it.
Oh no.
Oh, Blaze. He is window shopping. There's no way there's anything else happening. Nautilus out comes out. That's another kill here. Going over to Nooley.
Yeah, Nooley.
An unfortunate state of affairs.
Nooley picks up yet another kill. 5-0 now. He's always in the right place at the right time. He's really been able to make the most of this Jace versus Sylas matchup.
Oh, Arashi Philia down here. You guys probably don't have the damage, but it will be Shera coming down as well. Philia uses that Magnet Storm. Are they going to have the damage here to take him out? They do! They cancelled the to the skies. The Q still does land, and 665 in the area. All the hook doesn't land. Nature's Grasp should confirm the kill, or it's actually blocked up here by Shera. Does have Featherstorm available to him. Now, who else can get here? There is no teleport available for the Gragas, so it should be just Char going down. Featherstorm here used by Shera. Will pick himself up another kill. So, finding a massive shutdown there onto Jace, as well as another kill. It's a 3-1 on the Sylas, looking pretty scary.
Wait, did Praj die as well?
Oh, he did.
He's got CC chained, and yeah, he's gone. I don't even know when that happened. Oh, while Zero was getting killed. Man, both ADCs having a rough go of it this game. I feel like WP, they did a good job earlier of, capitalizing off of Impunity's overextending, but now it feels like they really need to take a step back and slow the game down, because giving over that Nooley's shutdown to Shera means that Impunity almost back in the game. Almost.
Well, I think that's a bit of a far-fetched statement, but we still haven't even seen the Gragas come down, and now Gragas quietly, while all this carnage is happening bot lane, has picked himself up a pretty sizable CS lead, up 30 CS here, as well as already getting his tower down, so this really isn't a very weak Gragas. Up the Mythic as well, has that Everfrost completed compared to just the components of Divine Sunder here for LJW. This will be the Rift Herald, almost certainly going over to West Point. Likely to be used mid here to try and confirm that mid lane tower, get that down, opens up the map, accelerates the game a whole bunch.
Yeah, WP, they're really looking to bring this one home. I feel like, oh man, Zeri's finished the static shiv now, but I don't know if that offers much power in these early game skirmishes.
Yeah, it feels like Blaze is a little bit too far behind. I think, honestly, right now, their main way back into this game feels like playing around Arashi Shera. The Sylas was, he is still behind the Jace, but he's found himself a nice amount of kills. And if you play the fights correctly, the skirmishes, you can find yourself winning them, especially if you are able to get that Maokai ult, lock a bunch of people down, almost finishing the Shadow Flame as well. So maybe just looking to finish that item first before you really get some power into the Sylas.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. WP, they're able to take down the first mid-tier turret, and that's going to open up the map so much more for them. No objectives up in the near future, but Arashi goes
Glacial
wide.
Prison does go wide. Prage almost hit by that one. It's going to be retreat here for West Point, but that's exactly how they want to play. Nature's Grass comes out. Will land pretty well here, as well as the Nautilus ult. Oh, the Shock Blast goes wide, but it's already enough damage here as Relia comes in and finds a massive engage. Arashi running for the hills as well as Shera. It's 2 kills here found. It's the bot lane of Impunity dead. There are not really any objectives alive, but man, what an impact from Relia.
Yeah, Blaze and Philia finding themselves with the grey screen yet again, and Relia finding that counter engage for WP, super crucial there. I think he did miss the explosive cask again, but it doesn't matter. They still picked up a couple kills.
He found the flash body slam. That's what counts.
That's what counts. But regardless, WP, they're knocking on the doors of these tier 2 turrets now. It's only 18 minutes in the game.
Yeah, we went from having the mid lane inner up to the mid lane inner now down, as well as this bot lane being looked at. Char shadowing Nooley, trying to give him some safety. Won't be able to get on this menu wave, and with Impunity coming down, not likely to be able to find it just yet.
Yeah.
This is a 6-1 Jace, by the way.
Yeah, that's super scary. Arashi.
Oh, man. That feels terrible.
Yeah, threads the needle. Doesn't manage to hit anyone with that. And Impunity, so desperate to find something, and they find the one root onto Char, but he barely gets CC'd, and after this, they know they have to turn tail and run, but Relia comes in with the flash body slam, finds 2, they just get deleted from the map. Don't worry about that ult.
This is second time.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll hit 1 before the end of the game. Hopefully.
He will. I believe in him. Has it up available again. And it's going to be more gold given over to Nuli. I want to see the gold totals for these champs, because I'm so certain that Nuli's like at least a K up on the rest of the map.
Wait, did people die again? Did we
Well,
miss that?
Shira died somewhere. Probably happened during the replay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
We'll get a replay of it.
We will.
Regardless, it feels like both mid laners are kind of spiking right now, but you do have to feel like Nuli is a lot more hit on there. He's got the Dust Blade, he's got this Mirror Mana now fully stacked. Let's take a look at what happened. Philia?
Oh, did they both die? Okay, they both
no.
definitely do die. There's no way. Surely Philia doesn't make it. Oh, it doesn't get rooted up, actually.
Yeah, Char. I mean, yeah, that's just Impunity going too far up without vision, and Nuli is there once again, finds a snipe and punishes
That
it.
is so much damage.
Yeah. It's crazy. On the rail as well.
Oh, and now Philia.
Oh, Philia, what are
this
you
guy's
doing,
dead
man?
again. Hey, every time we come out of a replay, someone else is dying.
Yeah.
Now, there's 8k gold advantage for West Point. I feel like they can just start up the Baron, but in all honesty, with their team comp, they can kind of just sit around at a tower and poke away at it.
Yeah. WP, they're starting it up. And it's just, yeah, I don't know what Impunity can do there. I don't even know if they know what's happening, but regardless, they definitely can't contest this.
They probably know it's happening, but just realize there's nothing really.
Yeah. 20-minute Baron for the side of WP, going to be picked up. Hextech Drake is going to be spawning in 25 seconds, so we'll have to see if WP want to make a play for that, if they'd rather go for the map pressure instead.
I think they should just play map pressure. It feels like this game should end before there's any real soul win condition anyway. Doesn't feel like there's a whole 10 minutes in it.
Yeah, definitely Tau, they want to get as many of these towers down as possible, sending 4 players to the top side.
Yeah,
Got the Baron buff.
LJW cannot sit here. He's just going to get Malachi ulted if he tries.
Yeah, 665. He's just waiting in the wings, and Impunity know they can't go in here. You can see Arashi on the flank though. He's looking for something.
You can. He's been spotted out now, so with that, there's really nothing else he can find. Nature's Grass does come through.
Yeah, WP, they need to take this a little bit slow. They've only got 1 lane to work with for now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for Relia to try and sink those waves, because without that, it is... I mean, there's not a whole lot of wave clear, but just the Zeri with Static Shiv can offer a reasonable amount. They're actually recalling. I feel like this is not good usage of the Baron. They're going to go towards the Dragon, but it feels like you could have just stayed there, waited for Relia to get a push on, and continued sieging away at the base. Again, it is going to mean that in 5 minutes you do have an extra win con, but it feels like a little bit unnecessary. Relia will be
looking on him.
Oh my goodness.
There's 4 people
they don't
surrounding
see him,
him.
They do not see him. Oh, he is definitely spotted now. Flashes over the wall. It does have the Banshees, which keeps him alive at least for a little bit. He's going to get frozen up. He has been shut down. But on the other side of the fight, it's Prage. He's just running rampant. Blaze gets ulted here by the Nautilus, but there is no follow-up from it. Ashira actually continuing on to go forward. It's a 1-for-1 for now. It's the top laner for the support. Char, flash forward, Dredgeline lands. Prage coming in as well. Does land the root. It's Blaze going down. Nuli confirming that one. As Arashi next on the chopping block also will be going down. It's only 2 members left. It's the mid and the top here. Nature's Grass coming out though. LJW, he's trying to run away. He's trying to do what he can. He's going to get his rooted up. Twisted Advance comes through. The knockback from the Bramble Smash. And Nuli picking himself up. Yet another kill here on the Jace. And with 4 members down, respawn timers are pretty low, but it feels like West Point pushing for the end here.
Yeah, Nuli is just absolutely unstoppable on this Jace at this point in the game. It feels like, yet again, Impunity, they overextend a little bit too far trying to get that kill onto Relia, and while they do find it in the end, they expended so much and moved so far forward that WP are just able to wrap around in the jungle and cut them off, and after that, there's really no escaping that. WP now, though, going to be picking up this 3rd Drake for themselves. Baron buff is almost up.
10-1 Jace.
Yeah.
That is scary. Oh, look at the Mac items, by the way. Imperial Mandate, 2nd here. Still hasn't got a Mythic.
I wonder if he goes for the Magi's. I would respect that a lot.
I mean, maybe. He is going pretty heavy in AP. I wonder what Mythic he's going, because it looks like he might be going something like the Locket. It's definitely not going to be Leandri's, I don't think.
Yeah, oh no, Felia once again playing with fire.
Felia, you are in no man's land here. Arashi trying to keep him alive. The stun will land, but Nature's Grass should confirm both of these guys getting snared up.
No.
In fact, it will. The double man knock up here by that Dredge liners. It is going to be a 4-man Magnet Storm, but it feels a little bit too late. Blaze trying his best. Oh, the counter-strike. They'll find 1 kill, but it's on the support as 665 Bramble smashes him away. Rally are going to be going down here too soon. 665 trying to run for his life. He's looking for Blaze, but Prage does turn up, and LJW, Newly, Prage, the 2 are left alive. Really nice stopwatch here from Shearer, but Blaze tries to go over the wall and find Prage, gets absolutely one-shotted. And with Featherstorm still available, Prage keeping himself nice and safe away from those chains of the Silas.
Yeah, once again, Shearer is going to be on the opposite end. Pretty much the only surviving member. Philly is back in the base now, and Newly's hunting for him.
Yeah, Shearer, does he land? Doesn't land that one. We'll find that, so he finds himself a nice shutdown there. There's more gold here onto the Silas. Honestly, a good trade there for Impunity. If they're trying to win, certainly getting all that gold over onto their carries is going to be worthwhile. Both Shearer and Blaze picking themselves up kills in that team fight.
Yeah, and wow, we're starting to see, you know, what Impunity can actually get done with their team comp when WP overextend too much. You know, you can see, we saw WP going in for Philly and Arashi, 2 of the tankier members of their team, and it took, you know, while they went down without much of a fight, they survived long enough for the rest of the team to wrap around and, you know, set up for those kills. And all these just bullying the hell out of Arashi.
Yeah, Arashi not having a good time here against this 12-1 Jace. 3.5 items, only 25 minutes in. Feels pretty nice here if you are Newly. But now everyone back on the map. Looks like LJW picks up a hull breaker, so will make himself a little bit more annoying in that side lane. But especially if it comes down to a team fight, this Rabadon's Death Cap on Rallier can be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, I really have the question that Hullbreaker pickup. I feel like he's never going to be in a solo lane long enough to find any impact with that. I feel like he'd rather index for the team fight because that's what is meant to work for your team, right?
Yeah, it does feel like that should be. Well, I don't even know if that necessarily. I think it's just the only way you can play when you're this far behind more than anything. Rallier is going to get stunned up here. LGW, I mean, you're seeing the power of the Hullbreaker. Definitely winning out in the 1v1 now, but with 4 members of West Point coming up, the cask will land this time. Rallier just sitting there, letting LJW hit him. Actually getting quite low, but will eventually pick up that kill there. And with 25 seconds left on this Baron and 45 seconds on the death timer of the Jacks, should be another Baron here found for West Point.
Yeah, I mean, WP at least...
Oh, you know, there we go, the player gold.
Oh my god. Yeah, Newly 2k gold ahead of Shearer. That's, you know, that's almost a completed item.
Yeah, and that's with Shearer picking up a bunch of those shutdowns too, so... I do have to question West Point a little bit. I feel like this game could have been over like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And you have to feel like, especially because we're this close to playoffs, if you aren't able to convincingly close these games where you have the likes of a 12-1 Jace, it does put a bit of a question mark. Are you going to be able to make it far in the playoffs? Perhaps not. But we'll see. They've got the second Baron now, and on this Baron push, they have to find a way to win. Obviously, there is the Soul coming up during it, but I really don't think you have to stop to do it. I think that's just delaying the end.
Yeah. Feels a bit awkward here as well. They've once again, you know, only got one lane to work with, both mid and bot. Definitely not in their favor.
Yeah, I'd almost want to just see Rallier teleport to the mid lane and start pushing it almost. But they are just going to keep 5 strong here. They should be able to get it as long as some poke lands from Newly's Jace. Obviously, with the 4th item completed. Ooh. There you go, you're seeing it. That's onto a Jax.
That was a really good snipe.
It was.
Oh no,
Arashi. Yeah, Arashi. The guy that's supposed to be your front line got destroyed in less than a second, and Nature's Grass coming out will all but confirm that at least this inhibitor will be going down.
Mine's 2. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, this Jace is hidden like a truck.
That is so rough. Yeah, WP, they just muscle their way into the base. They've got the top inhib down. They've now got their side set on the 2 Nexus towers.
And even the tower.
Yeah.
Just getting absolutely eliminated.
Mini wave goes down. Something.
And I mean, this is the point, right? You've got the Baron, and so you're still only pushing... Oh, okay, Philia will be going down. That was a nice cask. Blaze now flashed on Body Slam, will connect. Shearer using that Nautilus ult to try and delay his death, but with the chains landing there onto Rallier, not the guy you wanted to hit, he'll be going down as well. And it took 28 minutes. Could have been a little bit quicker, but West Point ultimately getting the game done, keeping their playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, they just had, you know, so much aggression in the early game. They were able to find so many leads, and especially Newly playing this match about to perfection, you know, making those roams happen, making sure that his damage was always there when they needed it.
Yeah, definitely. I think a really, really well played game by Newly. Even the level 1, I think so much of how mid lane goes, especially in this game, can be attributed to how that level 1 went. With maybe a little bit greedy by Shearer to stay so long to look for that ward and then walk back through the river, because it really was just Newly in that bush, finds himself a nice little trade there and starts his lane exactly how you'd want to start.
Yeah, for sure. That really just sets the tone for the rest of the game as well. I mean, Newly was just muscling Arashi out of their jungle, you know, with the help of his support, with the help of his jungle as well, you know, at every moment he could, and really just feels like Impunity, they got suffocated out of this game.
They did, and I think ultimately the game sort of started for, like, I don't remember when it was, but it was like the first 10 minutes, it was just a 0-0 game. There was nothing really happening until the bot lane played.
Yeah.
And then the 3 kills immediately going over to the side of West Point, it really just ballooned from there, because obviously, yes, Shearer did teleport back and they found a kill back for Blaze, but it kind of felt like the damage was already done. Newly was already far enough ahead to just continuously punish.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's why we ended up seeing him with that scoreline. I don't remember the exact scoreline he had. I'm assuming he picked up a few kills there at the
like
end.
10-1 or something.
Yeah, I think he was like 13 or 14-1 by the end of it. But honestly, he was just doing so much damage. But that is also what raises my question marks around how clean they ended. Because it feels like they got the Baron and ended from that. But you just saw how much damage Jace was able to do if he just stands near a tower and finds an accelerated gate shock blast. It feels like the first Baron, you could have also done that. Anytime between the Barons, you could have also looked to just siege around a lane, set up vision around yourself, siege around the lane, and you probably find just the same amount of success.
Yeah, it does feel like WP, they took a while to realize that they could just do that with how fed their Jace was, but they did manage to get there in the end, Impunity taking out the loss, and WP, they keep their playoff streams alive for now.
They do, and ultimately it will... I mean, it is hard for them because, again, it's not in their hands. So if it were to be CFO and Frank were to win today, they can no longer make playoffs.
Yeah.
So they're keeping it as much in their hands as they possibly can. But it does, it feels a little bit bad. I honestly feel like since Rallia has joined, their team has leveled up a whole lot. And it'd be kind of interesting to see. I mean, I'm sure we'll probably see it next year, but it would have been so nice to see how this team looked having Rallia the entire split playing from local in Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of the unsung hero of that game, pretty quiet, you know, in the Gragas versus Jax matchup, but you saw him just like through a CS lead pretty much by himself, and then he really, you know, found those body slams and found those casts when they counted.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think especially his first teleport, his first sort of intro into the game was teleporting in, finding a nice 2-man flash body slam, which really accelerated that team fight and found, I mean, it was just another clean. They killed Blaze, they killed Felia, and it was just another objective picked up, and he did really did have his impact, as well as this is a really important thing as well, especially in the PCS, is utilize the red side counterpick, because quite often times we see red side counterpick go to like a support. Like for example, you often see it's the Rel's locked in and you counterpick it with the Alistair on 5, and it just feels like you could have picked that 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah.
There's no real need for that to be your counterpick. But here we see Jax was shown, picks Gragas in the response, and while the early game he wasn't getting an advantage, it was a lot of jungle pressure he was soaking up. And then once that was alleviated, he did find himself about 40 CS ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Impunity, if they wanted to win this game, they really had to put pressure on the Gragas, and they did, but you know, he really didn't give them anything. He didn't die a single time. He just, you know, was that stable rock in the top lane that WP needed.
Yeah. Take a look at some of the replays here. I mean, this is one of the many times where Felia gets caught out. I actually think he ended up living... Oh no, he does die on the end by Nully's Jace, but it was just quite often Felia trying to look for vision and just getting caught out. It does feel hard, right? Because you have to go get vision. You are the guy that, in theory, is supposed to be sort of face-checking some bushes, but you're just too far behind to be able to do so.
Yeah.
And it was, look at the damage, 40k there in a 28-minute game from Nully.
Yeah, you can see from the goal difference chart as well how it was actually pretty back and forth in the early stages of the game. You know, both teams were making mistakes and the other team was capitalizing on it, but WP, they run away with it in the end. And yeah, as you said, off the back of Nully, who just had a monster performance on the Jace.
And you can see really in that gold graph, it was about the 12-minute mark, a triple kill happens, then there's a little dip where it goes back, which is where Blaze finds himself the kill. But then from then on, it just never really looked like any sort of contest whatsoever. It really was just the Nully show. He'll be picking up MVP in my opinion. Do you think anyone else should be in the conversation for it though?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe 665. It does feel like he was a pretty crucial part of those skirmishes as well. It is going to go over to Nully, but yeah, I mean, I feel like with the Maokai, you don't really get to show off as much as you would on other champions, but regardless, you know, he did his job, but yeah. Nully is definitely my MVP.
81% KP here on the Jace, as well as 35% of his team's damage. Nothing really to scoff at, especially when your whole team is just damage champs. Being able to put up that much is pretty impressive. See the highlight here? This feels a little bit like it was a 665 highlight, but ultimately all of them were just playing as teams, and this team fight looked pretty bad here for West Point. Nuli flashing out, crucially not being caught up with that counter-strike, staying at nice range here to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. And I mean, he had a 700 gold shutdown at this point as well, so more than anything, even if you do lose the team fight, as long as you stay alive, you've probably kept more gold than if you win the team fight but lose the Jace.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on these fights as well, right? When you're the most fed member on your team, you're really expected to carry the game, especially when you're actively trying to keep your playoffs hopes alive. Did a really good job of staying composed in these team fights.
To the skies. I love that. They do that one every time it's a Jace MVP, and it never gets old, man. It is really nice. But there you see, he's absolutely punishing failure.
Oh, no.
Poor guy.
Oh.
But, I don't know. I think pretty impressive by West Point, all things considered. Slow start to the game, but it just shows that they are able to play at a slower pace. Capitalized on an advantage they were able to find in the bot lane, picked up 3 kills, and from then on, Nuli really didn't look like it was going to go anywhere but their way. So,
yeah,
well done by them. Keeps, again, their playoff hopes alive. It is, I mean, honestly, we're going to find out if it's still alive in our next 2 games.
We will.
Because our next 2 games, one has Frank, one has CFO. And so, I mean, you have that to look forward to. Obviously, we will be now heading to a break, but in about 10 minutes, we'll be back. It will be Frank versus Duish team. Duish team coming off a win, so do stick around.
I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch his son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. Flex on the beat. Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. Don't call your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, you go to stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, me out. If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. When it goes down, 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 down. When it goes down, yeah. If I was too high, yeah. Tell me, are you right there? Pulling me down, me down. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there? Pulling me out, oh. 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down. If I had a nightmare. If I was pulling me down, me down. 'Cause I need you along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there? When it goes down, goes down, goes down. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the second game of the second day of the 6th week here at the PCS Summer. And of course, we have Frank versus Duish team coming up. And now, while it may seem like Frank are the heavy favourites to win this game, I don't think it's all exactly like that, because yesterday, of course, Duish team winning over CFO and looking really good while doing it too. So I want to see a similar draft to yesterday and play the way they did, and honestly, I feel like they can perhaps do it.
Yeah, this is Jewish team looking the strongest perhaps they ever have throughout the split, and I think Frank, you know, maybe not looking as strong as they did in the previous split. It's definitely a matchup that Jewish team would like to win. I think it would be cool to get another win on the board for them before the split ends.
Yeah, definitely. And I think key to success here, it seems like JP on the Gwen looks like his best champ. And it's kind of unique because not a whole lot of other top laners are picking the Gwen at the moment. But he does look really, really good on that. And now, Zhao2's played some ridiculous amount of champions played. I think he's got like 13 or something. WSL also had 13. But I want to say that Zhao2 is very close there alongside him. But by far, his best looking champ was the Lissandra.
Yeah.
And while, yes, he fell down a bit of CS, that's sort of just natural. You're playing Lissandra against what was pretty much just a split push LeBlanc with that static shiv. And so you kind of expect it to go by the end of the game down even like 100 CS. It definitely can happen, especially when you are just funneling a lot of gold there onto your Gwen and onto your Aphelios. Team lineups though, I mean, they need no introduction. It is Frank Esports, and with a win here, importantly, they will cement themselves in the playoffs. And you have to feel like they are the heavy favourites coming in. I think they're looking a lot stronger recently. They've sort of found where their strengths lies, giving Kenny Chan somewhat of a carry role in the jungle, Pretender more in a facilitated mid like the Annie. Seems to be their recipe for success. Obviously, yesterday, they picked up a pretty huge win against Impunity. They actually fell down for first blood down the bot lane. It was Kaiwin getting picked up at level 1, but then Eminem finding a triple kill about 3 minutes later. The game just kind of steamrolled out of control after that. We'll have to see if they can replicate that success here against Duish team.
Yeah, definitely a chance for them to show off their strength before the playoffs start, and most importantly, secure that playoff spot for themselves. And know, who better to do it against than Jewish team?
Yeah, it does feel like the easiest team to do it against, but again, if Jewish team can play like they did yesterday, genuinely feels like they have a chance. It feels like that team that we saw yesterday actually could have taken games during the split. Obviously, that was their first win. And so, while yes, it might have just been a particularly on day, I feel like if you can replicate how the pick ban went and just play to the same level you did, it genuinely feels like there is a chance that you can win here.
Yeah, it definitely starts from draft, right? I feel like CFO, they really got the short end of the stick in yesterday's match, and Jewish team, they were really able to pull through, you know, maintain that strength throughout the game, and yeah, definitely going to be important for them to keep showing that in today's match.
Definitely, and now I think it feels like the big problem you might have here is that while you do want JP up there in top lane to be on the Gwen, Solo Kill is very good at counterpicking. Now, you are on the red side, you do have red side 5th pick, but it does feel like if you leave top all the way to go down there, it's very likely Gwen just gets banned because, again, even in their losses, Gwen always seemed pretty good. When they picked it and they lost, he genuinely one lane. Like, he even versed Driver and was up against Driver's Jace in the top lane as Gwen. And so, knowing that, it does feel like, well, there's no point in giving it, especially when there's so much on the line for Frank. The comparison, though, will be the bot laners. Eminem, pretty handily in front. Highest DPM out of all 80 carries.
Yeah, wow. The kill percentage is really high as well, 76.9%.
Yeah. Now, I'm kind of surprised Peppero's kill percentage is so low, because there's been some games, even in their losses, where I remember the game where he was playing Ashe, and he was 10-0 at one stage of that game, and they ended up losing it, but he was picking, I mean, and in so many of the games too, where they do lose, he's seen to be fairly consistent, and he'll be like 0-1-0 as the Xayah, but Xiao 2 will be something like 0-7-0. And it'll be like, well, you can't really do anything anyway, but this guy has seemed pretty good. You're seeing there in the Champions played, fairly mirrored. It is the Aphelios that Peppero picked up yesterday.
He looked very comfortable on it.
He did. And Eminem obviously having that Kai'Sa in there, but I feel like you just ban it.
Yeah.
Jewish team won't be giving that over. They were red side yesterday as well, and so they should know roughly how they should be able to draft, because it doesn't feel like CFO and Frank are that different in how they play, because Rest, again, he likes his counter picks, likes playing the AP top laners, can play the carries, can play the tanks, very similar to Solo Kill.
Yeah. Do you think there are any key picks that Jewish team need to look out for in this match?
I think they don't want to give over Annie. I think Pretender has looked best on Annie, and maybe it's not just because of his champion pool, but more just how Frank play as a team. It seems like if Kenny Chan can take more resources and Pretender can facilitate, that has been where they've looked strongest. I think other than that, obviously 80 carries, as long as Kai'Sa's not up, doesn't feel like it's that big of a problem. Maybe you could look towards the Xayah, but again, they versed Xayah yesterday. Shun Xayah was definitely looking really good.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Peppero on the Aphelios didn't seem like he was mismatched at all, so I don't know. I think Annie might be a key one here. If they let it go over, I do expect Frank to early pick it. They've picked it blue side first quite often. Gwen banned, yeah. Makes so much sense.
Yeah, I wonder what JPCS will go for now. You mentioned that he was looking really dominant on the Gwen. Have there been any other power picks for him?
He's looked fine on the Renekton as well, and I think every top laner really can just play the Renekton, and it doesn't really have any losing lanes. Maybe the Rumble. I don't know how good it is into Rumble, but I mean, if you take this away, I don't really know what JP picks now, to be honest, because it did seem like when he was on the Gwen or on the Renekton, sorry, he stood the most chance. I mean, you could just look for something like the Jax, but I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense, because you kind of want WSL to be playing a carry champ, and Jax is best if you can pair it with the likes of the Sejuani.
Yeah.
And obviously Sejuani being up, if they do take, I don't like, I mean, for a different team, I'd like this. But for Jewish team, it really feels like they struggle if WSL isn't the guy getting things done. And so they're picking a really good top side in theory. Obviously the Jax, Sejuani, same as last game. It can find a lot in the early game, and especially into the Renekton, it's easier than it was into the Gragas. But for this team specifically, I don't think it's the best, because, I mean, their only win came off WSL with some insane 1v3, almost 1v4 as Viego.
That felt like their style, right? It feels like they're sort of drifting away from that with, picking this Jax and this Sejuani top side. What do Frank go for now? Nidalee could be interesting.
Yeah, now I believe Kenny Chan has played a Nidalee game before, and I believe they lost. So, I don't really want to see it. But, I mean, they probably are just favored to win anyway. it does feel surprising that with so much on the line, they're going back to this. So it's going to be the third game we've seen of Nidalee. And the Annie makes sense. You don't really want Nidalee to be your sole AP. Annie, you don't also really want to be your sole AP. So combining the two champs makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
You have enough magic damage to, you know, give your team's damage profile.
Now, I wonder what Xiao2 answers into the Annie with. I feel like... Oh, I don't even know, actually.
Yeah, it does. I wouldn't hate this. To be fair, I also wouldn't hate just picking the Lissandra again.
Ooh,
I don't like this.
I
This
don't
is
like that.
Xiao2's Jace has left a lot to be desired. In fairness, their comp right now looks really, really good. The problem is, does it look good for Duish team? And I think the answer is no.
Yeah, I feel like Frank... I mean, at least they have that topside 3v3 skirmishing power that we saw last game as well, but I don't really know how far they can take that, especially with Pretender on the Annie as well. I feel like he can neutralize a lot of that.
Yeah, it does definitely feel that way. Now, I think important picks to notice is that Xayah's up, Rakan's up. It does feel like one of those two champions should be removed. I almost feel like it probably should be the Rakan, because Duish team with the Jace, again, does well into the Xayah. And it feels like Xayah is fairly okay into the side of Frank. Obviously, there is a bit of poke coming from Nidalee, but it's fairly avoidable. Ziggs.
ban.
Okay.
Interesting. Has Pepper played much Ziggs?
No, I think Shun's really the only one that's been picking the Ziggs.
Yeah.
I know Hellpig's picked it as well, actually, but it didn't really look that amazing. Honestly, every team that's picked the Ziggs, they've kind of fumbled around the Herald, and then it's just lost its win con.
Yeah. I guess it makes sense to ban it away because Duish team are lacking that AP.
Yeah.
So far, but...
I think, though, because you have the Sejuani, you pretty much force out Merc Treads on some of these members. And then there isn't really any tanks that it's going to matter too much on. But we'll see. Alistair banned. What will be the answer? Rakan, Xayah still both available. Duish team obviously get first pickings as soon as this ends. I feel like Rakan probably should just be banned. But maybe they want to ban something like the Nautilus. Ash. Okay.
I wonder what Duish team go for now. They
I
do
think
still have a
Xayah.
chance to mix it up.
I think they should just go Xayah. Peppero's looked good on Xayah. I mean, they could go Aphelios. It's possible that Frank, realizing Duish team won on their Aphelios, are trying to bait out the pick, and then they would just get Rakan Xayah for themselves. Cogmore, I don't hate it. I think, depending on what you pair with it as a support.
Yeah. I feel like it's scary to blind pick that, though.
Yeah, but you've banned out, like, I mean, Varus might be hard to lane into, but you've banned out the Ashe, and that feels like the best pick into it, really. Sivir? I mean, Sivir will just wave clear for hours on end.
Yeah.
Also feels pretty good into the Jace, because the Spell Shield can block one of those accelerated gate shock blasts, which can be the difference maker, really, in a team fight. Also can find a nice Spell Shield on a Glacial Prison. Things like that.
Yeah, now I wonder what Frank pair with this. What goes well with Sivir into this matchup? I guess
Rakan.
Yeah.
Well, Nautilus... I mean,
That's okay
Nautilus
as
will be
well.
good against Cogmore, because it's just the point and click. But I honestly feel like Rakan would be really good here, because you've got Sivir to speed up Annie, Renekton, and Rakan would feel really, really potent.
Yeah.
I keep scouring to check that Rakan's not banned, because it's really surprising to me that it's made it this far through, despite both teams having, I mean, up until the Cogmore, having pretty good Rakan games.
Yeah.
Oh, Milio.
Okay, that's
You can
interesting.
buffer the Q to stop Nautilus's hook.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it's good. The ult's good against Annie. Braum
is better.
So
I
this,
think.
yeah, I think Braum's better too, but it gives you a bit more power.
Yeah.
In the bot lane. And then also, not only that, it can be used to stop some pretty heavy damage coming out, block things from hitting this Cogmore. And if Cogmore gets time to sort of free hit, he really does enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess those are the comps. Duo's team feels like they were kind of forced into the Cogmore pick because they were lacking so much AP on their end. I do like the Braum paired with it, though. Other than that...
I honestly think if this was just nameplates off, I think I like Duish's team better. But the problem is, it's nameplates on. And Duish team... Honestly, if I feel like this just doesn't play into their wheelhouse, because it seems like their only success, even in the games they lost where they got close, it was WSL playing a carry jungler, and it was something like obviously the Renekton or the Gwen top, which was taken away. But then it was also just Xiao2's Jace has really, like, in the games he's played Jace has been some of the quickest defeats they've had. And I don't know how much that is on him or how the team plays around him when he's on the Jace, but it does feel like yesterday's Lysandra game, it's like, why wouldn't you just pick it again? It's fine. It does struggle a little bit in the Annie, yes, but you can eventually start pushing Annie into her tower and then looking for roams to the bot side, which is what they did yesterday. Feels kind of weird, but I mean, we'll have to see. If they play this team comp, how they played their team comp yesterday, I feel like they are favored to win. You know, nameplates off kind of thing, but it's hard to
turns out in reality.
It's hard to bet against Frank here.
Yeah. I do feel like other than the non-standard bot lanes that we've seen so far in the draft, I'm also interested to see how Kenny-chan would do on the Nidalee. Like you said earlier, he hasn't won on it in the last game that he played on it.
I'm pretty sure I actually do not remember, but I'm pretty certain they lost on it, and it was someone else that picked up the win. Or maybe they did win on it. I don't remember who the other Nidalee was. There's a chance it was WSL, because I know he likes to play the Nidalee. But yeah, I can't recall now, but
I wonder if they can get anything done with the Renekton Nidalee. That's going to be a big one for me. Because that's kind of why you're picking that, right, to have that matchup.
It is. And in fairness, there is a fairly good answer in the Jax Sejuani. So I think at level 6, it should pretty much be Renekton Nidalee favored, just because Renekton early game is so potent. But I don't think that it's without the chances for Duish team to find opportunities.
Taking a look at the runes, Pretender's gone for Aerie on Annie.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because early game you pretty much just put up the shield to land poke there as Jace tries to Q you. Okay, they're looking for an invade. They get the ward down. Is the ward going to be answered? It doesn't look like it will be. Maybe it will be in the future, but at least at this stage.
Yeah, I wonder if Duish team will go for it, because it's actually pretty important to make sure you know where the Nidalee is. I guess you can assume that's going to be pathing topside, but it's good to have concrete vision on that, because I think bot lane is also pretty gankable in the early stages of the game as well.
Who's going to pick up the XP? Okay, it is JP, so he's going to hit 2 off the first minion wave. Kind of surprising, I think.
Kenny-chan's soloing this.
Yeah, okay, Kenny-chan's trying to solo it, and Duish team don't go for the ward, but instead just straight up invade it. They get the ward. WSL will be hit by one of those Nidalee spears. Now, it looks like it might come down to a smite fight. Pretender is heading down. Winter's Bite lands. Stun should land as well. And now people are going forward. They get the red buff. WSL level 2 now. And Kenny-chan, in a state of demise, loses almost all of his health. And now mid lane, Yeltu finding a favorable trade against Pretender here. Okay, Duish team are back.
What is the start to the game? It feels like Frank have just been caught completely off guard by something so predictable. You expect the Braum and the Sejuani to go for that late invade, and Frank just had no idea at all. Their bot lane was sitting in lane, and Kenny-chan is so far behind in jungle tempo.
Yeah, Kenny-chan is so far behind. He's down an entire camp now, as well as a ward, as WSL will cross through mid, so they'll have confirmation on where he is. But I think it's important he's gone up here, because it doesn't give Kenny-chan the opportunity to look for a split map. And as Nidalee is probably one of the most important junglers to have tempo in your jungle path. And so now that you've been put behind already, you aren't going to be able to get level 4 off your full clear.
Yeah, it's even worse because his level 1 is always super slow on the Nidalee. You only have the Q available, and you can only see he's only just now taken his first camp.
Oh, nice ward jump there from JP to ensure the stun does not land there from solo kills Renekton. Could have been a pretty disastrous trade had it have landed. Now, it looks like, I think, Sivers can go Kraken Slayer, but I think Eminem might go Static Shiv, because it'll just mean that there's no opportunity for anyone to ever leave the lane that the Siver's in, because it really does take one Ricochet, and the Static Shiv proc clears pretty much the entire minion wave.
Yeah, definitely. He definitely wants to keep Pepro shoved into his turret as much as possible, and also that opens up Kaiwing to roam as well once he's got that completed, because I don't think there's much chance that the Kog'Maw Braum is going to kill the Sivir, right? Because if you want to kill it, you're relying on that Braum Q, and you're never going to hit that with the Sivir spell shield.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, at level 6, maybe, if you can pop the spell shield with something.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you can spell shield the stun. I'm pretty sure how Sivir spell shield works is it has to be the ability landing, but things that proc, it doesn't block. I know it doesn't work with other stun things, like it won't work with Vayne, bolts, for example. I'm not entirely sure how the Braum interaction works, to be honest. We don't really see Sivir all that much anymore.
Kenny-chan, he's made his way into the bot lane.
Yeah, okay. Duish team just have to be careful here. Play weak side. Okay, he's going to land here onto Inhale, but putting up that Braum wall pretty much ensures his safety. Stun will land from that Winter's Bite, and Pepero finding a nice bit of harass there, especially with that Caustic Ooze going down.
Yeah, somehow Kenny Chan's actually managed to claw most of his tempo back. He's down onto his Krugs now, making his presence known.
Yeah, he
in the
got
bot
both
side.
scuttles.
Yeah.
It's because WSL went for he got the 2 camps from Kenny Chan's jungle and then went for a full clear without trying to go for any of those scuttle crabs.
Yeah, I almost wish when WSL was crossing mid, he'd have just gone to the blue buff because he had a level advantage. He had red buff as well. He probably could have made something happen. And I feel like
maybe.
If you are Duo's team, you want to blow up the game, right? And that's how you blow a game up.
That is, yeah. I mean, in fairness, they played a pretty standard game yesterday and found success in it. It's
true.
And this is probably, yes, we don't see a whole lot of Cogmore Braum. It's certainly in the meta. Teams like G2 over in Europe utilizing it a lot of their games. So it's something that has a place in the meta. We just don't see it here in the PCS all that much. And so I think if you think internationally, this is a very standard team comp.
Solo kill, though. He's getting the better of the Jax in this matchup so far. He's got a decent CS lead to his name, and now Duo's team, they're sending troops over to the top side. In-house up here.
This feels like a pretty early support roam.
Yeah.
Especially as the Braum. You're not really going to be able to find anything. I think it's just trying to make sure there's no Nidalee going for invades. Which is fine. I think keeping Nidalee behind you in the CS when you are a Sejuani feels pretty spectacular almost.
Yep. Yeah, I think it makes sense as well to try and have the Braum and Sejuani stick together as much as possible in the early stages. They just have so much dueling power with just those 2 champions.
Yeah, I think the combination of sort of Cogmore Braum and then Sejuani Jax, and then you put all 4 of them together, it feels pretty disgusting. And that could be an avenue for, even though you have the Nidalee Renekton, there is the avenue where you just put Cogmore to come up to that Rift Herald fight and you might be able to get it because that potential so strong. Pretender, though, being looked at. There is no level 6 here for WSL. Stun will come through. Glacial Prison there. He does have his stun available. And Kenny Chen comes through, but who gets first blood? It's going to be eventually WSL picking it up. The stun lands again. Double kill for WSL. We said we wanted him on a carry champ, and that he's on. It's the Sejuani starting off with a double kill.
2-0 already, 6 minutes into the game. Duo's team, they're off to a banger start, and it's really not looking good for Frank.
Yeah, 1k gold lead for Duo's team here, 7 minutes in, and Duo's team are just the Grim Reaper of playoff opportunities here at this point. If they pick up this win, man, all bets are off.
Yeah, WSL now turning his sights to the Infernal Drake too. Xiao2 picking up 2 assists as well is going to help in building up those early game items. We'll have a look at how this all started. WSL going over the wall, just get some autos down, really. And Pretender, it looks a little bit rough for them.
Flash.
Yeah, with the double stun, but Pretender forced the flash away, doesn't quite make it to his turret, and Kenny Chen goes down without a fight as well. Xiao2 does survive on a very low HP.
Yeah. Oh, he's happy.
He's ecstatic.
That is Xiao2 happy face, fellas. All right, they did get the dragon while we were not looking, and now solo kill looking for JP. JP has flash, is going to hold it though. That's pretty important. Doesn't have teleport available, so it will be another bit of a CS lead here, afforded to solo kill on this Renekton. But I think you're okay, because once you get Divine Sunder, you start to come back in this lane as the Jax. And really at this stage, with WSL getting ahead, and I mean, honestly, all of your lanes doing fine. You can just sort of play, sort of wait around. If Sejuani comes, look for something that way. Otherwise, just scale into your items.
Yeah. It's actually looking pretty rough for Frank. The Renekton Nidalee combo we talked about hasn't really found any value so far in the game. And
solo kill starting here. I think he's just getting color. He got some fury as well as a bit of heal there from Cull the Meek. But they are actually starting it up. Okay.
I don't know if they can go for
Braum's
this.
on the way. Actually, everyone is on the way. I don't think Pepero can make it in time. I feel like he should just path straight bot. I mean, we'll see. Can they poke this, get this to reset? Because it's already down to half.
Surprised they're keeping it in vision.
Does not have ult available, which could be important. WSL actually just looking for it. Tibbers comes down onto Inhal. That's not the guy you want to get. And now it's so low.
1k.
1k. Who's going to get the smite? It's Inhal getting locked up. He goes down as Pretender who picks up that one. Pepero has arrived. It's 1 kill to the Cogmore. The Rift Shield is picked up. I think it was Kenny Chan who gets it. It's being marked. Oh, it was Duo's team. Okay. WSL picking that one up, and he's continuing on forward. Kaiwing will get away there with that dredge line, but again, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Herald going to Duo's team.
Yeah, Duo's team feels like they engaged there for a little bit, and both teams forgot that the Rift Herald was there, and WSL just picks it up off the back end of the fight, and it's so good for them.
It is.
Yeah, solo kill going down as well means that his lead isn't going to be quite as substantial in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, honestly, out of everyone that could have got that kill, Pretender's almost the last one you wanted to get it.
Yeah.
It's not bad, obviously, Annie having items. It's not terrible. But in honesty, when it comes to these team fights, it feels like you're Renekton getting in and pressuring that back line. Otherwise, Sivir and the amount of damage she can do. She really isn't a hyper carry in a different way than a lot of other AD carries, but Jewish team. Oh my goodness.
They've got a 1k gold lead, they've got the Rift, they've got the Infernal Drake. Things are looking
they're looking
really
here.
good.
They don't have ult here on Sejuani, and Renekton does have ult, so it could be dangerous. But WSL has found the angle, at least for now. There is flash available for this Renekton. Smite comes out, Dominus comes out, Stun will land here. This is the power of the Jack Sejuani solo kill. Slice, dice, flash will get away, but not without losing the vast majority of his health bar and his flash. Big trade again up on top.
Yeah, he does manage to make it out, but let's take a look at this fight where he wasn't quite so lucky. You can see Frank, they're doing the Riftfield right in front of Jewish team, which I have to feel is not the best idea. You could at least try and...
This is 4v5 right now, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, the Sejuani and Braum just provide so much power and so much zoning that Frank, they can't really find the engage. You can see Pretender only...
Oh!
Yeah, WSL just walks back in, and yeah, overall, nothing really for the side of Frank. There were no big plays available to be made there, and it's just, yeah, maybe a bit of a rushed setup.
Yeah. I think this is the longest Zhao Tu's got on the Jace without dying too. And while it's a bit of a weird stat, I think that's really important because they are finding an advantage. Given the advantage is on your Sejuani right now, which doesn't feel the best, I think WSL does have the power here to be able to provide her strength to then get strength onto the likes of the Kog'Maw. Obviously, Rift Herald being available, it will just be used top because it was JP who picked that up. But still, I think you want some power here onto this Kog'Maw in particular.
Yeah.
Oh,
it goes wide.
Pipero, oh my god, this
got the
man.
fancy feet.
He's 1v3ing down here.
Yeah, soaking up so much pressure from Kenny Chan, who still hasn't been able to find a kill for himself and really, kickstart himself into this game.
I will say that is worrisome positioning a little bit though from Pipero. I think Kaiwing could have probably flash ulted and he would have just died. So obviously Frank didn't know where the jungle or support were for Jewish team, so it's a bit risky to look for that play. As we're looking again top here, Slice and Dice is gone from this Renekton. No ult available just yet. Glacial Prison will land. The stun's going to come through. You've got Jack Sejuani.
No ult.
Oh, he's so low. JB, when are you going to get it? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh my god, the ult comes back for solo kill and he gets away with it. And now it's 4 members in top side. JP going to go down. We'll just... Oh, he's trying to get out, but he doesn't realize that he's not getting out.
Yeah,
it will be a kill picked up. Who's going to pick it up, though? I feel like you'd almost want it to be onto Kenny Chan. It will be. Solo kill, though. Oh, my God. By the nick of his teeth, he gets out. In the meantime, though, with that Nautilus being top, you're going to get some plates here as well as CS onto the Kog'Maw. Teleport coming through. It's solo kill teleporting bot.
Yeah, actually not too bad of a play from Frank, especially because the Drake is up and available now, but... Regardless, people are able to get at least one plate solely to himself. There's going to be some important gold.
Yeah, Pretender can't get to this, and JP does have teleport, so we'll see if JP uses it top or continues to try and stack these dragons. I almost wouldn't hate to see them try and continue stacking.
Wait, I think JP6's Rift Herald just ran out.
Oh, that's happened 3 times now. Not from him specifically, but that is the 3rd time in summer that a Rift Herald has just run out.
Wow. They're just so confident they don't need it, I guess.
Yeah, Jewish team don't need it. These guys are crazy. Now, the tempo that Frank had with all the recalls coming through has now lost.
Yeah.
But WSL is headed top side, so it looks like Dragon will stay alive for at least roughly another minute minimum.
This is really interesting because JP6 has TP, but now Solo Kill doesn't have it available, so it means that Jewish team could choose to go for this Dragon if they want to, and I think Frank would have to concede it if they decided to.
Yeah, I think maybe Jewish team realize that, but also want to get JP his Divine Sunderer first. It almost might not be a bad decision as well to try and stall it out until the 14-minute mark, at which point you can leave Solo Kill up there and he can't get plates.
Yeah, Jewish team, they're just starting it up.
Yeah, and it should be theirs.
It is on Vision. I wonder if Kenny Chan...
I mean, they are positioning around, but this is... Oh my god, it's reset.
Wow.
Okay, they picked it up. Second Dragon now for Jewish team, so gold lead, 1k is staying pretty stable. Oh, Kaiwing though, getting looked at. Oh, WSL does not land the slow there, so Kaiwing is able to get away. Feel pretty good there if you are the Nautilus. JP though, okay, there's 3 members coming up here. He's put down the pink ward preemptively. He needs to get out of here.
Yeah, he's really
You need to run, pal. Okay, he realizes it. Nice. Good foresight. realizes that he is definitely the weak side of the map, gets out of there before any harm can be done.
Yeah, taking stock now. We're almost 15 minutes into the game. DOH team still around about 1k in the lead. Xiaotu getting aggressive as well. He's looking pretty decent on the Jace so far.
Yeah.
Really hope he can keep this up.
I do too. Ooh, nice bit of poke there. Lands before the shield can come through from Pretender.
Yeah, it feels like that gold lead is sort of gradually diminishing. And actually, Eminem didn't go for the Shiv like we expected. He's actually gone for the Kraken Slayer instead. Perhaps, you know, having a preference for, you know, the higher amount of teamfight power he can bring. But yeah, I'm not too sure. Peppero's got the Rage Blade completed himself. Feels like it's pretty even on that front.
Okay, Divine Sunder now picked up for Jax. So this is where you do see this lane matchup sort of switch over in favor of Jax. The trades start to become a little bit more favorable. Yep. Just plonks 300 damage on top of his head.
He is 40 CS down though. That's quite a big margin. I wonder if he will be able to claw that one back.
It does feel bad, but because of that, you obviously are in the losing matchup when it comes to the early stage.
Yeah.
You on the other side of the map do have a Cogmore who's staying relatively even and is up at least 1 CS. Now, Xiaotu's down bot side, does have teleport available. There's a lot of vision control coming through here, though, of course, with that zombie ward. DOH team looking for... I kind of like this. You have the Duskblade available on Xiaotu. Inhale, though, takes a spear there. Kaiwing also receives a bit of poke there. Hook lands. It's onto Xiaotu. This guy's not going to be able to get out. He's going to have to channel. Oh, the knockback does land, but it's onto Kenny-chan. It's already 2 here found for the side of Frank and Peppero flashing away. Everyone's flashing away. But with Xiaotu getting caught by that hook, it does feel a little bit too little too late. It looks like it's almost a clean ace. The Counter-Strike will deny any kill coming over to Eminem. And Xiaotu, as good as he started looking on the Jace, pretty much instantly hands back the game by getting caught out by Kaiwing.
Yeah, that one hook really just seals the deal for Frank Esports. It's definitely crucial in finding that initial engage. And DOH team, they try their best to kite back with the Braum and the Cogmore, but against Siv's ultimate, it's just a little bit too difficult, and Frank make easy work of DOH team in that fight. I think that was 4 kills to them.
Yeah, it was 4 for 0. And it really was. If Xiaotu doesn't get hooked there, I actually feel like DOH team might be favored to win the fight.
Yeah.
But, I mean, now they've lost four flashes on their top side and AD carry. We'll take a look, though. It really was just Xiaotu getting hooked by Kaiwing that led to a really, really bad fight.
Yeah, other than
Pretender
that,
as well.
Yeah, DOH team were doing a decent job of, you know, holding their ground in the river, but that one hook really just makes it terrible. And Solico finding a really good flank as well, able to secure that kill onto Xiaotu, and 3 flashes away from DOH team really just tells the story of that
nice
whole
hook
fight.
again onto Peppero.
Yeah.
Like, that was what the team fight looks like when Pretender one-man anti-ults the Braum. But it really was just Xiaotu getting caught out. You'd lost your mid laner, and your mid lane at this stage, while was 0-0-3, didn't have any kills, with the Duskblade was so much of your power.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, I don't think the game is over. You've got the Cogmore scaling, you've got the Jace scaling, as well as Jax. You scale pretty well across the map, as well as the Dragon is... You've got 2 of them for your side. Kaiwing, though, looking for another hook. Xiaotu going to have to fancy feed his way. He won't. He's going down again. Hook definitely will land. Kenny-chan.
Oh, well,
Ooh,
Kaiwing
okay.
actually picks that one up.
How did Kaiwing get that?
It must have been his W...
Yeah, the damage over time, but Mike, that does like 30.
Yeah. It's crazy. Well, at least Kaiwing's on the board now.
Yeah.
1-0-6 on the list. Definitely has been instrumental so far in finding these leads and finding those hooks for Frank. And now they're sitting at a 3k gold lead. They haven't got any dragons to their name just yet, but you have to imagine for the next few minutes it's going to be pretty easy for them to pick up that next Ocean Drake.
Yeah, I wonder if DOH team want to contest. I feel like they probably shouldn't.
Nah.
With how the last fight went, especially you've got no sums on your Cogmore.
No sums on anyone.
Yeah, well, that's true. And so it feels like if you get altered by the Braum, you pretty much go down. Now this, I don't deny, I don't hate. Because Frank probably think that DOH team are looking around the Dragon. Although WSL taking that Gromp will be spotted out, and so nothing can become of it. I feel like if you had to just wait in that bush, you might actually find a kill there onto Kenny-chan or Kaiwing.
Yeah. It's a decent player. I like the idea behind it, but now they're in a pretty rough spot because Frank can easily just cut them off and make them walk the full way around, which means that Frank, they're going to have so much control over this jungle and over them as well.
Yeah, okay, Dragon spawning. No one really positioning around it, but the Rift Shield being put down mid will afford them complete mid control, as well as pick themselves up this mid inner. Again, so instrumental for map control. And they are now around this Dragon. WSL being topside means they aren't even bothering to try and contest it. Although topside trade's going fairly well. Are they going to look for a dive? Renekton
hard.
with flash as well as ult available feels hard. They're actually just going to sit in the lane bush.
Duelist team really trying to scrounge whatever scraps they can get off of the map, but there's nothing really for them.
I do like the idea, again. I think you realize you don't want to fight this dragon until you have summoners on your Jace and on your Cockmore. And so playing around the other side of the map, looking to see if solo kill slips up, definitely a good idea. A solo kill, wise enough to not walk to...
Oh, as you say that. Yeah, he's got Kaiwing now,
He's got Kaiwing here, WSL in the area too, the Dominus does come through. Now if Duish team can kite this out, it will feel pretty nice. Hook will land though, and solo kill will be able to find damage, but it's on the Sejuani. Sunfire already completed.
He's holding the
Still
depth
a
charge.
lot of damage here.
Yeah.
It will fizzle out though. Control over Baron now. And you do have a reasonable amount of damage, being that you have the Sivir.
Oh no, Xiao 2.
Oh, Xiao 2 jumps forward. It's going to be able to get out though.
Yeah, it's pretty quick, but there's going to be a lot of pressure lost on the bottom side of the map from that. Not the best shot blast I've seen.
No. But he survives. I think that is the most important thing there.
Yeah. We also haven't seen Pepro in a team fight for a while. He does have the Rage Blade, looking towards his next item now, which I'm actually not too sure what he's going to buy.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see.
Could be the Blade of the King? Actually, no, that doesn't have two
No,
daggers
it doesn't
anymore.
have two anymore, yeah. I mean, it could be...
Place your bets.
What is that?
I don't know.
Runans? Pretty sure that's Runans.
I'll take that. That's not too bad.
No.
It makes sense, given that Frank is relatively short range with their team comp. I think you get a lot of value from that, especially considering you're going to have the Braum protecting you as well.
And you can apply 3 times the Winter's Bites.
Ooh,
so Braum
that's true.
Braum should have taken Hail of Blades and just looked for the 3.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, no, Kaiwing.
Kaiwing getting caught out perhaps here. He's going to get stunned up. Winter's Bite lands, but there is no follow-up as he does channel that dredge line to get himself away.
Yeah, now
It feels pretty hard to be Pepero against Nautilus, because he does just use that depth charge, and you're sort of just waiting until you get knocked up.
Yeah.
I think... Wait, how? That guy's confident? Oh, okay.
Oh, he's in a really dangerous spot.
He
okay,
is.
He's realized. But Frank, they're doing a really good job of maintaining this top side.
Are they going to look?
Oh, W's, don't do it, man.
Pretender going for this. I actually felt like they could have maybe looked to just instantly kill Pretender there. I guess it's hard to know because you didn't have vision of the rest of the team. So Kaiwing could have just been waiting somewhere near behind him, and it could end in disaster. Oh my! Look how much vision they have in that bush.
That's crazy, and I feel like sooner or later, Duo's team, they're going to slip up around this topside jungle with Frank. They're doing such a good job of repeating the process of pushing mid wave, moving into the jungle, clearing vision, and really just waiting for a mistake, really, because that's all they need.
Yeah, but I don't think Duo's team ever make mistakes.
That's true.
There is the Runans picked up. Cogmore, 2 items. I actually don't know who I favor in terms of... I think Sivir's still stronger.
Wow. That spear from Kenny Chan definitely packed the punch.
Okay,
I wonder who does more between the Nidalee and the Jace.
Right now? Oh, I mean, if
It's
Nidalee
close.
hits a long range one, it'll be her, but it's a lot harder for her to hit it.
Yeah.
And Jace is also AoE. God, Jace is just cheating, man. AoE poke that does half your HP and gives you gold.
How's that allowed? Oh.
He misses.
Yeah, you gotta hit it to get the gold, unfortunately.
Now, did Kingshan throw a spear as the raptor spawn, or did he just throw it at the raptor?
I didn't see. Oh,
Okay, Kaiwing going forward. It's onto WSL, though. Pipero is
so
in a really
tanky.
nice range. Pipero's got the perfect place to sit. Death Charge lands on him, and Pretender's on the flank, but Xiao 2 marking him. And now JP flashing forward. Inhale getting very, very low. Pipero going to get away. That was a really nice Glacial Prison as JP
no stuns.
trying to find the stun, but can't. It's now Xiao 2 finding so much poke, and Eminem flashing forward. He's got no mana. Kenny Chan's going to secure at least one of these kills, and they're going to zone off Pipero from coming back to the team. It's a 1-for-1. It's Inhale going down and Kaiwing going down. Support mains in shambles. Can they look for this? I think
this is pretty risky.
Yeah, there is no teleport on JP, but there is on the Jace, and I feel like that is so important. Are they going to check it, though? Do they have Scrying Orb to check it? They've got an idea.
No idea.
Pretender, though. Okay, no, they're off. They're off.
Ooh, I feel like
that always trolls me, man. Like, I never know what's going on, and then, okay, Pepero, you are in trouble.
Oh, this guy.
Oh, there's so many times, and I don't know if it's like Frank don't know how close Pepero's team are, or if they just choose not to. I don't know what it is, but I feel like Pepero...
He got away with it somehow.
It felt like
he can't keep getting away with it.
There's a world where solo kill flash W's him and he just gets annihilated. But important, that team fight, Pepero picking himself up a kill there. Eminem also expending both of his summoners, so won't have access to that ghost or the flash for the next one. Pepero, though, loses flash, has cleanse still.
Yeah, Pepero has the runas now completed as well. 2 items on each of the 80 carries. Eminem does have that last Whisper build, but I don't know if it offers that much value by itself. Regardless, Frank getting back into the rhythm of pushing in that mid-wave with the Sivir.
Oh.
Satisfying?
It honestly, it is pretty cool to watch, but you get sick of it if it's in meta. So I'm glad it's only the one Sivir.
Yeah,
you don't see it all
a
that
little
much.
bit of it.
Yeah, in small portions. Okay, now Frank are committing to the Dragon. With Jax, Cogmore, Jace, you can melt a Baron. And with them going, they're not even on it, by the way. They're just threatening the fact they can be.
Yeah, this is very good from
I
DR's
almost
team.
feel like you probably just send solo kill to start working. Oh, WSL. WSL is in a position.
It is definitely one of the positions of all time.
Pretender no flash. Pretender does not have flash.
Finds it.
Glacial Prison landed the stun follow-up, and Pretender is no longer with us. Solo kill on the top side here. Isn't going to be hit by Winter's Bite, but he's going to go down. It's 2 now. It's a stun from JP. Depth charge comes down. It's going to land onto Pepero. It's In-house trying to find the blockage on all of Eminem's damage, and he will. Eminem goes down. It's going to be another kill from Pepero. Shutdown comes through. WSL tanking. Oh my goodness, Jewish team. It's a 4-for-1 and they're looking towards the Baron.
How do they keep making this happen? Pepero just unleashes on that fight, almost full HP. It's pretty much no threat on him at all. Kenny-chan gonna have to pull a rabbit out of his hat for this one. He does have the smite available. Jewish team are very low here.
Now, okay, I don't know if you saw it, but last week Kenny-chan had the greatest Baron steal I've ever seen, and it was on the Nidalee.
Oh no, Jewish team.
Okay, Pepero, the Baron, he gets it again! He's done it twice in a row on the Nidalee. Pretender getting low, solo kill coming in-house gonna be going down. Pepero trying to kite away. It looks like he will be likely found out. He's getting so low, and he's running to the side of Frank. He'll be going down. And again, Kenny-chan for the second week in a row on his Nidalee comes over the same wall, finds the same smite and claims the same Baron.
Oh no, absolute heartbreak for Jewish team. They were so close to picking up that Baron and starting their comeback in this game, but ultimately Kenny-chan just gets away with it. Such a beautiful engagement from WSL, starting off with such a good flank, and you can tell Frank are really scrambling here. They're trying to find something. Solo kill goes a bit too deep, gets absolutely deleted. Kaiwing finds a depth charge, but there's no one there to really capitalize on that. Eminem going melee mode here. I have to question that a little bit, and ultimately does get stunned up and killed by the Braum and the Sejuani. But Pepero, look at how much damage he's dishing out in these fights with the Runins, with the Rage Blade completed. But Kenny-chan, he's the destroyer of dreams, finds the smite yet again.
And it is a lot easier for an Italy to confirm a Baron than it is for a Sejuani.
Yeah.
Feels pretty bad. Oh, they needed to mark the Nidalee. It's okay though. Not as all is not lost. You've got a 5-2 Cogmore here that's working up. I don't know what item he's going next.
What's
is that
in?
Phantom?
What's in?
Is it? Okay.
I think so.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, take my word for it. I think it makes sense into the Nidalee and the Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this Cogmore is still very strong. You're definitely right about that, but...
Oh.
Close.
That is a wet scene. It's completed 3 items now on the Cog. Eminem probably going to go back, pick up his Lord Dominic's as well.
Yeah, you have to hope that Frankie Spots are not going to make the same mistake as they did.
Oh, no. I didn't even see this.
Wait.
Wait, no way.
No.
Oh, Xiaotu, why do you do this to me?
No.
Oh, he got it, but he... Oh, no. Okay, it got the flash. He got the
He's
flash.
a mastermind.
He lost the blue, but he got a flash. Honestly, we'll see if that matters, because now Renekton won't be able to flash onto the Cogmore for follow-up, so it actually could be meaningful.
Yeah, it's actually not the worst. There is still a lot of CC that that can lock down Pepero, but definitely that Renekton W is one of the most scarier ones. I have to wonder if... I feel like the biggest question for Frank is just whether or not they can find Cogmore, and I feel like they need a really good angle from Pretender to achieve that.
Yeah. No, we didn't really see, but it's... How many towers did Frank get? I think I got 2. I think I got mid inner and bot inner.
Yeah.
And this is the last wave here of Baron approaching the top side. Will they be able to get it? Maybe, but Eminem's not hitting the tower yet. Okay, they are going to get it, probably.
Yeah, Duo's team are pretty scared here.
5.5k gold coming from that Baron power play.
Spear missing. Solikil's got the mid wave as well. I feel like Frank, they're just taking control of the whole map. You can see now they're taking out the last the last few wards the Duo's team have left, and this jungle is just colored blue.
Yeah. Now you do have the Jace to sort of fire Shock Blast through these bushes to ensure your safety, as well as the Kog'Maw ult does the same. Now they're reclaiming some of that control of the top side. It is going to be pretty much mirror. Oh, okay. Eminem getting caught out is going to pop that on the hunt.
His flash available. Kaiwing's
Should be running away. WSL pretty fast here as JP comes up. Kaiwing's here. Hook does not land. It is going to be the flash out of the Jax.
Yeah.
It costs Eminem his ghost and his ult though.
There's no objectives up for the next few minutes, so I don't think he's going to suffer too much from that, whereas the flash won't be available for the Jax. I feel like that is a crucial part of finding that follow-up engage for Duo's team, so definitely curious to see how these next objective fights are going to turn out.
Okay, Jay's now at 3 items, so Zhao 2, if he is able to land those pokes coming through before team fights, is going to start meaning a whole lot. See if Kog'Maw has anything else to pick up. Likely just components, but we'll see what he's working towards. Okay, Runans into the... What is that called?
Titanic Hydra?
Yeah, Titanic Hydra, that's the one. I mean, it could also, in theory, be the Ravenous Hydra. Because, I mean, the lifesteal would feel pretty nice, and you don't have a whole lot of tag stats at the moment.
True. I feel like if he does go for the Titanic, it might be something like a Randuin's to cap it off, which would be pretty difficult to kill Kog'Maw, definitely.
It would be, especially behind a Braum and Sejuani, just some mega tanks in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I was not expecting Duo's team to make it this far in this game, and now 30 minutes in, they are 6.5k down
They
in gold,
honestly,
but they only need this Kog'Maw.
If this was a different team and how the game started, they probably would have won already. I mean, that's sort of what I said yesterday as well. So, and last time Kenny Chan, now that he did that, I remember they did lose on Nidalee. He got one of the most miraculous Baron steals I've ever seen, and then ended up losing the game anyway.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I
so
mean, it's gonna happen again.
We don't say that yet, but there's a chance. Especially with Kog'Maw scaling up into this game. Sivir, though, in fairness, does scale, you'd almost argue, just as hard.
Yeah. Oh, look at W6D2. Oh, okay. I think he's been spotted now, but...
Yeah, this guy is the flank lord on Sejuani.
Bit too cheeky there, but... Yeah, and how he copped a couple spares, but is able to heal back up with the honey fruit, but...
20 seconds on both Baron and Dragon. It is only the third one, so in theory you can try give it over for a Baron trade if you are able to find it. I think Duo's team probably do it a lot quicker than Frank. Pretender in this bush. Okay, we go again. It's the same situation. The exact same situation.
Oh, Pretender, you can tell he's looking for it. He's got the flash available. He's got the Tibbers. He's got his eyes on Pepero.
Hook lands, but it's onto WSL.
Oh, finds it.
Flash forward onto Pepero. He's very, very low, but there's no follow-up, and Pepero's still hitting. Massive glacial fissure there out of end zone. Nice flash from Pepero. He's staying safe, and it looks like Zhao 2 will have the damage there. It's 2 for 2. Inhale very low. Flash forward.
No.
Solo kill finds them both. And now it's all up to Zhao 2 in a 1v3. He is staying alive.
Oh, he's going to try and pull the wave. How do you think Frank can
he's
end
able
anyway?
to. No, I don't think they can end. Not with Zhao 2 alive. Is able to claim all of those melee minions.
Wait, they're trying for it.
They'll try. I don't think they have it in them to end. Solo kill marking Zhao 2. Oh, Zhao 2 trading it back. Massive trade there. Now, how many minions? You have 4 available. There is a 15-second timer on both your top laner. This can't be the game. Zhao 2's already here. As long as he lands anything onto the minion wave.
Oh, Eminem.
It's blocked. Okay, it's 6 seconds. The TP's coming through. Zhao 2, he cleans up most of the minions. Flash forward from Kenny Chan. WSL's alive. There's no minions. There is the respawns. In-how here. WSL here. JP here. Teleport coming in from Pretender. Pepero is up. Pepero here on the Kog'Maw. He takes so much damage. It's Pretender and Eminem. They're going to have the damage. It's going to be Frank. They secure their place in the playoffs. In a very back-and-forth game, they end up getting it done.
Frank finally finishing off Duo's team. As he said, such a back-and-forth game, and Duo's team, they really did not want to lose this one, but ultimately are going to have to give up their Nexus. But man, what a close game.
What a banger.
What a banger.
I wish this Duish team was here for the other 15 games. Where was this Duish team all along?
Oh, they're only here to attempt to ruin playoff streams, but this time they're not going to be successful. Pepero putting up a monster performance on the Cogmore, but just in those last crucial team fights, isn't able to DPS as much as he was, and that's just going to be the deciding factor.
Yeah, really was. I mean, when you look at this game, you have to go back to that Baron because Kenny Chan not only stealing it, but then winning the fight afterwards was so huge. And could Duish team have played a little differently around it? It feels like someone had to get off and try and mark where the Nidalee was. No one did it. Nidalee just jumps over the wall, claims herself the steal, and from then on out, it did feel like it was more Frank's game to lose than anything, but man, oh man, did Duish team make it hard on him.
Yeah, I'm sure Frank are very relieved about this as well, finally able to concretely secure their playoff spot. And yeah, I mean, they really did get tested by Duish team, but Pretender with that last tip is able to steal the deal for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Eminem coming in and just the amount of damage he was outputting in right around that Nexus was crazy. Xiao2, I wonder if he had just recalled immediately if the game would have ended, because he actually got out, came back in to try and mess with the minions, and then Solo Kill just marked him. So I wonder, had he have just recalled, probably can stop the game from ending immediately. But I mean, after all is said and done, that's not what happened. It is Frank. They realize the misplay out of Xiao2, punish on it very well. Such a decisive end to that game. And it does, in fairness, make you worry a little bit about Frank, because you do feel like, I mean, maybe Duish teams are on an upward rise at how they're playing, but still, you feel like Frank should have been a little bit cleaner. Giving over that early double kill, feels like that didn't have to happen. Maybe Pretender holding his flash a bit too long there in the skirmish.
Yeah.
It started off sort of a bad path. I will say Solo Kill played a really good game for himself, but bit of a question mark around Frank. I mean, there has been the whole split, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Frank, they definitely haven't looked as dominant as they have in the past, and I feel like this definitely doesn't fill you with confidence going to the playoffs. Like, sure, they've secured their spot, but, at what cost, right? You've had such a rough game against Duish team, and you have to wonder how much they're going to be tested by, the upper echelon of the PCS. Yeah,
it's starting to really... I think we're really starting to see how these teams are looking, because again, Frank started pretty weak in the summer split. They were 0-3 first week, they got 3 wins the next week, and then went 0-3, I believe, the week after. So they were looking pretty rough.
Yeah.
On the other hand, though, CFO started really well, 8-2, and now they're looking rough. And if CFO win next game, they'll be tied on the standings still. And I mean, that's really showing that at the moment, it seems like that 5th, 6th spot really aren't matching up to the strength that we see in the top 4, and especially the top 3.
Yeah, it definitely does leave a lot of question marks going into the playoffs. I think that Frank, they really have to clean up their game and come back to their normal form, their spring split form, if they want to have a chance in these playoffs. And I think that, regardless of how it turns out, they're going to be in, starting off in that lower bracket.
I mean, in theory, they can tie with DCG and then have a tiebreaker for 4th.
Right.
So in theory, they could be in the upper bracket, but we'll see. Replays, though, this was that game-winning team fight really out of Pretender. Flash forward, so much damage onto Pepero, and with no sustain, he pretty much remains at this health. He is finding a lot of damage here. It was a really good Glacial Fissure.
Yeah, and I think that even though Kaiwing's hook doesn't connect, it forces Pepero to flash away, and because of that, he's almost 2 screens away from where the fight is actually taking place, which means Eminem is really just going to out-DPS him and finish off the rest of his team before he can do anything.
Yeah. And here it is. It's going to be the steal. I want to see all vision, because is there anyone that can mark? I know WSL can't, obviously.
Yeah,
everyone is pretty low.
I guess
maybe?
It's a bit rough.
Yeah, Pepero can't. They need his DPS. Okay, it really was just going to always come down really to a 50-50.
Oh, so close.
WSL could have got it too.
Yeah.
It was 11:77. I mean, obviously, that was slowed down, and it was still less than a second to react. But, like, in theory.
Yeah, definitely was a chance there for Duish team. Ultimately, though, not able to pick that one up.
Oh, poor Pepero.
Yeah. Man, this game could have been so different if they picked up that Baron.
Yeah, Eminem's damage. Holy hell. You don't even notice it.
Yeah, I feel like he had like a relatively quiet, early to mid game, but once he hits that sort of 3-item spike for Sivir, that's when he really comes online, and especially in that last team fight, that really showed through. He was just space gliding all over Duo's team.
He was. He found so much damage, and I think it is surprising. I think Xiao2, again, on the Jace, 20k damage in a 33-minute game. When you are against a reasonably low-range comp, feels like you aren't utilizing the pick, and you should have probably just been playing something else. I mean, why not pick Lissandra? I have to say it again. I mean, Eminem probably the MVP, by the way.
Okay. No, okay, I kind of get that. I feel like Kaiwing did bring a lot of the early game leads to Frank with the hooks.
Eminem stole a Baron.
You mean Frank? I mean,
No,
wait,
I mean Kenny Chan.
Kitty.
Yeah, no, I don't mean
Getting the
Eminem.
names
Kenny
mixed
Chan.
up.
Well, Frank did steal the Baron.
Yeah,
it was
that's
Kenny
right,
Chan.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised by this. I mean, he played well and he was doing his
Yeah.
job. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I guess. I mean, yeah.
Oh, I mean, to be fair, that was
just
a game
Xiao Tu.
changer. That was a game changer though. Finding the hook onto Xiao Tu. Obviously, Xiao Tu probably shouldn't have been standing in no man's land,
Yeah. It's not the worst MVP. I'll
No,
let it slide.
Yeah, definitely. And it's a good hook there as well onto Pepero. That was a really good team fight, that one in specific with Kaiwing, I think.
Yeah.
It was, I believe at that stage, it was actually Duish team who were up a K. They ended up losing that fight, which resulted in the Baron for Frank, and they ended up getting it done. And of course, because of the results of that game, Frank now certainly will be at least 6th position come the end of the split, which means they are going to be going into our playoffs, which is good to see because, I mean, last split they came 2nd in regular season. They came 2nd in the playoffs, which means, I mean, if it was this split, they would have been going to Worlds. But now, can they pick it? They've been on an upward spiral. They've been doing better and better each week.
Yeah.
And now going into playoffs, if they're able to play the playoffs how they did last split, you have to feel a little bit good here about Frank. That will, though, do us for game number 2. Now, after this, we have one of the more exciting games of the night, you have to feel like. It's Beyond versus CFO, so do stick around.
Seconds just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down
If I had nothing but myself, would you still be around? If I was begging for your help, would you let me down? Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do. It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the PCS Summer. Now, we've got another important game on our hands. And for both teams this time, it's going to be very important because if Beyond win, keeping that second place spot hopes alive. If CFO win, they are going to also confirm themselves in the top 6. Now, CFO, 6-game loss streak, Beyond looking good. You have to feel like it's probably going to be Beyond favored, but CFO really need to find their win.
Yeah, CFO looking like they've been on a downward spiral for quite a while now. I have to wonder if they are going to put up a better showing before playoffs begin, because it's a similar story for Frank, right? Where even if they do manage to clinch their playoff spot today or tomorrow, they still look pretty shaky and pretty unstable, and they feel like they haven't really found their footing as much as they would like to have.
No, absolutely. It's been a bit of a concern for CFO, but on the other hand here with Beyond, I think now they should have established they have a pretty clear win con. You get Kongyue on a carry jungler, you get Betty on a hyper carry, and you pretty much win the game. It seems like it's past the test of time here. Really, they have lost when he's on the likes of the Varus. I think 116 should play very similarly to the likes of Pretender, where you are just trying to facilitate.
Yeah.
Allow Kongyue get himself ahead. Allow Betty to just play slow, steady, get to the 25-minute mark and take over those team fights. We'll have to see, though. A lot will come down to draft again. How does CFO find a win? I feel like you have to just get Jimmy off the Tristana. You don't really want... Again, he stopped playing control mages, but he's looked so good on them in the past. You have to question why.
Yeah, it does feel like CFO, they really need to find the style that works for them, because they haven't found it for the last 6 games, that's for sure.
Yeah. No, it's been pretty concerning. I think I really want to see CFO go back to their roots. Put Jimmy on the control mage. Give him... I mean, similar to how Halpigs do it with Adiox, just give him the likes of the Victor. He looked good on it last split. You can even possibly play the likes of the Talia. I don't think Talia is all that bad. It does fairly decently into the likes of the Tristana, which often just gets picked. You even have the Jace, Jimmy opting for the Tristana in the majority of the matchups, but Jace looking so good at the moment, you have to question why he isn't just going for that instead. That is the team on your screen there, of course. CFO really trying to find their way in.
Yeah, I do feel like success is definitely going to start from Champ Select, right? We have to find, something, really. I feel like with them being on the red side, they have a little bit more flexibility as to how they want to approach draft. They can answer a lot of BOG's priority picks, but, you have to have some sort of idea, right? Because in yesterday's game against Jewish team, it feels like they really were just outdrafted.
It was a bit of a draft kingdom. I think, yeah, you have to do something different. I don't want to see Jimmy on the LeBlanc. I don't want to see him on the Tristana. I want to see Rest on a carry as well. I think he's looked pretty consistent, pretty good. Shun, he's probably been the most consistent member of this team, even during their 6-game loss streak. It's really felt like a lot of the games, everyone's kind of doing pretty poorly except him. I don't know how they draft. I wonder if you put some priority onto the Rumble.
Yeah.
Because it feels like, doesn't even feel like, it's just pretty blatantly obvious that Lakai is really the weakness of Beyond, and so if you get Rest to punish that, could be a way in. Taking a look at the stats here, I think the most important stat here for me is the XP at 8, because that means when Herald spawning, Chelsea in general is up a fairly substantial amount of XP at that point, which means it could be the difference between level 5 and level 6.
Yeah, definitely 2 very similar champion pools from both supports as well, but yeah, I guess it really just comes down to a difference in playstyle, potentially Chelsea preferring to, really up his XP early game and have more of an impact when that Rift Hero does spawn. Yeah, I don't really know what CFO want to, how they want to tackle Champ Select.
Yeah, I mean, you have the option of giving Rest counter pick, but you're 99% sure that Beyond are going to lock in Jax for Lakai because they just do that pretty much every game. And so you can just answer it with the Rumble, and Rest has looked good on the Rumble. Gemini, wouldn't hate to see him just go back to the Vi. I mean, last split, even the start of this split, when he was on the Vi, he looked like such a better jungler than when he's not on it. Played Lee Sin yesterday, left a lot to be desired. Perhaps picking it because he was against Duish team and thought it was just a free win. Certainly didn't end up that way. Rumble, though, automatically banned here against Rest, so it's just the first 3 banned against him. Taking away the Jace. I honestly, if you're Beyond, you probably just leave over the Tristana and hope CFO pick it because it's really looked weak. It's looked so weak when the CFO side have picked it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's Jimmy and can't play it. I think the team just don't play around it.
Kaiserban coming out last from CFO. Nothing too surprising there. Now the big question is, what will Beyond look to start off their team composition with?
Yeah.
Not too sure. A lot of options here.
I mean,
they could
you
go for the
have-
Tristana themselves.
Yeah, but again, I think you want to have 116 on a facilitator. Okay, I hate the LeBlanc. Honestly, we'll have to wait and see, but it does feel like at this stage, the static Shiv LeBlanc just doesn't work in the PCS. No one plays around it. It's similar to Tristana, where sure, it has good score lines, but you're not finding anything.
Yeah.
And so it feels like, why don't you just not pick the LeBlanc? Or if you pick the LeBlanc, why don't you just go the old build? Now, if Lissandra's locked in, you can't. It's too hard to play the old style of LeBlanc, the electrocute, sort of dash forward and find poked.
Viego, though, instead, going to be locked in for Gemini.
Now, that's both a takeaway. Actually, I'd say it's even more of a takeaway from Kongyue.
Yeah.
Kongyue having some standout performances on the Viego.
Interesting. I feel like picking a champion solely to take something away is always a bit of a weird concept to me. And it looks like they're going to shelve the Lissandra for now. They might come back to it in the 3rd pick, but looking like it is going to be the Renekton locked in for Rest.
I wouldn't hate to see Lissandra.
Yeah.
You will end up falling behind in CS later on in the game, but the impact you can have in team fights, if you're able to pilot the Lissandra around those team fights well, is just so good.
Yep, it definitely makes sense as well, having a very strong top side 3v3 skirmishing, like we've seen in so many of our previous games.
This would be surprising. Lakai on...
Ooh,
this actually
I would love that.
It's not gonna be. This guy only plays Jax and he loses lane.
Okay. He's got his game plan already.
I wonder if they play around him a bit more. I mean, so far we have a Rel. It could be the jungler still, but it doesn't seem like a very Kongyue champ. Now, Ari does do okay. I think we should just see the Lissandra here.
Yeah, I want the Lissandra. I think Annie is okay as well, but Lissandra definitely feels like a much more concrete answer, but... Yeah.
Okay, we're going to see Annie. So, in theory, you can find quicker, more surprising engages if you have the Annie. But the real problem is that if you end up just being on the side lane again, and the LeBlanc will just sit on a side lane, if you're having to answer that, it's going to feel pretty bad. And the difference between the draft here for CFO and what it was Duish team picked up against the LeBlanc yesterday is Duish team just had a Gwen that was answering the LeBlanc the whole time, but it feels pretty bad having either the Renekton or the Annie match up against the LeBlanc, particularly when those items start to come through.
Yeah.
So I do have concerns around that.
Yeah,
Have to see though.
I also feel like when Beyond they lock in the Rel, it kind of hints towards what team composition they want to go for, right? They want to go for something that finds a big engage, finds a big 5v5 team fight, and I feel like Annie, doesn't offer as much to counter that as Lissandra would.
Yeah, definitely. And I think noting on what you just said, it might be important, maybe CFO looking for a Xayah. I will say Xayah does struggle a little bit against the LeBlanc, because especially the current iteration of LeBlanc, because she doesn't really look for that burst. Obviously, once items come through, she can, but
yeah.
In general, she just W's forward, auto-attacks you, and goes back to her distortion, stays relatively safe, and you're never really able to answer it as the Xayah. Yesterday, we saw in the CFO Duish team game, Pepero on the Aphelios, and at one stage of the game, Pepero actually just one-shotted Jimmy-in. Jimmy-in W'd forward and just got literally obliterated by the Aphelios. So I wonder if Shun looks for something like that. I mean, Shun also has the likes of the Jinx, which is something we don't really see out of many other AD carries, and it looks really good when he picks it.
Yeah, definitely does shine on those hyper carries for sure, and with 4 AD carries now off the board, yeah, he's looking for it. Yeah, profit.
That's right. It's almost like I've watched every single game of the PCS.
That's crazy.
I think
be
it
that
will just get
in.
locked in, but the question would become what support do you pair with it? Because I think Jinx, while... Oh, okay, we're just getting the Blitzcrank. Now, Jinx still on the table. Chelsea, I don't know if you watched it. The very first game of the season for CFO, Chelsea picked Blitzcrank, hit like 16 out of 17 hooks. By about the 14-minute mark, it was Halpix's bot lane was something like 1 in 12. It was absolutely ridiculous. Chelsea's Blitzcrank is actually just so out of this world. It reminds me of like, I don't know if you were playing League back then, but like Season 2, 3, the Mad Life Blitzcrank, I swear it's just the Chelsea Blitzcrank now. This guy is insane.
The Lucian
Okay,
as
this
well.
would be crazy. This would be a little bit bonkers.
Bonkers
I don't
indeed,
know if I
yeah.
like the Lucian.
I mean, I think
no, man.
It's not the worst.
Real?
I mean, with the passive changes, you do have a lot of CC in your team.
Sure, but I think the problem becomes is do you want to be such a low range AD carry against it? You have you have the dash, but you're against Tristana, Nocturne, Jax, Rel. I don't know if you want to be all that close to them. Israel is the lock-in, probably the safest AD carry left available.
This is interesting.
Okay.
I don't really know what to say. It's the Tristana bot lane, which is not something we see very often, and coming out on the Nocturne as well.
Oh, I don't know. I think
just a lot
both
of champions
teams
that jump
lost
in.
draft.
This is very odd.
I think Beyond, in theory, have the better draft. The problem is they have the LeBlanc, and PCS LeBlanc has not found really any success to talk of.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I think in terms of execution, maybe Beyond's is even easy as well. I mean, ultimately, if Chelsea lands a hook, you can just execute that way. The problem is really that there are just the Nocturne presses R, the Rel presses R, Jax jumps in. I mean, LeBlanc just plays around the auto attacks. It feels like they have a pretty easy to execute team comp, whereas there's not as easy as the answer. I mean, landing a Blitzcrank hook when you're against Tristana, LeBlanc, even Nocturne.
Yeah.
Not the easiest. And if you hit the Rel, can sometimes be, honestly, worst case scenario.
Yeah, it does feel like that Blitzcrank is a little bit out of place. I guess it comes through as more of a comfort pick for Chelsea and really just letting him have the chance to wreak havoc on the game. So a lot of the onus is going to be on him to make that happen. I feel like, I don't know, Blitzcrank with Ezreal.
I mean, you have
that's
kill
just weird.
pressure. You do have kill pressure. Israel does like a surprising amount of damage early, but the problem is you're against Tristana, who can just buffer the W to get away.
Yeah.
And are you really going to kill the Rel? I mean, maybe, but still it doesn't seem all that easy. And we'll have to see. Honestly, Chelsea's Blitzcrank last time it left me star-studded. So, and this is the first time we're seeing it since that appearance. So I guess when you're on a 6-game loss streak and it is extremely down to crunch time, you go back to what is your most comfortable pick, and it looks like this man's is Blitzcrank.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
Well, these guys are conquering.
What is this early game setup? Why have they got 3? Are they expecting an invade?
Oh, so Kira's like 3 or 4 different games of Rel has just immediately gone and W'd over a wall.
Okay.
And it's worked every time.
That's fair.
And so CFO are just setting up, predicting maybe he looks for it again, but he went topside.
Yeah. It's always weird having one of those like level 1 supports with a dash over a wall, like Rel or a Khan.
Yeah.
It's always just it can turn out to create some really weird level 1 situations, but
In
this
solo
time-
kill, often it ends up in their own death.
this time is going to be relatively standard now. And Gemini going to be soloing that blue buff.
Ooh, 100 game.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah. We've seen that a lot this split. I can't
a lot of
remember
milestones.
who the highest was, but there was a couple of 250s in there.
Right.
See if any kill... It also comes up with the kill... the amount of kills they've had in PCS sometimes. And assists. I think Woody hit like 2,500 or something. Maybe it was...
Wow, that's...
Maybe it was 700. Oh, I don't remember. This was
One
so
of
many
the
weeks
numbers.
ago. Yeah, it was so many weeks ago. But showing their veterancy.
Yeah. Taking a look at each of the lanes, I don't imagine much is going to happen in these first few levels. I think my eyes are mostly going to be on Xiaoxi and whether or not he can find a cheeky hook.
Oh, he will.
All right. Expectations are high for him for sure. But overall, yeah. Jimmy and not going to have priority in the mid lane for now. And rest. So not going to have priority. Yeah, I mean, not much is happening.
No, yeah, they're pretty much losing priority. in most lanes. Jimmy maintaining pretty much center of the lane here. I kind of like that Jimmy's back on something like the Annie.
Yeah.
Really hasn't looked... I mean, again, I don't think it's Jimmy's play, because I think he's actually been playing fairly fine. It just seems like the team doesn't operate as well when he's on the likes of the Tristana, on the LeBlanc.
Yeah.
And so having it on something that can set up his team, it does feel pretty nice. I will say I would have liked to have seen Gemini on something more his comfort as well, like the Vi. Or, okay, Lakai going for... This could be so dangerous. Gemini, level 3, will have Harrowed Path available for him. Rest clearing out this minion wave before looking. Lakai getting stunned up. Does have Counter-Strike available. And Rest actually not answering. Gemini just straight up 1v1ing this Jax. And we've seen that this is the second time from Lakai where he's gone for a very, very greedy sort of pathway to try and find this CS.
Yeah.
And it's resulted in him losing pressure in his lane. Now he will recall. Does he have to teleport? I don't actually think he does.
That's so interesting. I wonder if that's even worth it for him. I guess he wastes some of Gemini's time, but he's in the area anyway.
It is also a losing lane for Jax in general. So being able to get a cheetah recall off feels pretty good. He's picking up both Doran's items now.
Both junglers taking out Scuttlecraves at pretty much the same time, but again, nothing much is going to happen. A lot of recalls coming out. What do you think about this Tristana ADC? It's not something we see very often. I feel like if you were going to pick it in Champs League, it would be for a flex mid, but they didn't really do that.
Yeah, no, I think we've seen it a couple times, and almost every time we saw it, it was just picked up on the first pick and then used as a flex. So, I mean, we haven't seen Betty on it, and Betty's looked really good on these hyper carries. Tristana isn't really a hyper carry, but definitely does scale fairly fine. Chelsea missing the same amount of hooks as he missed the entire game last time he played Blitz already. Okay, Rest turn to get shoved out of lane by
his
a
top
jungler.
lane is out of control, man.
The Younglers, man. I think he might know where Kong Yue is.
He's just gonna
packing on a war. What is going on in my game of League of Legends? Oh, he's not getting his recall off.
Oh, wow, he's just...
All right, you don't care.
It's always interesting to me that, like, whenever someone gets a recall stop, they just recall in the same place anyway. They never walk back further, you know. If they do walk, they walk like 2 centimeters.
And you know if it happens in solo queue, there's a full-on smock. 3 members are coming for you, and they're trying to hunt you down.
Oh, man.
This wave will push back now to Rest, but he might struggle to find a good recall timing for him to not have to use teleport now, which means that backstop could be a little bit more impactful.
Overall, pretty stale early game for now, but obviously the Rift Shield coming up in 2.5 minutes is going to draw the attention of both teams. I feel like neither of them really wants to give this up. They have pretty similar skirmishing power, I'd say, at least at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I'd tend to agree. I think, actually, when it comes to skirmishing, I think LeBlanc isn't as good. Especially the current iteration of LeBlanc really needs Static Shiv and Find Poke to be able to find any use, especially in those skirmishes. So I think for this stage of the game, skirmishes should favor the side of CFO, as well as Viego. Viego definitely better than the Nocturne. Even at level 6, Nocturne just adds a little bit of uncertainty, whereas Viego, with those resets, certainly becomes a bit of a menace.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like the teamfight win con, or even like skirmish win con for CFO is going to be finding Gemini that first reset, and they definitely do have the tools to do it, right? They've got Chelsea with the hook, you've got Jimmy who can find really good Tibbers engage, but they definitely need to focus on finding that first kill, because once that happens, it's really all over.
Alright, Gemini showing some presence, but will not opt into that 2v1. Rest did manage to back, but he had to teleport. Iron Spike Whip. He's actually recalling again. This one should be for free, so... Ooh, and Jimmy opting for Sorks. Now, this isn't something we see all that often.
Yeah. Definitely don't hate it. I think it's pretty good considering he's solo AP. It makes sense, and it gives him a lot more of that early game skirmish power as well. So
you say he's solo AP, but last time Chelsea was on the Blitzcrank, it was an Everfrost.
Oh, true, true. I wonder if we'll build that again. It's not even that, it's pretty good in this game considering how short range BYG are.
Yeah, he might. He's got the Ruby Crystal, which does build into the Everfrost. It also builds into every other support item there is in the game, so...
That's true.
We'll see. Yet to be discovered.
Yeah, certainly is. Herald now 25 seconds before it spawns, and neither team actually is showing interest in it, which is pretty strange. Seems like they're more interested in the Mountain Drake instead. But yeah, I mean, both junglers really just power farming. Viego Nocturne, you do expect to see that. Carries though first in the river, starting to clear out vision for the side of BYG.
Oh, Chelsea's coming up.
I'm still waiting for his first hook. A bit to be crazy.
Steam Golan gathers no rust.
I'm surprised you remember that.
How could you forget?
Well, that's not one of the more iconic Blitz.
No, that is the most iconic quote in the game.
Oh.
Flash out of Chelsea does have Blast Cone to get away from those chains there coming out of 1116.
Yeah, stepping a bit too far
Was
forward.
it the first summoner of the game, by the way? I'm
I
pretty
think
sure
it was.
Oh, teleports. Yeah, those don't count.
Yeah, that doesn't count.
Lakai actually still has his TP. I think at this stage, you could make the argument that holding the TP for this long wasn't worth it because you could have possibly used it earlier. I mean, it's hard to tell, but...
I think it does give a little bit of flexibility for BYG to go for something like the Dragon.
Yeah, and just the omnipresence of having it means that sort of the lane isn't as clear-cut for rest.
Yeah. It's like it is just going to be trades on opposite sides of the map. Neither team really willing to find any sort of skirmish yet.
I will say I think I favor the trade here for CFO because it feels like for Beyond, getting this Rift Herald could have been a really good way to accelerate the game. You have the Tristana, as well as if you choose not to put it in Tristana's lane, you have it to be able to give to LeBlanc to get to Static Shiv quicker and open up the map for a Nocturne. So I think getting Rift Herald for Dragon Trade here is sort of exactly what CFO would want.
Yeah. Hopefully it gets used this game.
Yeah, well, there's always that.
Yeah. I'm sure it will, right? CFO wouldn't forget to
Yeah, I think it's
use it,
easier
right?
if you're the jungler to use it.
Yeah.
But I will say Jinjia once didn't use it. That
really?
Guy, yeah, that guy's pretty good at the game.
He's alright.
Alright, Gemini up in top side. Are they going to look for a dive? Now, it feels possible, but hard to execute.
Yeah.
Especially now that Rest has got him down to half health with 2 abilities. See if we can find any more poke on this upcoming minion wave. There is a lot of pings here. A lot of on-the-way pings, but it looks like it will just be the recall. Where does he go? I think wherever he goes should dictate where this Herald's likely to be placed. Looks like he's going bot side. And it makes sense, I guess, to give it to your AD carry. Getting Shun on this Ezreal to 2 items means the skirmishing power goes up a pretty significant amount.
Definitely. I think being able to secure Prio as well against the Tristana and Rel is also an added bonus. Them get a little bit more control on the bot side of the map, and they are stacking up a very big wave to go with it. I wonder if BYG are going to respond. Kongya is slowly making his way down. Very slowly. That's not actually going to be dropped. But he's I'm not sure why he's tanking it. Seems like a bit of a waste, but...
I guess it's just... Honestly, last hitting under towers Tristana's. I can't do it.
That's fair, that's fair.
It's so annoying. You just mess up all of your minion waves for yourself. Now, Static Shift completed for 116, so he's going to have a better time of himself now.
Yeah.
Obviously, insta-clears those back wave. It got changed, so you couldn't do it anymore, but with Minion Dematerializer, you still can.
Yeah, I definitely do expect and hope to see more movement from 116, given that he can pretty much just one-shot the waves now. And, you know, with Tristana Rel being able to secure Prio so easily and so consistently against the Ezreal Blitzcrank, it does mean that they can make a few more plays and maybe potentially set up for a dive on the bot side. But Kongya still yet to use his ultimate, which is pretty interesting. I feel like one of the things when you're playing Nocturne is to just
hit
use your
X and
ultimate.
press R.
Yeah. But it's level 8 now.
I guess
He hasn't
where
pressed
could
R.
you really use it?
On bot lane.
You think?
I think that...
I mean,
I guess before LeBlanc Static Shiv, it's a bit hard, but...
Yeah, and Shun and Shao Si have pretty much remained under their tower the whole time. I don't think you can dive.
I think you can.
Really? I think Ezreal's too hard to dive. Oh, speaking of dives, here it comes, Lakai. You are the target, my friend.
Yeah.
Kyrgios is here,
Kyrgios
though.
is here. Finds it.
Big Magnet Storm, and
wow.
It was not Lakai that was the target. It was, in fact, Gemini who gets absolutely annihilated, tanking up that tower and getting taken down immediately. It was Kyrgios who picks up that first blood, but being in the right place at the right time feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, huge heads-up play from them.
Oh, Rest, you have to back away. Oh, X-Flash does find the stun. Rest is going to be stunned on up here as now Kongyue in topside. Rest, you don't realize it, but you're in a lot more trouble than you think. Does end up running away and getting himself out. Oh my god, Xiaoxi's 1v1ing Betty. Betty is getting absolutely annihilated. Flash forward and he will land the Q.
Oh no. Yeah, Xiaoxi finding a huge hook onto Betty. Betty doesn't buffer or flash the hook or anything. He just really wasn't expecting it at all. And suffers the consequences. And that's the thing you're picking Tristana for, right? You want to be able to negate that Blitzcrank. But now giving away a kill to Rest doesn't feel good to be him.
That's right.
To Shun, rather.
Yep, Shun picking himself up that kill. Triforce now for the Israel. That feels really nice. Obviously, you do put yourself a little bit behind as Israel, having to pick up that tier, as well as the Triforce, just a pretty expensive mythic.
You have to see how the start. Oh, Betty didn't have the jump from that trade. Now Chelsea just runs right down the river.
Chelsea just comes and gobbles him up.
I don't know why Betty doesn't flash the...
He turns
around. He
jukes it, but he juked it in a way where he walks in a direct line to where the hook was coming from. Does get taken out. That could have big implications. I think sort of getting your Israel accelerated feels really, really nice, especially around objectives. I feel like Israel, one of the more annoying AD carries to deal with objectives, possibly behind the AP Kaiser.
Yeah. Definitely does feel that way. At least Betty doesn't seem too phased.
Hook lands, it's on 116. Oh my goodness, he does get out. But this does mean that Dragon now should be pretty free if CFO choose to go for it, because you do not have a LeBlanc, and LeBlanc does not have teleport.
Yeah, I wonder how BYG are gonna... Ooh.
Oh! I'm telling you, man, this guy's blitzcranked.
Holy, that was crazy. I don't even know what just happened, but... he's going
again.
Okay. I believe you. This blitzcrank is it's pretty bonkers.
He's got the Mobies. A lot of other blitzcranks in the league opt for things like defensive boots, but not this man. All right, Betty jumps forward. Rest does have Dominus available. Is he going to be able to clear out this? Oh, he's just dead. Who gets it? Betty. Exactly the guy you wanted on. He got taken out, but claims himself some gold now on the top side. Chelsea hovering Jimmy in down here. Oh, 1116. You've just dashed forward, pal.
Wow.
Is going to have to use his ult, but does keep himself safe enough. Won't be able to do that again now with the stun available, although it does get used.
Wait.
Oh no.
Oh, he's got the ship.
Oh, hell broken.
There's so annoying.
3 members here though.
Yeah, I wonder if... Surely he has to know that there's people around here.
It doesn't appear it, but the recalls are coming through.
Yeah. Overall, it does feel pretty good for BYG getting Rest and getting that top tier turret while your bot lane remains alive.
Herald.
Herald as well. CFO just not really quite able to trade back as much as they would like. And now BYG pulling slightly ahead. 1k gold. And next objectives are quite a while away, so probably going to enter a lull state again with Blanc, Static Shiv in the side lane.
Yeah, I think, with 4 minutes on both these objectives, really nothing to fight over. And these sort of moments do favor the side of BYG, although Chelsea in the area.
Wants the ward instead.
Yeah,
he is putting the Everfrost.
Oh,
yeah,
that's my goat. This guy, man. Second game of Blitzcrank. He's bringing out the second Everfrost.
Yeah. It almost feels like a competition between Chelsea and Kongyue in terms of who can exert more pressure on the map. But Chelsea does feel like he's winning out so far.
Oh my god! He did it! This guy's insane, man! That is... I don't have words. I don't have words, and it's just going to continue on. Gemini finds himself another one. Betty going down here. And if there was a way to find a win, it's off Chelsea getting this insane pick. The Blitzcrank. That hook onto Kyrgios was next level.
Oh my god, we doubted the Blitzcrank. We said it was pretty hard to play into BYG's team comp, but Chelsea, he just...
You doubted the Blitzcrank,
I don't doubt anymore. Chelsea is making it happen for CFO. They've tied it up. They've got the mid lane tier tier 1 turret, which is going to be pretty big, opening up the map for even more Blitzcrank shenanigans. And 1116.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
Yeah, he's going to make it out this time.
This LeBlanc is in shambles. That
Okay,
was,
we
that was
haven't
like
seen
1
this
HP.
again. Chelsea, he fix flashes over, threads are needed between like 20 different things through the 2 minions. And Kyrie's has no hope. I don't even blame him for getting hit by that.
No. No, I think he reacted pretty appropriately, but that was insanity.
Yeah.
That was one
You
of
can't be mad.
the craziest things. I'm telling you, man, it's not the Mad Life hook. It's the Shao C hook nowadays.
I think he's shocked. I think Gemini as well, being able to pick up that kill onto Betty, just the icing on top, right? And now CFO in a pretty commanding position, Shun working his way towards the Mirror Mana. Once he hits that item, I think CFO are going to look really good when these next objectives come up.
Oh, I heard a hook. I was on the Herald. Was on the Herald.
That still counts
False
as a hit.
alarm, fellas.
Oh.
Oh, okay, fight coming out. Teleport does come through really early there for Rest. Does manage to get it before the Paranoia stops teleports, but it is ultimately Shalsu who does go down.
Yeah, Chelsea atoning for his actions with that death, and now BYG wrestle back a little bit of control. Without that Blitzcrank around, it means that BYG can play a lot more freely. 1 minute till the
Look at
Kentic
that
Drake
gold
spawns.
graph.
Oh my.
What is going on? It's a 200 gold lead here. CFO convincingly ahead.
This game is dead even, man. I mean, BYG are 1 tower ahead, but... Oh,
Make that 2.
Make that 2,
116 finally picking up their outstanding gold. And that's a lot of gold, by the way, the inner from bot lane. Likely will give him what he needs to have finished his Night Harvester here, which is really where you start to see the power of LeBlanc.
30 seconds now. Kentic Drake is spawning. CFO, they have control for now, but it really depends on who gets priority on this mid wave. And with Shun trying to get that red buff, it looks... Oh no, Betty's too scared.
So Beyond aren't allowed to walk anywhere without vision because they know there is a Blitzcrank, whatever bush they're near.
Yeah, Chelsea has Flash up as well. Even though the Hex Flash is almost as powerful, it's given him a lot more flexibility now to make some... okay.
Look,
I feel like when I hear the hook, I just assume it hits.
Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, that's what you got to kind of do now. Okay, 116 is here. Trying to land some poke, but the Dragon, I think you can just give this. It does feel like Beyond should scale into this game nicely.
Yeah.
As well as you start to be able to play the macro game really easily when you have this LeBlanc into pretty much 2 champs that can't really answer it.
Likai is able to get a little bit of damage onto that top lane tier 2. But Chelsea, he's in the area once again.
Uh-oh. Carries.
Carries. He's sweating.
Yeah, he is. That guy knows now. He's like, oh, Chelsea, run, run, run. Does get away. Baron is up though, so wrestling for control over this top side is very important for both teams. Being able to control, I mean, either side really means that you do have the option to look for the sneaky Baron as well as just... You can also pressure the Baron to try and force a TP. It's something we see very, very often.
Yeah. Does feel like even though CFO are slightly behind in gold, they are in the driver's seat for now, especially considering Shun now has his Mirror Mana fully stacked. He's got it completed, looking towards his next items now as well. Betty, though, also pretty strong in his own right.
Yeah, definitely. LeBlanc going top side, looking to claim some more of that outstanding gold, another inner tower that she wants to gobble up. Gold would feel pretty nice. But you got to make sure you're using this gold because oftentimes the LeBlanc gets very far ahead, but it means nothing.
Yeah. Does feel like you need to be applying constant pressure with that LeBlanc, either through a wave or through poking the enemy. It's got that top lane pressure so far, but doesn't mean that CFO are going to be able to get this mid wave in.
It also looks like that tower is fairly low. It is half, but without vision around the top side jungle, it feels a little bit too dangerous to walk up there.
Yeah, so tough. Chelsea's Moby's really paying dividends for him. He's able to get around the map so quickly. Even if he's not somewhere, just the thought that he could be there is definitely...
He's in your dreams.
Yeah. Close your eyes, you see Chelsea with a hook flying towards you.
All right, Rest completes the Steeraxe here, which gives him a little bit more survivability. And I will say against the Tristana of all AD carries feels pretty nice. definitely more reliant on sort of that burst damage than she is the sustained damage throughout a team fight. Now, with the Navori, it is a little bit different than the times of old because you are able to keep a near constant uptime on that Q bonus attack speed, but it really is the ball. Oh my... Okay.
Okay.
1116 realizes that anytime Chelsea could be around, you have to have a distortion 3 screens away. I think that distortion was close to timing out, by the way, but
yeah.
Kongwei running away is going to get stunned up. It's going to be the Heartbreaker. Kongwei getting very, very low, and he does manage to get the flash out. And the 3-man Magnet Storm. Paranoia coming through. He's not, though, and it's going to be 1116 Golden in the team fight. Kongwei coming from downtown looking at Shun, but meanwhile, Betty picks up one. He's looking for another. 1116 will find that one. Rest down the target. Reset will not be coming through here as the Sterix will be popped, but it's going to be a 2-for-1. Doesn't feel like objectives can come out of it, but it certainly is gold that it feels very nice in the back pocket here of BYG.
Yeah, both supports really just really feeling themselves and wanting to impress in this game. Kerry's coming out with a 3-man ultimate, really shooting things up well for BYG, and Betty doing a lot of damage as well. Let's take a look at the replay. Gemini finds the stun onto Kongyo to start off with and pops the ultimate really early. I feel like he probably could have saved it for a little bit longer to buffer against the fear, but regardless, forces the flash.
Oh, we even got the
pause.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's so many sort of mini fights going on here, but Betty, I think most notably, is zoning away Shun with the help of Kongyo as well, and really just making sure that he's unable to DPS in this fight. Arrest as well, being that bulky frontline for CFO, but Betty, with the lethal tempo fully stacked, actually does do a significant amount of DPS, and CFO have to run away from that.
Yeah, definitely. Now, what do we think he's going for third here? Is it going to be Bloodthirster? Because I don't want it to be GA, that's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like it would be Bloodthirster. I think that makes sense, especially considering you're against poke like the Ezreal. What else could there be?
I think it can only really be GA or Bloodthirster, but it should be the Bloodthirster.
Yeah. Carries.
Oh, that one wasn't even going to hit, but it's still scaring carries.
Yeah.
I'd be scared too after that mid lane one. That was so gross.
Just permanently traumatized from that. Both teams wrestling for control of mid wave, but BYG somehow out of nowhere have a 3k gold lead. I don't even know how that happened. Is that just through
towers?
Look,
I mean, 1116 has just been mopping up side lane towers. He's got like 1.3k gold alone and picking up inners.
Yeah. Have to see if he can actually provide, you know, as...
Look, you had to... I could never count this man out from landing a hook. I was feeling very scared for Betty there.
Yeah, I feel like he's just playing with a spectator.
Oh no,
at this point.
Shun has
he's
lost.
going for it again. Oh, he's by himself though.
Oh no.
Oh, carries.
Oh no. Oh, okay, he is going to find Chelsea, who should be... Oh, he is absolutely eliminated, but it's a trade over. It is the 1-for-1. Shun finding a lot of damage, as well as a reset here for Gemini. Shun dashing forward, but won't have the damage there. It's a 1-for-1 it is. Both supports, once again, trading out their lives, as is the way of League of Legends. Dragon up.
Yeah, Chemtech Drake now available. CFO, they're making their way towards that, but they don't want BYG to be able to get control of the Baron.
Oh, it's a repeat of last game.
Seems to be the same story over and over again. BYG, they've already started it off.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Kongwei and Betty working away on this. 116. Oh, nice bit of poke there onto Jimmy. Isn't too meaningful at this stage. Betty getting pretty low. Is going to turn around, get that bomb off, and really...
Yeah.
It's up to 116. Can he find more poke? With Jimmy standing in that bush holding his stun, certainly doesn't feel like it. Now, reset's coming through. Is this going to be enough time for CFO to look for the dragon? Doesn't seem like it is. Damn, they're just clearing out topside version. Are they going to look?
Surely not. Because in the area.
It
Betty isn't base.
It feels very hard to do if LeBlanc's anywhere nearby.
It does feel that way. Yeah, Betty actually... In that fight, it was forced to go back to base after taking like 1 Q from Shun, so those Ezreal kills really paying dividends. He's 4-0. Actually, when did he get 4 kills?
He's just been slowly mopping up.
Holy
guy, yeah, this guy's in trouble. He's stunned up. He's very, very low already. Does trying to jump away. Does have the flash available.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Okay, Scuttle Crab movement speed isn't going to be enough. There's going to be rest. He does have that slice available. Doesn't go the right direction though. Chelsea, he's
so close.
That one in mid lands and that doesn't. That's insanity. Oh, that was so close. Now, 116 paying damage control. Lakai having a back, of course, losing that flash. It is just going to be this LeBlanc trying to find as much poke as possible.
Yeah, with that though. Oh, hook goes wide yet again. BYG, they're able to secure this mid pro. They have a little bit more control. Should be able to clear out at least a couple of wards on the side of CFO.
Oh, he Higgs flashes these.
Yeah, CFO. They're just holding the ground for now. It seems like not too much is going to happen. Both sides have a reasonable amount of poke with the LeBlanc and with the Ezreal there. It's pretty hard for either of them to really start the Baron without a huge pick.
This guy, he's not afraid to press the Q button.
Just does it.
I will say, it feels like, again, the LeBlanc's not getting a whole lot. Obviously, 2-0-1, scoreline looks good, CS is good, but you have gained a bunch of those towers, but it feels like now that those towers are gone, you're not really doing anything anymore. The damage feels not that high. I mean, the person you get the Lich Bane auto on does feel pretty good. But then you have to wait for it to be back up, and for your W to be back up to look for it again.
Yeah.
And there just isn't really any threat on the side lane towers at the stage that the game is in.
I do feel like 1116 building towards the Void stuff isn't the best item he could buy. He could go for a Rabadons to really boost up the AP ratios on his Lich Bane and on the Shiv. CFO haven't really built in the MR yet, so doesn't feel like you're getting that much value from it.
Yep. Now we're taking a look at that gold graph again. Earlier on in the game, it was very up and down. Now, stabilizing in favor of Beyond. And I will say, I do kind of favor them to win. I'm just a little bit skeptical because of the LeBlanc, honestly.
Okay. Getting the pressure down on the bot lane. It's going to be answered by Jimmy, and still both teams just biding their time, waiting for a big slip up. Chelsea does have the Aerofrost now as well. I've yet to see it provide any value in a team fight, but I'm sure we'll see that sooner rather than later.
You
He's
know,
got Flash.
I feel like I've witnessed the supports die like 5 times each, but they've died 5 times in combination.
Yeah. It's just hectic, man.
That's just whenever there is a death. It's Keres and Chelsea that are dying.
Supports need some more love, man.
No, they're broken. Alright, 116 is level 17, so he's the highest level in the game here. You kind of wish the Nocturne was somewhat hovering. I don't know. This game, I mean, it's obviously slowing down. Neither team can really look for the Baron. It's so hard to do against Ezreal, it's hard to do against LeBlanc. And with Dragons 2 apiece, it does feel like we could have another 10 minutes in it.
Definitely does feel that way.
Ooh, okay.
Put Jimmy in. Oh, okay. Nice try. Good bait from Jimmy.
That was through the uprights, that one.
Yeah. I think we've still yet to see Jimmy land a huge Tibbers, and he is pretty far along his build. He's got the Shadow Flame and the Ludens and the Sork Shoes against pretty much 0 MR, 0 MR and the Squishies from the side of BYG. So that definitely could be a big game changer for CFO and really enable Gemini to find that first reset that he desperately needs in these team fights.
Oh.
Chelsea's still
Oh,
looking.
116, you don't realize you're in trouble, pal.
Oh, finds the
hook.
hook.
Everfrost. But Kongmue's come in. He does have to go golden, and 116 has lost a considerable amount of his health. Teleport trades, and back we go. Back to formation, fellas. They're just running the training drill for the team fight. Actually, beyond starting it up, there is the health plants available.
The ward in the pit isn't spotted by the pink ward.
It isn't.
BYG have no idea that CFO...
It is known. Oh. Teleport's coming through again. Rest nearby, but not able to land that stun, and not trivial amount of damage here, but it's going to be a stun coming out. The Tibbers will land here onto Lakai, and now we back off and get back to formation.
Yeah, everyone's just clocked in their hours, and now they're back to...
Oh, hook lands! Chelsea with the Hex Flash play. Nice buster shot out of Betty to deny rest. As Jimmian will land the stun here. Betty's fighting the damage he needs. Lakai goes golden. Oh my god, the Static Shiv! Betty! Oh my god, the Magnet Storm, it's one! Betty going forward, he's gonna find a second. Will he? Not just yet! Shun is surviving. 1116 going forward. Shot down is Shun. 16 distorting back. It looks like that will be all in terms of kills as Chelsea looks for the hook here onto 1116, but it's going to be the team fight win for Beyond. Baron should surely be looked at here.
Oh, BYG, they're so low. It seems like they're going to be passing towards it. Gemini getting a little bit of damage here on the carries. I don't know if BYG... Oh, no, they can't do it. There's no DPs.
Yeah, definitely should be... My goodness. Betty started off that buster shot onto rest and then just found so much damage. Chelsea, he's solo killing. Oh my god. Was that a 900 gold shutdown?
Yeah. Oh, man, to think that 116, his terror spree is ended by a stray Blitzcrank hook in isolation. That's
there are
crazy.
no strays, pal.
Now, BYG turning their sights to the Chemtech Drake as well. Baron buff in hand. Not much available to respond on the side of CFO. Gemini's in the area. Rest is here as well, but with Shun so far away, I think it's just going to be going over to BYG.
Yeah.
Oh, we stuck though. Okay.
Okay, yeah. I think you just flashed. It's probably good. You don't want to lose the tempo of the Baron.
Yeah. Have a look at how this fight unfolded. Start off with huge hook from Chelsea onto Lekai, but the counter-strike is expended. It seems like not much is going to happen here, but you can see Lekai get stunned up and Shun goes forward. But this is where Betty just turns into a machine gun, going absolutely crazy. Flashes forward, jumps in, cleanses the stun as well. Magnet Storm as well from Curry is huge to keep CFO in the middle of the lane, and Betty just goes off like crazy. I want to see how much damage he did in this fight. 116 as well, cleaning up at the end. Finally, LeBlanc feels like it does something.
Yeah, I think at the tail end of that fight found quite a bit of value. Has finished the Void Staff, now picking up that needlessly large rod. Should be a Rabadon's coming through for that last item. Betty, though, has his GA, so if he was hard to kill before, he's a whole lot harder to kill now. Maybe it's going to take Chelsea.
I think it's definitely smart as well of Shun to start itemizing towards the Hydra and have the Tiamat, because if there's one thing the CFO lack, it is that long-range wave clear. And I think against BYG, when they have so much ability to shove you in constantly, definitely doesn't hurt to have that in your back pocket.
Yeah. Certainly agree with that sentiment. True Shot Barrage will miss the mark. Hits the minions though.
BYG, they're really well set up here. They've got both bot and mid crashing at the exactly same time. 116 as well in the top side, waiting for his wave to appear. The CFO holding their ground. Ooh, so close on that.
This guy, he actually, like... the thing is, like, he lands a fairly consistent amount of hooks. And he looks for hooks that seem so impossible, but yet almost land.
Yeah.
Like, they're only missing because they're out of range, despite them going through 17 minions. Oh my, Lekai. What a trade.
Oh, rest finds a stun. Chelsea. He's juggling between the two lanes.
Oh my.
So much damage.
Yeah, Betty in that bomb.
Oh,
Manages to take out that tower. 116 getting to work on the top one very shortly. Chelsea missing that hook. It is becoming a very important cooldown because it feels like without hook, you don't really have any kill threat onto this Tristana. Maybe a nice engage from Tibbers, but with flash down feels fairly hard to look for.
Yeah. Baron buff though has now run out. BYG with a 2.7k Baron power play. Now 6k firmly in the lead.
Yeah, and this is the point as well where the LeBlanc can start to look to just try and burst you down.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to just play for poke. When you start getting more items, you are able to just use the regular old style of LeBlanc. Perhaps a little bit less damage than you're used to, but it will do. Okay, almost hits it onto Betty, but will land onto Keres. Are they able to take it out? True Shot Barrage will not confirm it. Ignite ticking, but it's 116 going forward. Shun will jump away from that stun as Betty goes forward. As Shun really trying to do whatever he can, but low health bars for the side of CFO. As Betty goes forward. He's going to get taken into GA. Well played there by Shun, and health bars will be coming back up, but still a 5v4 with Gemini down. What are they going to look for? It doesn't look like they're going for the base just yet, but Betty starting to work on this top lane tower, top lane inhibitor now. Jimmy is in the area, and so is Chelsea, but it's so hard for them to land any form of CC onto this Tristana.
Yeah, Betty at 116 putting up such huge numbers in that fight. Betty really feeling himself going forwards, trying to find the kill onto Chelsea and potentially, end the game from that. But Chelsea is saved by Jimmy's shield, and it does mean the CFO are going to survive for now. With both objectives coming up in less than 2 minutes, it's back into the fray.
Yeah. I mean, importantly, honestly, I think CFO can just send 116 to mid, I guess, and then have the rest of the team bot, and you can actually just look to pressure that last tower, because again, the only wave clear is that Ravenous Hydra Ezreal. And yes, you can clear waves fairly quickly. It's also easy to make a mistake. But it might just be setting up around this dragon. It is obviously the Chemtech Soul would be coming up here.
Yeah. CFO expending all 5 members here. I think what they want to do is force a fight as soon as possible before that top lane wave pushes into their base. But already they're running out of time and the Drake hasn't even spawned yet.
Yeah. 15 seconds. Kirez has a really nice
CFO,
position, but it's spotted out. Betty has to be careful in
Kirez.
particular.
That's the wrong way, man.
Oh, pal, that's not your base.
Oh, 116 is TP'd into the base.
Into the base. Okay, this is really good. This just confirms, without a doubt, they're going to get this Dragon Soul. Although they're just looking for the fight. Kirez comes in, Magnet Storm. It's onto Shun, it's onto Rare. Shun will use that cleanse. He's trying to get away from there. It's one tower going down. Jimmy's going to have to answer this, but in the meanwhile, in the fight, it's going to be, at least for now, team fights being won by CFO. Benny, he's trying to do what he can, but he goes down. 2 Nexus towers, though, taken out here by 116 on the LeBlanc.
No.
The team fight's lost, but what can this LeBlanc find? Lakai and Kongyue trying to do what they can. They're going to fight Shun. The flash forward, Lakai with the counter-strike. They confirm it. A hook from Xiaoxi lands. Oh my god, this is so chaotic. Okay, low health bars for everyone here. Lakai goes golden.
2v4.
1116. He doesn't have the damage in him, but importantly, this base is now destroyed. And the team fight was won by CFO, but definitely not without casualties.
Yeah, almost felt like BOG got a little bit too far ahead of themselves there. 116 with a huge play, TPing into the base to take down those Nexus turrets.
Ooh.
Wow, so much damage from everyone, really. Even Shun putting up 8k is pretty crazy.
116 doing 6 despite not being there for the entire team fight. That's insane.
Yeah. It felt pretty bad for BOG towards the middle part of that entire fight there, but then 116 and Likai not only able to pick up Shin, but also just stall for so long. It means that CFO, they don't really have any time to sort of regain their footing in this game. The waves are still in an equally bad spot, but now they're 2 Nexus turrets down.
Oh my!
He's getting his revenge.
This guy is pissed off about that kill. He gets it. True Shot Barrage will hit him, but with Xiaoxi down now, you have utmost control over both these objectives.
Yeah.
As well as just the missing Nexus towers, as well as inhib means you cannot leave your base.
Yep.
1116 as well as Lakai will just instantly end the game if you were to try. Chemtech Soul picked up.
Yeah, BYG now looking to really wrap up this game. They've still got 2 inhibs down. They will be respawning in about a minute. But they don't want to wait that long.
No, I don't even think they have to. Okay, Dominus comes out nice and early here, trying to find some damage. But it is the Rage Bar expended for now, and Betty's finding so much damage. Magnet Storm goes wide, eventually finds something as it's going to be Jimmy who goes golden onto Kongyue. But in the back, Betty is untouched. Betty is having free reign. It's going to be this Nexus going down. It's a double kill. 116 goes down. Xiaoxi will ensure yet another kill. The revenge for the revenge. But beyond, they managed to pick up the win, keeping their second place hopes alive. And CFO, they are 1 loss away from perhaps a tiebreaker for 6.
Yeah, imagine CFO potentially not making it to playoffs. BYG instilling that fear into them with this victory. And it did feel pretty decisive in the end. BYG ultimately just playing out those team fights better, and it feels like they knew what they wanted to go for with their team comp.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think, all things considered, a fairly well-rounded team comp for Beyond. I think also, I have to say that Lakai this game looked really, really good.
Yeah.
I think this was probably Lakai's best game so far. Not only did he stand up in the isolated 1v1 up top against Rest, but he also managed to find so much impact in those team fights. There was that one team fight mid where perhaps he almost got caught out, but it still resulted in Betty turning around and it being such a close affair. And on the side of CFO, I have to say it again, it's really Shun who is looking so good in many of these occasions, but just doesn't have the pieces around him to get it done.
Yeah, I really want to see the damage numbers for this game, because I'm sure Shun put up some crazy numbers on the Ezreal. He was hitting Qs left and right, really just trying his best to stay alive against what is a pretty hard team comp to stay alive against, even as an Ezreal. But ultimately, it feels like the team is just not cohesive enough around him, and they just aren't able to find any success in these team fights.
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad there for CFO. I have to say, though, at the moment, CFO, they're only one win ahead of West Point, but tomorrow they're against Impunity. So, you know, they come to the end and they do have a game. I mean, to be fair, they lost to Jewish team, so all bets,
Anything could happen.
all bets are off. But you'd in theory, they probably are going to make it. But it does definitely mean, I mean, honestly, if you are this team, you start 8-2, you're now looking at possibly not making it into playoffs.
Yeah.
Even though you are against Impunity tomorrow and you should be the heavy favorites there must be nerves going into that game.
Yeah, it's just, you know, loss after loss. 7 losses now in a row for CFO. Even if they do win the next game, like the fact that you're even in this position to begin with is really rough. And when you look to playoffs, it feels like they haven't been able to pinpoint what their problems are. It's just something in there is not working.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've tried different stuff, right? So we saw this game, obviously, the Israel, which we have seen from Shun before, but they've pieced it with the Blitzcrank. And the Blitzcrank honestly found about as much as you could possibly hope for. I think the Blitzcrank pick was ultimately fine. The Israel found a lot of damage. It really felt like you had a bit of an invisible Annie there, as well as the Viego did feel quite invisible at many stages of that game, especially when you compare it to, honestly, Conway having a quiet game, but just being able to press Paranoia and like, the impact that alone can have on a fight without doing anything as the Nocturne can be really, really underappreciated. And even the one team fight where he almost got caught out, flashed away, used ult, and then realized he wasn't going to be able to commit anything to the fight. So just ulted onto Shun and made sure Shun couldn't then go forward and use his advantage to find anything more. Felt like really cohesive gameplay from Beyond. And not only that, realizing you're on Soul Point, teleporting to the base as 1116, and like, sure, you can win this team fight, but we're going to take your entire base for it. Felt like we've finally discovered that is how you're supposed to play LeBlanc.
I'm glad I get to see that hook again. That was honestly insane. You very rarely see these hooks, especially, you know, in pro play, but Chelsea makes it happen. Ultimately, isn't enough in the end, but still, I think CFO, they put a pretty good fight, but there's still just so many question marks for them. And on the flip side, BYG, they're looking really good. I feel like in each of those team fights, every player, they know what they're doing. They know what their role is. They know what they're trying to achieve, and it all just comes together really well when you unfold the team fight.
Yeah, definitely. And we're taking another look. I mean, this was a team fight that ultimately went in Beyond's favor. It was just in the meantime, 1116 was taking your base.
Yeah.
Like we see here, Betty getting stunned up, and they do have the damage to follow up with it. Then Shun. I mean, honestly, I think Shun had a fairly heroic effort in a lot of these team fights.
He hit forward so much and like was able to get away with it so much, but yeah, just not enough. I have to say though, Lee Kai and 1116 played out this little skirmish so well. They stalled for so long and stayed alive.
Even there, they almost picked up another 2 kills.
Oh man. What a game.
Yeah. What an absolute banger. Okay. Most damage. All right.
Yeah.
LeBlanc, not terribly surprising. Israel high up there as well as Betty of the Tristana. I mean, you saw Betty in team fights. He was really, that's where he was doing his damage. It wasn't like, you know, coming out of poke or anything like that. It was, he had play safe enough that when the engage happened, he could put a bomb on someone and just absolutely rapid fire them down, stack up that lethal tempo and just keep wailing on someone. And it shows there in the damage graph. Shall see though, very, very far ahead in damage against carriers on the RAL. Everfrost.
Yeah.
Yes, baby.
Made so much happen for CFO in the early game. He was a big part of why the gold graph looks like that for the first 20 minutes. You know, back and forth, finding those hooks when it really counted.
MVP will be 1116. I don't see. Well, you can give it to Benny, but I think 1116 and his side laning, getting those 2 inner towers, getting the Nexus towers, is pretty hard to look past him.
Yeah, he definitely understood what he wanted to do, and I think just being able to naturally build up so much of a lead. He was pretty quiet for like, I want to say like half of the game, but then once he started getting, you know, those 3, 4, 5 item spikes, he became one of those champions that can actually burst you down.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that is really a critical breakpoint. Obviously, you have the static shift breakpoint, which allows you to side lane.
Yeah.
The Night Harvester, which allows you to start poking a little bit. And then the Lich Bane, which means you just decimate the towers. After that, you actually start to be able to burst. Look at it. Oh,
you know, I hate the static shift and Night Harvester combo, but it's always so satisfying to watch.
It is, and now it's gone. So, I want to say it felt like Rest played pretty well. Honestly, I don't even think I noticed anything out of rest that was like, oh, you should have played this better. It felt like he was just Renekton against Jax.
Yeah,
and
that's just really rough.
And it was like 116 started getting strong from side lanes. Betty started getting strong from just getting kills in these team fights. But it's like, as a Renekton, he was finding stuns onto Betty, and then Betty would just cleanse them and run away. And it was like, well, what do you do now? You know what I mean? He kind of just like, he found what he needs to do, and there wasn't the follow-up for what he needed his team to do. And maybe that's a team comp thing. It feels like the Renekton paired with the Ezreal, maybe not on the same page. But again, CFO now fighting for their lives. They will have to go up against, what was it, Impunity tomorrow. But that will do us now for game number 3. We do have another all-important games here now that we're at the end of the season. It's going to be Hellpigs, who are again fighting for that 6th spot, and DCG trying to lock in top 4.
You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Can't stop, nah, won't stop. It's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch.
shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she can watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. I don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. See it on your face.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Hello everybody and welcome back here. We're getting ready for game number 4 of the night and it's going to be Hellpigs versus DCG, and as I said before the break, an important one. Hellpigs winning here keep their playoff hopes alive, and DCG winning here means they are more likely to confirm being in that top 4.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line here, especially, Hellpigs wanting to, at least have a chance of making playoffs, even though it's not completely in their control. Would be nice to get a win, and I think DCG is probably one of the easier opponents in the top 6 to get a win against. Ideally, we'll see.
I mean, in the top 6, I think CFO's looking like the easiest one to get a win against at the moment, but DCG certainly, they seem to be, well, me and Shock have said it so many times, but like they seem to do very well in the early game, and then somewhere around mid game, something just goes really awry where they don't have direction, and they make all these mistakes, which makes what looks like a very easy game very difficult. And I think against Hellpigs, it might be a little bit easier because Adiogs pretty much only plays the control mages. He played Jace yesterday, didn't look that good. But again, Adiogs pretty much only plays the control mages, and that feels like it suits perfectly into what mission likes.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to see how that plays out. I think Godtone as well. He whipped out the Lee Sin yesterday, didn't he? How did that go for him?
Mate, I wish I was the blind monk seeing that Lee Sin. It did not do a whole lot. It really was. It got solo killed by the Sejuani level 5 and then just never did anything. I mean, a lot of it was Taco getting found at level 3 by that Sejuani gank from Lalva, but ultimately you can't afford to be losing that hard when you are the Lee Sin against a tank, because you're never going to be as useful as a Sejuani in a team fight. And so you really need to have power in the skirmishes, and he just never did. And really, like, the whole team sort of fell apart around Taco falling very far behind top, and then Godtone fell behind, and then the whole team really just wasn't able to do anything. So I think key to success for Hellpigs, control mage mid, Godtone on point and click CC champ. I'm not even kidding. I've said it so many times. His best game was on Nautilus. He touched it once and never touched it again.
Yeah.
I really want to see him pick it again. But here on the other side, again, very important game for these fellows as well. A win here would mean that they are most likely going to finish in that top 4, which has huge implications when it comes to the seeding in playoffs. Obviously, starting in that upper bracket, going up against the Chiefs if they finish 4th. I'd favour them against the LCO teams personally, and I think giving yourself a second lifeline when it comes to those playoffs feels pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
Lower bracket runs a lot harder than just starting in the top bracket, because it means you can lose to one of the better teams, go against one of the teams in the lower bracket. If you win that, then you already have somewhat of a strategy that you can use against the team you just lost to.
Yeah.
So yeah, very big implications for both of these teams. If Hellpigs do lose, they are no longer in the run for being able to reach the playoffs. And I think for some of these players, that would be very disappointing, because I think throughout the entire split, I want to say Taco has looked like one of the better top laners in the region.
Yeah.
Tide has looked very, very consistent and outputting so much damage as an AD carry that it feels really upsetting to see them leave, really.
Yeah, to not make it into the top 6 for players of that caliber definitely wouldn't feel great for sure. And I think that Hellpigs, it really is do or die for them. I think Godtone, he needs to take a step back, go on those tanks like you said, and really just let his teammates be in the driver's seat.
IC8 hates his mid laner. Orca loves his mid laner.
Wow.
The 10% difference, which is actually pretty big. And you're seeing here, I guess the stats show that IC8 doesn't really roam a whole lot. Orca's 12th. There's 10 teams. So out of the 2, there's been Smurf and Nesty who have played as the supports that are subs, and even they have been in the bot lane more than Orca has.
Wow. It's like yin and yang for these 2 bot laners.
Yeah, it actually is. Just pretty reversed on most of these stats. Kill participation fairly even. In fact, IC8 actually having more Does come down to the fact that oftentimes Tide does find the kills in his lane, alongside IC8, of course.
Yeah.
Adds to that stat, but yeah, I think the big ones really are that mid and bot proximity percentage.
Yeah, definitely be keen to see how that translates into the game and whether or not we see the same sort of playstyle, because that can really result in some explosive changes, right? You know, if bot lane gets picked off because their support's not there, same thing for the mid laner as well. Yeah, a lot on the line for both of them.
And there they are. I want to say Orca has looked better throughout the split than IC8. I think IC8's had some pretty rough games. But we are now in Champ Select. Banning the Poppy. That's an interesting first ban.
Yeah, that's a weird ban to have, let alone first ban.
Yeah.
I wonder what that's leading into for Helpix. It seems like they already have an idea of what they want to draft, which is...
It is a very good Lee Sin counter pick.
Ah, it is, isn't it?
Maybe, surely they haven't written off their chances just yet. Like they can still make playoffs, but Kai'Sa Azir ban from DCG makes so much sense. Kai'Sa really broken at the moment, and Adiogs looks phenomenal on the Azir.
Yeah, taking that away. It does seem like a good call from the side of DCG. See what the last bans will be here for the side of Helpix. Viego. Okay, that's... I feel like that's pretty weird to ban at all, especially on blue side.
And it doesn't seem like a Hana champion. This guy really loves like his tanks. Maokai banned here means that Sejuani priority perhaps rises. Godtone does play the Sejuani.
Yeah, I think it's odd as well to target 2 bans towards junglers when you're probably not going to be prioritizing your jungle pick that much. I feel like I'd rather get one of my solo laners a better matchup, but...
Yeah, in general, the 2 jungle bans tend to be Sejuani Maokai, but having them as Poppy Viego does seem a bit left field.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sejuani, first lock in here. Rel, fairly likely to be the answer. Seems to be the most dominating and prevalent support champion we have at the moment. What do you pair with it, though?
Yeah. What do you think Hana picks as jungle here, given that Maokai's off the board?
Could go something like Ivern. Honestly, Hana... Vi's also still available. Wukong at a stretch. We've seen some Lilia. Honestly, I probably think we're likely to see an Ivern or a Vi.
I'd love to see an Ivern.
I've had a few. I think Jinjia's looked like the best Ivern so far. But we'll see. Maybe Hana can pick it up here and do very well. Obviously, still waiting to see the pick. Jax also. It could just be a Jax or an England. Okay.
Wow. It's locking their bot lane.
This feels dangerous.
Yeah.
Because Xayah does seem very strong. Does do well into Sejuani. But doesn't do so well against poke. So if Helpix can put together some form of poke here against the Xayah and still maintain a fairly standard team comp, you do feel good.
Why is he hovering junglers? Okay. I got scared for a second there. I thought the Sedge was going to be like Sedge stop or something, but there's going to be the LeBlanc locked in for Adiogs. Now I wonder what Helpix look to pick up here, because you'd want to have, I feel like, at least one pick against their bot lane to...
I think Helpix should pick up... I think they should pick up Renekton.
You think?
Yeah, Taco's looked really, really good on Renekton. No. And it appears well. You've got 2 APs on the top side. Put in the Renekton up there before it gets banned out or picked away.
Okay,
I like this. Mission, we've seen as Orianna many times before. Lost Chapter, Shadow Flame. Guy's a bit of a technician when it comes to the build paths.
It's cooking.
He does. Except it stops becoming cooking when it happens every game. But he does put out so much damage when he goes that route. I think he's the only Orianna we've seen, by the way. So he's won 50% of his games, yeah.
Wow.
Pretty sure he's played like 4 games of Orianna.
Wow.
Now, ban phase coming in again. What do we have open? There's still support. I feel like DCG might look to ban supports. I'm thinking also Rel could be a jungler. So I would suspect actually that this Rel will go jungle. It feels like Hana likes his tanks. Rel jungle obviously banned on patch 13.13. It does feel like a good choice here for the side of DCG to look towards. And with that, it feels like now Helpix should realize that that's an opportunity and ban out Rakan. They take the Jax first. Makes a lot of sense. Jax and Renekton, you know, fairly even matchup. Renekton upper hand early. Jax takes over a little bit later. But I feel like this last ban for Helpix should be Rakan. Otherwise, you are just giving over the free Xayah Rakan. What is the last ban here? Are they going to continue to target ADs? There's already 3, maybe 4 if you want to include the Tristana, already banned out. What is remaining? The Varus, the Ashe. I think Ashe might be a good ban here. Alistair. Okay, so they're answering with the support counter. Now, I don't know about Halpix, but I feel like there is the option to look for the Ashe alongside the Melio here. I mean, you could also go Lucian Melio if you're feeling confident. I don't think it does too poorly into the Xayah. But I honestly think something... I think Ashe would be best because Ashe against Xayah is a very nice matchup, just using that range.
Yeah, I think Ashe would make sense as well, given Halpix's team comp. They can easily look for picks, spam Sejin's Ashe ults off cooldown, and just wreak havoc that way. Rakan is still available though. Halpix chose to ban Rumble last. Now DCG looking like they're going to lock in the Cassante.
Alright. I think that's interesting.
Yeah.
It still means that this Ralflix is alive, and I think that's what they're playing towards, is now the bot lane have to pick not knowing who the support is. But I feel like regardless of which support it is, you can just lock in Melio and Ashe if that's something you want to do. I don't know if IC8 plays the Melio, but I know Tide definitely has it in him to play Ashe. And honestly, I think that is what I would love to see, is an Ashe Melio here. He's played a Zeri game before, he looked good, but the team didn't look good around it. Now, what do you go with it? Do you go engage? I mean, we have seen that this split. It's not like Spring where it was just the Yuumi alongside the Zeri or the Lulu alongside the Zeri. I feel like there is the chance to do it, to be fair.
Rakan makes sense.
And you're taking it away.
Yeah.
So.
Huh, interesting. I wouldn't pick Zeri there myself. I feel like
neither. Vi's still open, you don't know the jungler.
Yeah. I think that DCG's team comp is just so, team fight focused that with Zeri's short range, it's so hard to find any sort of in. And Ashe is just a much safer, much easier pick to pull off, but I guess he just prefers Zeri. Vi is going to be locked in response for that 5th pick.
Yeah, I think it has to be said, DCG, to me, are the heavy favorites. They really do have the easy-to-execute comp, as well as it's very good at all stages of the game. I think Taco should be winning early, but ultimately, as the game progresses, it's not like Orianna falls off, and not like Xayah falls off. I think at all stages of the game, they're very strong. They've got a clear way to play. You can just chuck a ball on the Rel. If Rel can find a big Magnet Storm, boom, you've got 1 million damage coming out of mission. Hana can just press R on the Zeri. There is no way to peel for it. I mean, that's why Zeri was still being able to be played into the Vibe, because you had the Lulu, you had the Yuumi, was able to actually survive through that burst. Not as easy now, especially with Bloodthirster being nerfed. You don't get that 8,000 health shield that it used to. So, I think DCG put on an absolute clinic in this draft.
Yeah, Halpix have put themselves in a really tough spot where they're pretty much relying on Zeri to solely provide all the DPS in the team fights, which is not that easy considering you also don't have much peel for it. You only really have the Rakan, and Rakan is not going to be able to stop all the members of DCG jumping on your Zeri. It's really hard. I think it's a big mission ahead for Tide to really try and pull his weight in this game.
Yeah, I think he has to pull his weight and the rest of the team's weight in many of this cases. And it does feel very hard to play the Zeri in this comp. We'll see, though. I mean, he's played well. He has been a pretty good, solid AD carry for the entirety of this split. And so, if he's able to put on some performances like he has prior, could find themselves with a win, but it's going to take a lot. DCG have really just got the perfect press R comp.
I think that makes sense as well for DCG, considering they, as you said before, they kind of struggle with that mid to late game macro, but having an easy to execute team comp should help alleviate that a little bit, at least you'd hope.
Yeah, definitely. And loading in now, it's our penultimate game of the night, Halpix versus DCG, and we've got, I mean, nothing too surprising coming out, at least when it look at the runes and their keystones. It's going to be the full lane pressure Orianna build again here for mission, so this all but confirms it's almost certainly going to be that lost chapter into the Shadow Flame. He really does love that build path.
Keen to see it in action for sure. I think definitely being the solo AP as well does find a lot of value from that, especially combined with the Sork shoes as well. Pretty much doing true damage at early stages of the game.
Minions have spawned.
Now, what are we thinking? I'll get your opinion here. Bot lane. What way does the lane go?
Oh, definitely for Xayah, I think. Rakan has a tough time getting in at all because he can very easily get punished if he W's in. He's pretty much on pretty much on peel duty with the Guardian, with the exhaust as well. I think DCG should have pretty much permanent agency, at least until junglers start clearing down. Then it gets a little bit more muddy.
Yeah. I guess Static Shiv might change things too. Obviously, Zeri, a Static Shiv abuser.
Yep.
I think all 80 carries feel so good when you get Static. It's so easy to just clear a minion wave after you auto it once and it's like, sweet, job done.
Feels like it gives you a free like 10 minutes.
I will say IC8, maybe there's technical difficulties here by Orc. I don't know what this pause is. Okay, I do know what the pause is. It's an Hanabi mic issue, but this trade bot is going exceedingly well for Hellpigs.
Yeah.
Orc is down to half HP, and IC8's lost very minimal amount of health. Something has gone dreadfully wrong.
Yeah, it does feel like... Not really too sure. Cascada's focusing a lot of his efforts onto keeping the minion wave pushed, whereas I feel like Tide's actually trading with IC8 as well to get damage down, so it's looking good for them so far, but I think once level 2 starts getting closer, that's going to swing back in the favor of DCG.
Yeah, but it will cost them a lot of potions, so as the lane plays out, might be favorable here for Hellpigs. Godtone, the man on your screen. Trolled yesterday, picked Lee Sin, but we're back. We got Sejuani
He's back on
again.
Sejuani duty.
Honestly, we saw 2 Lee Sins yesterday. Both of them lost. Both of them didn't look that great, but yeah, I think we're back to tanks. Honestly, I think internationally, a lot of Lee Sin's actually being played. I know in LCK, they see quite a lot of Lee Sin. So it feels like it might be the fact that other regions pick Trundle. For some reason, PCS still don't pick Trundle, but like, we see so many Maracais, so many Sejuanis, which means the freest Trundle pick, because you can just go hunt down the big boar or the big tree and just chop them up.
Yeah.
It's so easy for Trundle to do that. And I think maybe it's Lee Sin does okay into the Trundle. Like, sure, it's not like you win hard, but you can offer more in terms of a skirmish than a Trundle can. And so I think that's why there are counter picks coming for these big tanks in other regions, and we're not seeing them here. And so that leaves the counters to the counters just not being able to be picked, because it's sort of like
no
paper,
reason.
scissors, rock, right? Where like the mega tanks will just beat Lee Sin.
Yeah.
But Lee Sin beats the people that beat the tanks. So it's just like, well, we can't really pick Lee Sin because everyone's just locking in Sejuani Maracai every game.
Yeah, and I think especially assuming the meta stays roughly the same, I think come Worlds, it'll be interesting to see how PCS teams fare, given that it feels like they're almost like slightly behind in the meta compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I think next patch, I think it's 13-14, maybe it's 13-15, I get confused, but one of them have both Maracai and Sejuani getting nerfed, so that should, in theory, change the meta, because already we are starting to see Viego.
Yeah.
And, I mean, every now and then we see Vi, Ivan as well, but it does feel like with those nerfs, we should see a change in the meta. And I think on your point of Worlds, we don't know who's going yet, but like some of our junglers in this region are really, really talented. Like we do have Junjie, who looks really, really good. I think Kenny Chan started off a bit rough, but now that he's playing those carry junglers, looks really good. Kong Yue, even last split, he was playing the Wu. He was meta slaving, but he was picking the Wukong almost every game, and he was making that look like a carry champ. So I think we do have a lot of talent, especially in that jungle, and I think maybe the pool opening up might even make it better for us as we go to Worlds and are open to picking some carry champions. Junji has also played a Graves game this split already.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
They won it, but they've won almost every single game, so...
Yeah. Well, I guess that's what winning does for you. You can just pick anything and make it work.
No, don't say that. All right. Now, priority in these lanes, Taco will get his. But the fact you're pathing away from it means you must have faith in the fact that Zeri and the Rakan will maintain priority. And I guess with how that early trade went, maybe it's true. Although we're seeing the health bars. Ooh, who wins this? It actually feels like Goldtone probably should. Although maybe with that poke coming out, quick little disengage from Hana. Feels pretty nice for the Vi.
Yeah, Hediox does have priority, so I think that Goldtone does feel pretty happy to do that, but it's going to be skulking back to his Raptors in its red buff. Meanwhile, bot lane has evened out slightly, though Orca has used both of his potions now, so definitely behind in the sustained game. Yeah,
and one of the luxuries of having Rakan is that if you are able to land those Qs, It is actually a fairly substantial heal. It's
Yeah.
like 120 or something early. Some people opt to even put 3 points into it before maxing in that grand challenge.
I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. It's really very satisfying hitting it. Eddie Oggs, keeping back. He's got... What is it even... How do you pronounce that? It's like Kershey's shard?
Carrot.
Carrot shard.
It's the carrot.
The carrot. He's got the carrot.
Okay. I wonder... We always see in this match up top, by the way, it's always the Bramble Vest picked up by the Cassante. And I'm still such a firm believer that that sucks. Because Renekton gets all of his healing without ever auto-attacking you.
Yeah.
Gore Drinker, Q, he doesn't have to interact with the Bramble whatsoever to get the healing off. And so you may as well just have either a better armor item or more health early.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that, yeah, I feel like there's only very rarely circumstances where you even, get the chance to find value from Bramble Vest, and that is so rare that it's really not worth it.
It's just every game we see it. We saw it once, we didn't. It was Arjun.
I hate that.
It was a bit of a savant there, playing the Cassante into Renekton. Went for, it was a Balmy Cinder just straight into Sunfire.
Legend. He's so real for that.
Taco. He's angry about how his lane went yesterday, and he's taken it out on Hanabi so far.
Yeah, looks like Hanabi is going to be forced to base here. Meanwhile, bot lane actually is going in the favor of Helpigs so far. Do seem to be the main aggressors. Skada has started the cull actually, which is pretty interesting. I would have thought he'd start maybe like a longsword. I guess he doesn't need the Doran's Blade health.
It seems, at least for the most part, a lot of the people or the champions that start longsword often tend to be static Shiv users. And I will say it's possible that Cascada just figured that Azeri lane should be somewhat easy for him to just lane into, and so the cull will offer more.
Yep.
But at least so far, it is certainly going in favor, you'd have to say, of Halpigs. IC8 having some impact on those early trades. Hana coming up top side. Taco fell prey to this yesterday, an early gank, and it really led to the rest of the team's demise.
He's so far up in the
He
lane.
is very far out. All out comes out. He's going to pop the Dominus, but is it too late? He's actually getting away. Okay, he makes it out.
Wow.
Dashes from 2,000 kilometers away. Just absolutely makes it.
Yeah.
Very important, though, I will say. Oh, Cascada getting stopped here. Gonna get knocked up as well. He's so low. Doesn't find the route onto Tide, and Tide does have Flash available, but both summons still available here for Cascada. Nice stop on the recall, though. This lane now, a lot more punishing for Cascada to stay in.
Yeah, now Adiogs and Goten are moving in. They're in the area, pressuring DCG away.
Well, Hana's coming.
Yeah, they might have to move away here. Hana is going to be there in time.
Oh my
Helpigs
goodness.
need to run away.
Oh, okay, they're just going to find an early kill into IC8.
no.
He does get away. Does he have the health to survive? Health pop ticking, he does. Adiogs finding a bit of damage there on the back end to Cascada. IC8 makes it out. So does Cascada, though. And does he? No, Tide, the cleanse. He does survive.
Hana's back.
Oh my goodness. It's a clown fiesta. Godtone here is going to have to play Peel for this. Zeri does a good job of it.
Oh,
In
he wants
fact,
more.
oh my goodness, go Godtone.
Isn't quite able to pick up a kill there, but does keep his AD carry alive. There's going to be a lot of summoners down for both spot lanes, though. Only both supports Flash is now available. Man, this spot lane matchup is so back and forth. It feels like whenever one of them engages, the other one just counters and, yeah, just goes a bit crazy. And I think that Helpigs wanting to go for that dive there, but DCG are a little bit too quick to respond.
Peak top lane items.
Oh, hate
All
that.
right.
Hate that for him.
I never understand it, but whatever, everyone does it.
I'd be curious to see how much that actually offers, like at the end of the game, because it can't be that much.
No.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's
Can't win 'em all.
just so ineffective even when you sit on Bramble anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey man, at least you get like the 6 damage back when Renekton stuns you.
True.
It's pretty huge.
Sometimes, I remember last split there was a team, you know how they had the gold in the team fight graphic? There was one team fight where Renekton did 3 damage. It was like, well, someone auto-attacked them once.
Oh man. Overall, seems like this game is proceeding very similarly to last game. Some action in the bot lane, but overall, nothing to come of it yet.
Quietly have just gotten themselves 600 gold lead.
Yeah, Taco.
Oh, Taco being looked at again. He doesn't have flash this time.
he's
All out
knocked
will be
back
available.
so
He is
far.
just He's in the tower. He's actually looking to trade. Oh my god, he almost does it. It's Godtone's job now. Oh my goodness, man. Taco almost gets it done alongside Godtone, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, almost picks up a kill in a 1v2, and yeah, if he picks it up, it's actually pretty good for them. You know, he absorbs so much pressure, gets a kill back in return, but it just isn't to be, and he is gonna be giving over that first blood to DCG, and now Helpix looking at the Rift Herald. I think he might actually get away with it.
Yeah.
It's just weird seeing a Rift Herald being taken without any trade or any big
Yeah,
fight.
it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah.
But and there's no trade around the dragon. In fact, maybe after this, Godtone can actually look to make sure it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Wow. What a beast. Let's take a look at how this top lane fight unfolded. Taco once again getting caught so far, but he actually gets knocked back so far with the VIQ, with everything. The
tofu strikes.
Yeah. Somehow,
look at this,
so
man.
close.
Oh.
Yeah, if Hana doesn't flash away there, he might actually die to the glacial prison, but is able to survive. They do get some Godtone
giving him the rundown. Hey, listen here, pal.
I wonder what he was saying there. He seemed very stern.
Thornmail. Oh my
Wait,
goodness.
No, man.
Right, usually it does just sit at the bramble, but we ball.
I wouldn't mind it as much if it at least, you know, had some value based on like the other members of Helpix, but there's really no one else there that it's affecting.
Not for a long while
Yeah.
until Zeri gets some lifesteal.
That's so interesting.
Okay, so Helpix losing first blood, but picking up both Herald and the Dragon. So that feels pretty good. And that was before Adiox completed static. And now he has the static, which makes these objectives plays even easier.
Yeah.
Kind of feels weird. Oh, Taco does have Dominus. There is no all-out for Hanabi.
He's a level down. I don't think he really wants to fight.
He wants that smoke. Oh, Godtone might lose his... Oh, the
nice
knockback. The knockback actually might have saved it. I don't know if Orca's Q would do 200 damage, but it would have been close.
Yeah. He would have given Godtone a bit of a shock.
Okay.
Oh, they're fighting.
All right.
No, they're not.
Yeah, just quick little trades. Oh, IC8. Oh, no. He's stunned up. He's locked up.
So much
Finds
CC.
out. Yeah.
What?
Oh, okay. He does go down to Ignite eventually. Tide and Godtone here. There is no one coming down, at least for the moment, from the mid lane. Cascada taking a bit of damage there on the way out, but it will be another kill here. Second of the game. It goes over here to Orca.
Yeah, DCG slowly but steadily clearing the way into this game. Now Tide stuck against the tower.
Is there a
1v3.
teleport? There is no teleport. He's trying to clear the wave. He's just dead. He's just dead. Oh, okay.
How did that
so
happen?
is Mission.
Wow, okay. Not too bad for
So
Helpix.
they found a trade on the other side. There is Herald available too. So this actually might end up better for Helpix.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get 2, 3, probably 4 plates here. But let's take a look at how this actually happened. Is it just Godtone hitting an ult? Oh, he doesn't get spotted by that ward.
Godtone, he's
Oh,
sleek.
wow.
This guy's a ninja.
Finds a stun, finds the ult, yeah.
Nice follow-up
He
as
gets
well.
that.
Huge.
Wow.
Goes over to Adiox.
Yeah.
And yeah, this... Now, you don't get the mid-tower yet, but how low it is, you will eventually get it, which means really good things, especially when you have already got that first dragon. Again, this LeBlanc is getting pretty accelerated now, picking up 4 plates there in the mid-wave.
I mean, Taco still trading back and forth, but yeah, nothing really coming of this for now, especially with Rift Hero down. Oh, Taco, he's back for round 3.
He's in chat, he's saying jig gap. Does he flash? He's holding it, he does flash. Okay, gets himself out. But I think Taco now has to start respecting the fact that he is just being weak-sided for the majority.
Yeah.
He can, honestly, just play to try and find Mission in a team fight. Try to find Cascada in a team fight.
Yeah.
He's already doing well in CS. Down a kill. Absorbed quite a lot of pressure, in fairness.
We've still yet to see Helpix really make a play with the priority from the LeBlanc, but I'm sure that's coming soon enough. It's pretty difficult though. Zeri is still sitting on the carrot, whereas Cascada has the Kraken Slayer completed. Definitely a big power spike in his favor.
Yeah, it feels like that boots investment really the big difference maker there. As well as that dive would have set Tide behind.
Yeah. Now DCG looking to pressure
Looking to
Tide
do
and
it
ICA
again.
even more. Godtone is in the bot side jungle, but still pretty far away. The wave, though, isn't big enough.
Oh, Taco getting some proxying done. Has actually, honestly, gold top should be in favor of Taco still, just because he's got 2 plates, whereas... Oh, wow. That doesn't happen often.
Yeah, he just gets a free mid lane tower, I guess. First turret as well, a lot of gold.
And it's not going to be the Shadow Flame tech out of mission this game. I wonder what made him change. Maybe it's just that he felt like he had to go Mercs early, and so the early power build doesn't really find as much effectiveness.
Yeah, could also be maybe wanting the Ludens to match the LeBlanc wave clear. Lots of different options there, but turret plates have now fallen. Alpigs coming out on top there. They have pulled back in the gold lead despite being down 2 kills. And they do have a Hextech Drake to their name.
Yeah. A minute. I expect that maybe Halpigs want to look to fight it.
Nice cue.
Yeah, okay. Okay, All Out does come out. Okay, now I think Taco might be able to win this, but Mission's in the area.
Oh, Hanabi's going crazy.
Yeah,
Finds the
Shockwave
ball.
used. It's going to be Taco being taken out. There was some key cooldowns, however, used there. That is the Shockwave as well as All Out. Not going to be available.
Godtone.
Oh, Hana. There's a boar in that bush. Oh my god, there's 4 people. And Godtone's going forward.
He's doing it. He's actually going to make it out. Wow.
Okay.
Get it done.
I guess Rift Herald looking like it's going to be the priority first of all. Obviously, both objectives spawning at the same time. You've got Adiog's bottom. Does have... Oh, okay. He has his static shift, sorry, but it's going to be Cassante with Thornmail matching the LeBlanc.
Not the best.
Yeah, I feel like this is optimal for Halpigs. They might be giving over the Rift Shield, though, as they are now positioned around this bot side jungle. Certainly have better vision there, while DCG hold vision top side. Oh, Adiog's finds a nice
hits.
chain there. It hits onto Hana, and it's going to cause Disengage to come out. And a stun from Godtone onto
Wow.
Criscata. Zeri should be able to find it here. Criscata actually going back. Adiog's finds it eventually. Tide trying to run for his life. He gets stopped in the middle of the wall. I don't even know what just happened, but something stopped him.
I think Hanabi found the Cassandra W onto him and pushed him. Yeah.
In the middle of the wall, man. Okay, I see it's going to go down. Adiog's losing his teleport.
Oh no, I see it. I've seen him live these.
I have not. But it's fine, I think. Taco gets himself a top tower. They're going to lose this dragon most likely. Although it hasn't been started yet. And respawn timers are coming up. Tide, though, critically losing both of those sums. Makes it a lot harder to play the Zeri.
How did this fight actually start? It was Adiog's finding the chain thread, and then IC8, he doesn't quite find the Grand Entrance because Orca is able to W out of there, but Criscata takes so much damage, but in return finds a huge Blade Claw onto 3 people. Adiog's, though, picking him off at the end, I think is really crucial to help staying in this fight, but wow,
what
Hanabi
even
with that
happened?
angle.
Was it actually the W? I didn't even see it that time. I was looking out for it and I still didn't see it.
Maybe he just tripped over a rock or something. Not too sure, but I think regardless, that angle from Hanabi is really, really good. And it didn't even TP for it. I don't know how we got there, but...
Yeah, he just walked up.
he just walked around, I guess.
Well, Dragon's still on the cards. Teleport available now for both top laners. And honestly, I don't know if Hanabi finds a nice angle like that again, it should mean a lot. But Taco could also just have so much impact because he's Renekton. Now Godtone walking in. Is he going to be able to look for the steal?
He
is.
finds it.
Hey, this guy's actually the steal king. I think that's his 5th. Taco got a flank. Oh my god, 4-man Grand Entrance. And Halpigs are going to slaughter the team fight. IC8, where have you been all split? That was insane.
I'm in shock. That was insane. 4-man ult into Grand Entrance. That was perfect for Halpigs. Now they're turning their sights to the Rift Herald as well. Wow, I have no words.
Yeah, I hope we get a replay because that was a nasty angle. IC8 coming in, 4-man Grand Entrance, pixel perfect. The AoE of that ability is not very large.
Yeah, and Halpigs as well, getting that steal. Godtone coming up huge for Halpigs. Oh, DCC, they just line up perfectly. IC8 sees the angle, goes for 4, and Taco as well in the back, fighting all of their AoE onto all of the members of DCG. There's nothing they can do here at all. Halpigs, they get out completely unscathed. 4 kills in the back pocket. And, wow, and a Dragon, and a Rift Herald, and a 3k gold lead.
Look, I thought we'd already seen the top 5 plays of the week on day number 1, but man, That's going to have to squeeze in there somewhere because that was an insane find from IC8.
Yeah. Stars really aligned for him, and now feels like Helpigs definitely have a way into this game. Static shift completed for both LeBlanc and Zeri means that they have so much control over these waves. Oh, Eddie's going in. Wow, so much damage.
Yeah, he's really come online. He's so accelerated. I think the difference between this LeBlanc and the LeBlancs we usually see is the LeBlancs we usually see is 0-0-0 and they're just farming evenly, but this one's 2-0-3, up CS, up tower. He's just got so much gold already.
Yeah, and this really all comes back to that first Rift Herald where he was able to get accelerated so much. 4 plates for free and the first turret. 2 full items completed. Missions is slowly trailing behind. Luden's completed as well. But still feels like Helpig's definitely the stronger team for now.
Yeah, we're really seeing some of these teams that are in the 7th, 8th spots turn it on as it comes down to absolute crunch time.
Funny they play like this for the whole split.
That's what I've been asking. You think these teams should have been playing like that the whole split?
Yeah.
Doish team, man. Anyway.
Gold grab has been back and forth, but...
Up a steep hill there after that team fight.
Yeah, Helpigs now. But it does feel like DCG... They got the bot lane tower just earlier. Now they're taking the top lane as well. This gold lead is slowly dwindling. Hanabi forced the flash.
Gets the flash. Oh, okay. I don't know if that was necessary God Zone, but...
It's a warning shot.
It is. They do get the flash out, and it should be this tower now soon to fall. Another set of gold given over to Eddie. In fact, Rift Herald placed down. Is it going to crash? It doesn't feel like it.
I don't know if... Oh, there's the... I don't even know he could shove that. I guess he can.
Can do everything, this champ.
Oh.
It goes down. I think it was just timing out.
Yeah, but Hanabi now does have a useful item, the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Right. Here's the real battle. Oh, Orca picks it up.
Wow. Oh,
and for
he's going for more.
He is tied. Oh, my, he's just knocked out. Oh, okay, he's staying alive.
He's getting chased down. Hana
okay, does find it. A lot of teleports coming in, though.
Man, DCG, they aren't stopping there.
No, they're not. There was some important cooldowns. Was Flash, as well as the Magnet Storm coming out of Orca, as well as that cease and desist from Vi. And they're looking towards this Baron, but I don't feel like they can do it. LeBlanc still alive means it's pretty hard.
Yeah, they can at least secure some control for now. Clear out the Riven? Sweep out any lurking wards, but Cloud Drake will be spawning 50 seconds. Helpig's definitely going to be looking to pick this one up and get themselves to Soul Point. And you had to feel like they are in a good position for that.
Yeah. Taco with Black Cleaver in his item. Should start to... I mean, honestly, there's just so much armor from the Cassante that perhaps it doesn't matter. But maybe we'll find some advantages there because of the armor shred.
Definitely an efficient pickup at least.
Yep, does well into the Rel as well, so...
No, poor Tide. That's just...
Oh, it's even got him losing the scuttle too.
Damn, that... Camera people really doing him dirty here. Yeah, gets the scuttle crab stolen away, gets engaged on, isn't able to get over the wall early enough. He gets chased down. Poor guy. That's so sad. At least he did get a TP out.
Was his Eon cooldown? Maybe it got cancelled.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Helpig's though.
Oh, Taco's got a nice flank and he's not spotted, at least for now.
Yeah, Helpig's have so much control over this river right now.
Taco's in a pretty gross position. A lot of pinks.
Helpig's are doing a really good job of holding the ground in the river. They need to not let DCG walk in any further.
He's definitely no one now, but he is just zoning off to try and allow for this dragon to be taken.
Oh no, they're giving the Pixel Bush. DCG slowly inching
Taco just staying up front. He's getting targeted for now, but he's staying alive. Dominus pops. He's getting a lot of health. Tide, though, on the back. Oh, he jumps the wall. Bit of a disaster play there. He's still full health, though, but the ult has now run out. Oh, no, Tide. It is still going to be 3 members here for Helpigs. There's the Honey Fruit available. But how low all of these members of DCG were if Tide just remained in that fight. Looks like a whole different map. Now, Hana, Godzone, it's round 2 of the Smite fight. Adiog's doing a really, really good job here of just poking away
The
Smite. It's got to be Godtone. Don't even bother trying. This guy doesn't miss, Hana. You just lost your life because you thought you could take down the God of Asia. You can't. And now the ensuing fight, is it going to remain anything? Eddie he dodges out of those blades.
They have to be careful here.
Yeah, there are so many low health bars. Chris Carter, though. Oh. Man, Eddie
He is unrelenting on the
He is. And so is Godtone on tapping that D button.
Holy, 3 dragons now for the Hellpigs. Soul Point, Cloud, Soul potentially in their hands in the next 5 minutes. And Godtone, he just doesn't miss a smite.
He doesn't.
It looked really rough for Hellpigs, especially with Tide going over that wall.
Yeah, that had to have been a mistake, I swear.
Yeah, I think he panicked and didn't actually mean to go over that far, but pretty much exited himself out of the fight, yeah.
Presses R, immediately leaves.
Oh, man, but still though, Hellpigs, 1k gold lead for them. DCG is still not too far behind in mission. Now it does have the Shadow Flame completed, so much magic pen available for him. Chose to go for the Merc Treads instead of the Soul Shoes, which is fine. It makes sense into the LeBlanc and the Sejuani.
Alright, is Eddiox going to pick up a Magi's? I want your take. Oh, first, let's do this.
Yeah, let's take a look at how this panned out. I think there was just a lot of stuff happening here, but ultimately ICA finds the Grand Entrance onto 2, but there's not much that can come out of it in Tide. Oh, he's full HP, and he just doesn't...
going.
Yeah. Oh, he can't hit anything. He does at least get a little bit of damage onto Hanabi, but like, he could have completely swept this fight if he was in it.
It does feel that way.
Yeah. Regardless, Hellpigs, they still, manage to pull it back. They get the Cloud Dragon, and DCG, their health bars are low enough. I think from the efforts of the Renekton, they are able to sort of stay in this river, and Eddiox just keeps going in for the poke and missioning Cascada.
Picture in picture. There's 4 people, and there's 1 Godtone.
Oh, man. What happens now? I don't even know. Hellpigs ahead, 1k gold still. LeBlanc, 3 items completed. He's really packing a punch.
Cascada is going to get hit by that Arctic Assault, but it's Godtone who's taking all the damage. Magna Storm comes through. He's getting very, very low. He's staying alive for now, but shut down. It's going over to Cascada. And now damage control. Taco is in bot lane. He's recalling. He's going to have to come and help try and stop this Baron, perhaps. But ultimately, it was Eddiox going down, and he's really the member of the team that can have a say when it comes to stopping.
Yeah, Eddiox playing with fire and getting burned. It is going to mean DCG get this Baron at 26 minutes in the game with no recourse from the side of Hellpigs. And now DCG are the ones with the 1k gold lead.
Don't want to give over anything, teleporting down to that bot side. Now, importantly, this Baron will be alive when the dragon spawns. And so it should mean that DCG have pretty good chances of picking up this dragon. Although in saying that, if Godtone's around, he probably just gets it.
Let's have a look at what happened. Godtone, I think he just gets CC'd, and Orca capitalizes on that, uses the ultimate, and is ultimately finished off by Cascada, and ICA forced to use the quickness to get out of the fight. Means that they really don't have any choice but to give over the Baron. And now Hellpigs, they looked so good before, but now they're in a bit of a rough spot. Baron buff is going to mean that mid lane tier 1 is taken down. The map is opened up a lot now for DCG.
Definitely. On the bottom side of that team fight, I'm not sure if you saw it, but Hana managing to connect the Vault Breaker there onto Eddiox, followed up with the cease and desist, and the damage that came through from Mission confirmed that he would just be mopped up. So
yeah.
That really strong LeBlanc wasn't able to participate really in that fight. Good play by Hana. Heads up play, found the LeBlanc, took him down. But again, a minute now on this Dragon. Not a whole lot of progress being made as of yet with this Baron, but you can see on the side lane there, Mission slowly pushing up that bot wave. Hanabi now recalling. He's going to have to deal with Eddiox on the top side. Now, importantly, we did just watch Hanabi teleport bot. And so he doesn't have teleport. And with 45 seconds left on the Dragon, he is going to have to walk down, which means Eddiox can sit up here and still pressure tower if he wants to. They're likely to lose this bot lane tower, but I think you're okay with that.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward as well because of the fact that Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. DCG are well set up in the bot side to rotate to that, but without the Cassante involved means that Hellpigs might have a chance to look for a pick.
Yeah, it's under siege on this bot lane in Hip Tower.
Oh,
teleport.
wow.
Taco.
Okay.
Taco going for a close one, but it might be very effective. He has got an angle. Orca getting low, but the permafrost will not find it.
Yeah, Orca manages to sidestep their grand entrance and just stroll on out to safety.
Hana misses the Vault Breaker there, meaning Taco keeps the majority of his health, but IC8.
Yeah.
Taking a lot of damage to Mission's poke. Mission does...
finds it.
Yeah, it does find it. It's a Glacial Prison that comes out. It's a nice chunk. Mission also low on mana here. As Taco trying to find an angle. Will find a stun. Actually, he won't. It's the grand entrance comes down onto Orca. And Hana has just gone into the back line. Are they going to be able to find the damage? Tide's trying to do everything. Chris Carter's trying to do everything. It's now going to be 2 members found very, very early here from Halpigs as Hanabi joins the fray, as well as Mission teleporting back. It's a 3v5 as Taco limping away on low health. He's trying to survive. Natofu strikes will not land. Taco is staying alive. Hanabi is forced to pop that shield. And now Adiox, the targeted for the all-out, will end up going down. Mission! Everyone's on 1 HP around the rift. Godtone!
Oh, so
There's
close.
one member that is not, and it's the Tone. He's staying relatively healthy, and it's a 3v4. Resets will have to come through, but is it going to be quick enough now for Halpigs to secure this 4th dragon?
So difficult to tell who came out on top of that fight because it was so long and so spread out, but still, you can see Halpigs, they're on their way to obtaining this Cloud Drake, but DCG, they aren't going to give it up for free.
Hanabi teleporting in, does not have all out available, and Taco relatively close nearby. In fact, it's only really Tide that's not going to be here.
They can get over the wall.
They can get over the wall. Godtone being looked at. Are we going to answer? Godtone is just going to go down. And with no carries here, it feels weird that there wasn't more of a commitment to going over.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just give their lives to try and finish the dragon and just hope for the smite. I guess it is pretty risky and you don't actually have that much damage, but...
Okay, now Siege trying to happen, but you've got 2 static ships, so without the Baron, it's not really going to mean anything. In fact, it's their tower up top that's getting taken out by minions on our mini-maps.
Yeah, a lot of minions going to waste there. DCG
Goes
unable
away.
to connect that, but let's take a look all the way back at when DCG trying to get the inhib tower. This is a really long fight. This is starting really far behind, but... how did it start? It was Godtone finding an ult onto Mission, I think.
It was. Here he comes.
Oh,
He's
here he
walking
comes.
slowly, menacingly walks towards Mission.
Yeah, he finds it, but I think DCG are well equipped to deal with this, and Halpigs aren't quite close enough to be able to find the damage onto him. And Criscard actually deals so much damage in this team fight, and actually is able to dodge away from IC8's quickness as well. But ultimately, I think DCG, they get a little bit too deep. Hana is in no man's land. Orca dies pretty quickly to Taco's Renekton, and it looks like it's Criscard 1v5, but when Hanabi comes in from the side, it feels like DCG have a pretty good chance. And it does feel like it, you know, Taco's limping away on 1 HP, but when all the members of Halpigs jump over the wall and help their desperate top laner, it all kind of turns around, but then it doesn't.
And then Hanabi makes it out, in fact kills Adiox.
Oh, Cassandra's such a weird
just
champion,
such chaos.
No one won from that fight.
No, I mean, I guess DCG, because they ended up getting the dragon.
Yeah.
But yeah, what a drawn-out process that was.
Taking stock now, DCG 2k gold ahead. Baron very close to spawning now. DCG, they need to fix up their bot wave.
I want to say, though, importantly, at the end of that team fight, there is now no longer a stopwatch available on Hana as well as on Criscard. So those are 2 pretty important cooldowns, or items, I suppose you should say, that are no longer available.
DCG looking for that mid lane priority now. Halpigs, on the other hand, sitting in the river. I feel like that's not the best move considering DCG are just going to walk in and take that control from you. DCG are ignoring the spot wave completely. This is really questionable.
Yeah, Adiox has TP too, so if this goes for too long, Adiox can actually look to cause some absolute havoc in that bot lane.
He's going for it. Now it's really just a waiting game. Halpigs have to make sure they don't get picked here while Adiox is setting up. He can really start wreaking havoc on that bot lane tier 2. DCG have to send someone back to answer it.
Okay.
It might just start the Baron.
They are going to start it. They're going to force out the teleport here from Adiox.
No.
But
I don't like
actually, IC8 recalled, so this is just going over. Unless
they don't have vision.
There is the Tone. Okay, he's just going to get CC'd up. He's not going to be able to find anything. Taco as well. He's going to be cease and desist. He's not long for this world. Now, damage control, I feel like you should be trying to run away. Adiox did end up teleporting here, but it's a little bit too little too late. Godtone going down as well. Damage found by Cascada will end up picking up that one as well as the Baron. And I feel like, right idea, seeing Adiox try to get that tower. As soon as you see it, try and teleport back up, but IC8 recalling really was a disaster.
Yeah, Helpix, they were in such a favorable position with that bot lane, and they had the right idea sending Adiox to the bot lane to, increase the pressure there, but ultimately the execution is a little bit off. IC8 clearly not on the same page as the rest of his team, and now...
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Does
Dancing
stay
with
safe.
death.
They are going to lose an inhib here. Adiox finding reasonable poke. I'd like to see his... What's that?
No, they can't go for this, can they?
I don't think so. There is both of these health revives are coming through.
Ooh.
Teleport available for Taco as well.
Mission uses ult, he didn't find anything.
Yeah, poke, constant poke coming out. The teleport is coming through. It's Taco. He's popped the dominance nice and early. Cascada has fit. Oh my god, it's going to happen again. It's a 3-man this time. It's Cascada getting absolutely eliminated. Hard on the back end will be going down eventually as Taco up here in the front lines trying to take down these tanks. They won't be able to, but they will be able to take that team fight win. They lose an Nexus Towers, but they pick up the team fight. Now, what can they get from this? Are they able to take this mid lane tower and the dragon? It feels like they should be able to.
Yeah, Helpix finding such huge success off the back of Taco's TP. A wide flank really wreaks havoc on DCG's entire team, and yeah, Taco's really just getting it done. Mid lane tier 2 goes down, Cloud Drake next in Helpix's sights. Hana's 20 seconds left on his respawn timer. Well, I wonder if DCG will still go for this. They are full health bars, and Tide is actually pretty low on mana. I think they're going to try and do it.
They are
I
going
don't
to
know
try.
what the plan
Chris
is here.
Carter's not here. Tide very low on mana, but has the blue buff.
No way.
Oh, they're just looking for the fight.
There's no
I like
plan.
it. I like this. I really like the fight. Okay, they're turning around. Orca getting low. Going to cost that health bar to get poked at as Adiox. Oh, he almost gets taken out there by Mission on the side, and Taco doing a great job here of zoning. It may cost him his life, but they've picked up the soul. He's trying to turn it around. Shockwave comes out. It's going to confirm that kill. They're looking to try push for the end. There are 2 static shivs alive, though.
Yeah, Helpix now in a very dangerous position. They need to survive this last Baron push from DCG. 20 seconds left on that Baron buff. It's going to be long enough for the wave to get into the tower, but that's about it. After that, it's all in DCG's hands to try and find some sort of engage. One Nexus tower is already down.
Yeah, it is going to be 5 seconds left. The tower being looked at here as Hana does jump across the wall, but ultimately not enough left in the tank to find it. Maybe a second inhib though. It does feel like this one is inevitable with your top laner being dead. Abyssal Mask picked up by Taco now. But 2 inhibs. It is going to be this mid lane inhib spawning in 2.5 minutes. We'll be just in time for that Baron, but the bottom lane inhib being down can be fairly disastrous as Adiox herding the sheep away from any of these sort of routes out.
Adiox has been doing a really good job of finding the poke whenever he can, but it feels like it's not providing enough value against the side of DCG.
Here's the death cap now.
Ooh, could be good. He's got a stopwatch as well, which means that he can be a lot more flexible with how aggressive he chooses to play. Baron's still 2 minutes away from spawning, and DCG 3k gold ahead, but 1 Dragon Soul down. Still definitely either team's game.
Definitely is, and now, I mean, it's really, you've got to try and, I think honestly, the 2 inhib things, while usually it's a bit of a pain, you have double static shiv, and the LeBlanc's going to just immediately kill those minion waves, as well as with the teleport means you can quite easily make it back up into this Baron. Hana though, going the road less traveled to try and look for something in the jungle will be scouted out by that scrying orb. I thought for a second there Adiox was going to lose his team the game.
It's been a while, but we see Taco on the side of Helpix pushing out that bot lane, making sure that those supers don't get anywhere near his base, but DCG taking yet another tier 2 turret, opening the map even wider now. Baron inching closer and closer to that spawn. Both ADCs also have the Guardian Angel picked up as well now, which means that these fights are going to be even more drawn out. I do feel like Cascada has a little bit more agency in this fight so far, but Tide definitely has the damage available to turn it around, especially with that Lord Doms completed.
Yeah, and I think can't help but mention Mission. He has the setup here for his Orianna, and by God will he do damage if he finds a nice shockwave. Ediox, though, continuously trying to find some harass. Goldtone being looked at on the side is pretty tanky.
A Sundra from Hana definitely.
Oh, Goldtone, that is a dangerous way to go, my friend.
25 seconds now on the Baron.
Oh,
Helpix.
IC8.
Oh, no,
IC8. No, he's window shopping. Oh, you can't afford to be doing that before the Baron again.
Ah. The thing is, like, what do you even gain from basing there rather than over the wall? You know, just W over the wall. It really is a rookie mistake, and it means that DCG get yet another free Baron. 20 seconds on IC8's death timer. At DCG, not only do they get a free Baron Asher in their back pocket, but they get so much tempo on the map as well. See, they're already knocking on the doors of that last remaining inhib tower. Everyone's in position. Audiox is on his way back to the base.
How do you stop this push? You might just be losing all 3 inhibs here. And in fairness, again, you can clear the super minion waves, but it puts you pretty much with no agency ever in this game. And with Elder Dragon spawning in a minute 30.
The static shivs really are paying dividends for the side of Helpix. I don't think they would have made it this far if they didn't have those for the wave clear.
Okay,
Now,
Taco goes forward. He's trying to find something here. Oh, the 3-man, but he gets knocked up there and won't be able to find his knock-up. Tied on the side, getting eliminated by these tanks. But it's still 5 members strong here for Helpix as he comes out of the GA. Flashes away for Hana. Permafrost will land, and Hana will be the next one going down. On the top side, though, Ediox continuing to harass away here at Hanabi. There's something going on both sides of my screen, but Hanabi now still being chased at by Ediox. Will not be able to find it. Does cost him his flash, actually, but he is still on the chase.
He's so fast with the Cloud Drake. He might actually be able to find Hanabi.
Oh, he's not. He's not going to find him. Okay, now it is going to be a 4v2. And it's 2 tanks versus all the carries alive here for Helpix to try and end the game. Baron buff. Baron buff is available, though. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if Helpix can actually work
15 seconds until mission is up. You really have to get it done here. You can't kill these tanks.
Hanabi's got the wave.
Hanabi does have the wave. Hanabi, though, Tide manages to find the kill. Hanabi should be going down as well. Oh, my goodness.
He's running them all the way back to the other end of the map.
Yeah, what?
The TPs.
Yeah, TP's coming in. Oh my god, and the minions are there. Oh my god, Hanabi's stopping backs.
Change the camera.
Okay, Taco will have his TP available. Mission's trying to go for it. Ediox is back. Oh my god, the inhib's back. Mission's gonna go down now too, but it's Ediox. Oh my god, he stays alive. Elder Dragon is alive.
2 members alive for DCG, Cascada and Hana. Oh, they've got a mountain to move here. I don't know if they're actually starting it up themselves. Helpix aren't quite in position yet. Tide and Goldtone rapidly approaching. Plant does reveal them.
It's time for Dragon Steel number 3.
Like
He's in the pit.
Not like this.
Oh, it's Cascada. Cascada confirms it, but Ediox is in the area. They do get the kill here. It's found onto Goldtone, and in a strange turn of events, neither jungler picks up that Elder Dragon. It's the Xayah, the late game Xayah with that Blade Caller.
What has just happened in the last 2 minutes? The game has completely exploded. Helpix now with an open Nexus, but 2 inhibs up now means that the game is in a pretty even state. DCG, they have the Elder Dragon, which means that they're happy to find any fight that Helpix offers up to them.
Full builds are starting to come through here. We have both AD carries sitting on all of their items. I just don't know what to expect anymore.
I need a moment to breathe here. I feel like, who even wins this game? I don't know. DCG, they do have the Elder Dragon, but Helpix are happy to just wait that one out. I don't think DCG have enough in them to force a fight. There's nothing really to fight over yet. Baron's still 2 minutes away from spawning. Both Guardian Angels are down for both ADCs, as well as both Sums. Cascada does have his Ghost up very shortly, tied with his Cleanse as well. And Cascada, I think, in that initial fight ages ago, he died using both of his subs and his ultimate very early on in the fight. So I think that was why Hellpigs were able to, wreak the havoc that they did. But surely Cascada doesn't make that same mistake again.
All right, how long left on this Elder Dragon? It is on Cascada, it's not onto Mission. I'll be very interested to see. I think that's a very important timer. Inhib now being looked at. It's definitely still the Elder Dragon up.
So
a massive
low.
poke there onto Mission. And it might just be too hard to push this Inhib now with Mission being chunked down to full. Orca, Glacial Prison lands onto him. It's going to be the Redemption coming through and stun onto Hanabi. Even Hanabi taking damage from this LeBlanc now.
Yeah, Adiox is just... He just keeps going. His poke is actually pretty significant now.
Okay, they're not going to find him. He is going to be able to get that recall off. But yeah, the Elder Dragon will fade. No Inhib found. There is a ping going down. Will they commit?
There's a ward there.
There is a sneaky little ward. IC8 is back in base. Is he going to look for it?
He's not
they know it's there. They know it's there too because they've hit it once. So it has the little...
yeah, true.
But they don't care, I guess.
Yeah, I think that Mission
and Hanabi can both teleport to it. It's something to watch out for. Cascada opting to change his build. He sold something. Maybe it's boots. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But he's picked up the Maw of Malmortis.
Baron now 35 seconds to spawning. This will be the final fight of the game.
No, man. Me and Shock have thought that before for many a game. It never
Surely
is.
this has to be the last fight of the game. We've had so many fights. This game has almost had 40 kills. Neither team giving an inch. Now DCG, it looks like they have control of the river for now. 15 seconds left on that Baron timer. Godtone waltzing through the jungle. You got to be careful, man.
You have to be careful of Adiox too. This guy can end the game so quickly as a full build LeBlanc. They're going to turn their attention towards this Baron, but this could almost come down to...
Oh, I'm getting deja vu. Adiox is in the bot lane. DCG, they're starting up the Baron.
Teleporting in. Taco finding himself a flank. Godtone's trying to get himself in there. Glacial Prison
4K.
comes through and he's going to land on the Cascada. 3K. The Baron's not going to go down. It's going to be a blade caller. The Baron goes to Godtone. He finds it all out coming through, though, the team fight. It's so close, Taco. He should be able to find Cascada here at the very end of it as Tide is trying to survive.
Oh, it's Taco versus
tanks.
the world.
It's tanks left alive everywhere across the rift, and Taco's doing his best. He's had a double kill. He's trying to find more. Guardian Angel coming up. It looks like he will just be going down. He's delaying, though. He's certainly delayed for a long time. Now it's up to Godtone. Is he going to be able...
1v2.
Teleport available here for
How's he do
Hanabi.
it? What is he doing?
I don't know.
The minions don't matter,
You've
man.
got to battle. Okay, Hanabi is still very far away.
IC8 spawning in 15.
That's right. Okay, IC8 in 15. It looks like it won't be the
That
game.
can't end.
Or maybe. I mean,
Surely
IC8
they
doesn't
can't.
offer
No,
damage.
they
they
can't.
just have to CC. Actually,
Godtone's getting it done.
yeah, Godtone doesn't give a damn about having a 2v1. He's looking. The minions. Baron minions secure it. Oh, he does have the permafrost up again.
Oh my. Make it stop.
Amalgam made the
Make
mistake
it
of thinking it was the final fight. We go again. 1 minute.
Again, 1 minute till the Elder Drake
And
spawns.
Godtone has Baron.
Godtone has Baron. Other than that, the game is still in the exact same state as it was before. Neither AD carry has either of their sums available for this fight.
IC8 does, though, as well as Adiox.
Yeah, IC8 hasn't actually been able to find a huge engage for the last couple of fights, so this could be the one. If there's a time to find it, it'd be
Adiox
now.
has found Orca. He stunned him up. Another chain lands. Mission in the waiting arms, though.
Well, Hellpigs, they're pushing so far with this Baron buff. 2 cannon minions there. They don't even care about the drag. They might even just
and there's
try
no
for the
static
end.
shift. Like, I don't think they can look for that. That's a big ask. Okay. Now, they did lose an inhib, but there is no wards to teleport to. But they don't know that for certain. You have to feel. So they are worried about it.
Yeah. Mission does still have the teleport available.
Oh, Taco.
Oh, Godtone.
Cascada has no sums. Featherstorm's used. IC8, can you find it? He finds
Cascada's in
it.
trouble.
He finds it. Cascada's gone down. And now it's Tide. Tide is running all out. Does land onto Adiox as as well as in the Tofu Strikes, but the Zonyas is here, and it's a Tide show. Unstoppable goes Vi, but Unstoppable is Tide as he looks to try and take down Hanabi. Hanabi, though, proving to be a bit of a challenge as Godtone on the other end, going for his fabled 2v1 yet again. Oh my god, it's a 50-minute absolute clown fiesta, but Halpigs have done it.
I actually don't know if Halpigs can end here.
No, they can.
Surely. No, okay, no, you're right. I believe in Hanabi.
Oh my.
Oh, wait.
Oh
No
no,
way.
Hana's back. Okay, no, Taco just ends it.
Okay,
It's fine,
Taco
it's fine,
ends
it's
it.
fine.
Surely. Yeah, Tide is going to be the sacrifice here, I think, but Taco and Godtone should be able to end the game here.
Yeah,
Should
okay.
be able to end the game here.
Oh
The
my
Nexus is
god.
so
Godtone's gonna get it done.
Okay.
Oh my goodness gracious me. I don't, okay. Let's tone it down. Question. Pick your MVP, go. Guess. Try get the MVP of this game.
I don't know. Taco? I would have to say Taco.
I'm going Eddie Oggs.
It could be anyone.
It could be. That's why, I mean, like, who could you really pick?
Oh, man.
They
Yeah.
all had a moment
Yeah.
that it was like, wow. I mean, early game IC8, but then he sort of decided to not show up to a couple Barons. And then, I don't know, man.
Oh, yeah, everyone really had their moments. Tide doing so much damage in the last fight. Adiox just consistently ramping up the pressure on DCG. And, of course, Godtone stealing away every single objective.
I forgot. That guy just stole away like 3 dragons. And I think it was 2 dragons and a Baron.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Godtone, actually. Maybe that Baron steal means that it should be him.
Oh, that's true.
That's what happened
they wouldn't have
last
won
time.
without him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
don't
so
know.
hard.
I don't know, man, but
I'm
Godtone's
exhausted
getting
after
recorded.
that.
We're getting a meme after this one.
Wow.
Damn, man. Imagine being either of these teams and just being in that game. I mean, it was so back and forth, the entirety of it. I didn't know who was going to win. I thought DCG might have won, and then it was like, oh, will they?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's weird to see a team getting the Outer Dragon and then not win the game. That doesn't happen very often, but man, Halpigs, I can't even tell. I was about to call it a comeback, but I don't know if it was.
Well, they started ahead, right? They went down 2 kills, but they found all the objectives. I don't know. It's so weird. I can't even remember. It's 50 minutes ago now.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway from that is that it was such an evenly matched game, and Halpigs, you know, they're trying to vie for that last playoff spot, and that dream stays alive today.
Definitely does. It definitely does. And oh my god, if CFO lose to Impunity tomorrow, we have an absolute banger of some tiebreakers potentially on our hands. Because my goodness, the last few games out of all West Point, DCG, and honestly CFO, but in the opposite way, have been very exciting.
Yeah, man.
I gotta say though, taking it a little bit back, Adiox looked good on the LeBlanc, I think.
Yeah.
I think finally we've seen Adiox play a lot of control mage, and that seemed to be like all he had success on. And now Current LeBlanc kind of a control mage in many ways, but also kind of the split push pressure. But I think that game Adiox really showed that he's quite good at it. Really, the only time I saw him not have impact in a team fight was when Hana just found a really nice angle on him in the mid tower.
Yeah.
And at that stage, it was kind of like you just didn't have the vision, and he just got caught. But I think Adiox played very well this game, as well as Tide. Started off pretty rough, but in those later stage team fights, really good performance out of him.
Yeah, I think that Adiox, especially, you know, on the LeBlanc, I feel like, you know, we've mentioned this before, but sometimes it feels like the LeBlanc with that build isn't really offering that much. But Adiox is just, you know, every second of every team fight, he's always just applying pressure to some member of DCG, and that's really where the value from LeBlanc really shines through.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't wait to see damage graph, because I feel like Adiox is probably really far ahead of everyone else, because he's the only champion in the game that's consistently being able to poke.
Yeah.
I mean, Tide kind of with the Zeri W, but it's not very easy to land compared to Wing forward and auto-attacking, so... I can't wait to see the damage graph. I feel like we might see some bonkers numbers in there. Imagine seeing the damage taken graph and then looking at Kasante's, because that guy was taking an absolute beating and would just not go down.
Yeah, Hanabi was really fighting for his life in that game, you know, especially when he was dragging those minions away so far away from his base to try and, you know, save his Nexus. Oh man. That's so rough for DCG to lose that game as well. I think Cascada as well, in a lot of those fights, he was putting up some insane damage numbers, but Helpix did a really good job of finding angles onto him, forcing out his Feather Storm early on in the fight, meaning that he couldn't really do much else.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think importantly, this now means that somehow Frank have the opportunity to try and get 4th.
Yeah.
And starting off this season, the first round robin being 3-6 to now having the opportunity to get 4th seems pretty ridiculous.
It is. The tables definitely do feel a bit jumbled up after tonight.
Oh, this was the last team fight. I was trying to work out which one of the thousands it was.
Yeah, Tide actually pops off so hard there. It almost felt like DCG was somehow going to get away with it. Hanabi somehow survived from this situation. Just Cassante things, I guess. But, man. Yeah, if Helpix didn't have the Baron buff here, I don't think they could have ended.
Yeah, well, I mean, it came down to the absolute wire, even with the Baron buff. Let's have a look. Oh my, Chris Garda.
Wow, 60k.
Yeah, and he was, I mean, some of those Feather Storms and Blade Callers were pretty unreal.
Yeah. Look at the goal difference as well. Even at the end of the game, DCG
were ahead.
Still ahead.
Yeah.
By a decent margin. Wow.
6k at 2 points of that game and still weren't able to get it done. I think, honestly, more than anything, this game just showed the power of Static Shiv. Because
true.
if not for Static Shiv, they probably lose.
Yeah, they wouldn't have been able to clear the waves.
Time ago. Yeah, exactly. When they've lost that inhib, they lost 2 inhibs, both their Nexus towers, and still managed to pick up a win. That is insane. I mean, 40k damage, by the way, on the Cassante. You saw how much damage he wasn't taking.
He did more than Mission as well.
Yeah.
I feel like Mission, if I had to single out a member from DCG, I feel like he wasn't really offering as much as the Oriana pick could have. Maybe that's because Helpix are playing the team fight so well, but like, we never really saw a huge shockwave from him.
Okay, Godtone got MVP. Whenever it's Godtone, you get a video of him first. That's the only person it happens to. 91% KP, by the way.
Wow.
And I want to point out, only 1k gold down against a Vi as Sejuani.
Yeah.
That's a pretty impressive stat.
Yeah. Godtone getting it done.
This might be his best game yet. I think this might have overtaken the Nautilus one.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to argue against it when he got 3 steals in the same game.
The things he can pull off when he's not on Lee Sin.
Now, I want to see this steal, because it feels illegal that he got this one.
How? Oh,
he's
yeah, both
near
teams
it,
kind of just
and it's
stopped hitting it.
Yeah, Smork. Taco, by the way, finding a crazy angle into Mission.
Who even... It was at 3... Oh.
Oh, Hana smited it too early.
He's the inside man.
And now, honestly, this fight, though, was saved by Taco.
Yeah.
Godtone getting the Baron. He's also 1 HP, by the way. He survives that low and saves the game. Also kills Hana at the inhib.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I was a little bit confused by where he was going for a second
This is the battle of the ages.
I know. I'm still stunned that he was able to dish out so much damage. Sejuani is... disgusting.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Oh my goodness. And then it's the Baron minions. Finish the job.
Yeah.
Get it done, boys.
That's one of the things with Cassante is that even though he does so much damage in team fights, he doesn't really offer that much to anything else, really. It's only champions. And he wasn't even there for that, so...
Yeah.
DCG, I think... I don't know. It felt like an end angle, but not really.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate that there was nowhere else for him to teleport to, because it was already Hana was on the inhib as Hanabi was teleporting into the center of mid lane. Yeah. So was really far away. And to be fair, you were a bit taken aback by just how much damage Godtone was doing, because that was ridiculous. Full tank Sejuani just one-shotting a tank Vi as well. It's like, what is going on in this game anymore? I mean, you also had Hanabi doing it on the Cassante. You saw the damage graphs, but fellas, boys, lads, that is game number 4 in the bag. And that was a very exciting game, but we still have PSG versus J-Team coming up last. So, I mean, we've had bangers, but we've got a last one to absolutely put the cherry on top.
When no one's helped, when it's time for action. match. All of the hours that I put in running and gunning the patch. All of them clap, big applause. Wish I could pause all they reaction. Ooh, we know I never had a losing streak. I know you see what adrenaline's doing to me. I've been kicking game Bruce Lee. You ain't in the game too weak. Make them feel the pain too deep. Tell them get out the kitchen, you can't take the heat. What I'm doing, getting right to it. The money is talking, I'm flowing, it's coming in just how I do it. Yeah, can't stop, nah, won't stop. Yeah, it's been on live, you don't believe it, just watch. Yeah,
taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in a frat, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat. F-Flex on the beat.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down
let me down. Yeah, I could try to act like I don't need anyone, pretend it's me, myself, and I'd rather be on my own. But I know I can do this alone. If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? If I was falling to the ground, would you pick me up? If my world was crashing down, would you make it stop? I do for you, but would you do the same? When everyone's gone, are you gonna stay? When demons come through, would you push them away? Would you push them away? Are you gonna stay? If I had a nightmare, tell me, are you right there pulling me out, me out? If I was too high, yeah, tell me, are you right there pulling me down, me down? 'Cause I need you to ride along. So tell me, are you right there? Tell me, are you right there when it goes down, goes down? It's not over till I say so. It's not over till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it go. Till I'm ready to let it
Welcome back, everyone, for the final game of the night here between PSG and J-Team. It's a battle between first and second, and PSG currently sitting pretty really at 16-1, looking to make it. No, they're 15-1, looking to make it 16-1. Sorry, and J-Team, if they manage to pick up a win here, will cement themselves as second.
Yeah, I think that this is a big team for J-Team to try and win. Same for PSG as well, you know, hoping to secure that #1 spot as early as they can. It should be a banger. We've already had so many bangers, so many unlikely bangers for tonight, so I'm hoping that this one really caps it off nicely.
It would be nice to have a... Oh, to be fair, I kind of want a cleaner game. We haven't had too many clean games tonight. I think that would be nice to see. Obviously, PSG on your screen there. I mean, they're looking so good recently, especially once Maple started to come into his own. He's been looking like an absolute menace in that middle lane, especially on Jace, and it seems like he just gets Jace every single draft phase, so... I think J-Team's key to success here might be trying to get rid of that Jace pick for Maple.
Yeah, definitely. I think that only having dropped that early loss against BYG should hopefully put them in a good spot for this match, looking to maintain their mostly pristine record and, you know, lead into playoffs nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think J-Team, though, they really should try and target out Maple's Jace and then try and make him play something a little bit less comfortable. Because he has truly looked like an absolute different player on that Jace so far. Obviously, Maple, though, with how long he's been around and how many metas he's been through, certainly will have other champions up his sleeve to be able to pick and probably look just as good on them. But, I mean, at least for this split, it seems like his Jace is just well above the rest of his champs. J-Team, though, on the other hand, Minji in spring didn't look that great, and in summer could argue as the best mid laner in the league.
Yeah.
Driver as well. Very similar in that regard, looking very strong up there in the top lane. And he's one of my favorite players. I love seeing him do his dances after the game. They've evolved now. They're not only dancers, now he pulls out sheets of paper. He comes prepared with props nowadays.
Right.
Where he knows he's gonna win, so he just has like a bit of paper, it has some meme on it. I never can read it, it's really unfortunate, but you know.
It's the thought that counts.
It is the thought that counts. He bought another prop one time. It was like this barrel. I don't know.
A barrel?
Yeah, he's been getting into it.
Like is it meant to be like a Gragas barrel or?
No, it was something else. I don't know. I think it's something to do with God Tone, but.
Okay.
I think one thing about this team that I've mentioned it before that goes a little bit unnoticed is Enzo current. Well, I don't know about now, but he was sitting as the second highest KDA in the league out of all players. And so I think that's a very impressive stat. Here we take a look at the stats. First Dragon 84% of the time for PSG. Averages up 2k gold, as well as J-Team averaging fairly the same in terms of that stat.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a Dragon percentage so high. Does that mean that they don't prioritize the Rift Herald as much, or I don't even know how to interpret that, to be honest. But
well,
the game
I guess
time
it depends. It depends when the Dragon's getting taken, really. If it's just traded for the Herald, or maybe you're getting it between the sort of 4 to 6 minute mark. Sorry, 6 to 8 minute mark, and then if you're getting at that sort of time, then you can just get the Dragon recalled and try and look for the Herald as well.
Yeah. Goal difference at 14 is actually not too far between the two teams. I think that is obviously indicative of their current standings and their power levels. Definitely still, very easily takeable by J-Team, and I think that they've got what it takes.
I wouldn't say very easy. I think it's possible.
Relative to being impossible.
This is a really good stat comparison, because look at Driver, man. That guy decimating the stats of top. He averages up 1k gold on his laner at 14 minutes.
Wow. As a top laner. That's
and
crazy.
Now, he has 9 solo kills. But that stat's a little bit inflated, because yesterday he solo killed Taco and top like 3 times. So
you got to do what you got to do. He's got that first place spot.
I think before yesterday they would have probably been even. I'm pretty sure he solo killed Taco twice. I think it would have been 7 apiece, but then yesterday being the difference maker there. And I guess the stats really do make sense, because Driver's been playing a lot of carry champs who expect him to be up gold, especially the Gangplank who just invents gold. And then Aze, he's been playing pretty meta, played a bunch of Poppy.
Yeah.
Played a Song game, Renekton, Jax, as you see there at the top of the screen.
9.1 KDA for top lane is also equally impressive, I feel like. First place in his role. How do you even pull it off? That's crazy. Does he just not die?
I think a lot of it's that when they've won, it's been pretty convincing, and then as the tank, it's like very hard when you're very far ahead to actually die.
Regardless though, heading into Champ Select, Blanc is going to be banned from the side of PSG, followed by the Sejuani. J-Team, though, answering with the Azir and the Maokai. Pretty standard so far, I'd like to think.
Yeah. All things considered, it certainly is pretty standard. Larva being taken away from the Maokai and Sejuani can be a little bit of a worry. I think Larva seems to be the best when he is on those champions. Junjia certainly has a wealth of champions he's able to pick up.
Tristana ban against Minji. Interesting. You have to imagine the last ban here for J-Team will be the Kai'Sa. If it's not, be pretty surprising.
Jace, Kai'Sa. Okay. This is an immediate.
Okay.
Lock the Kai'Sa. Lock the Kai'Sa, boys. We've got this one in the bag. This is the first time we would have seen a Kai'Sa in quite a while, by the way. It is unanimously banned on red side. No. And I think this... No way. Don't say it. Okay, Waku is 3-0 on the chat.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Breath of relief.
We're good. I think it actually has been so long since we've seen Kai'Sa get through the draft phase. The ban phase.
That's good, because usually with like the meta champions, you get bored of them, right? But it's been a while. It's fresh again.
And honestly, I think Kai'Sa's one of the only can be in meta champion forever, and you don't really get bored of it because it just has so much skill expression, as well as Xayah. I love Kai'Sa, Xayah bot lane metas because they both do well into each other, but there's just so much skill expression that it makes it fun, even if you see it for the 100th time.
Yeah. Rumble is going to be locked in for the side of J-Team. Nico as well.
Lots of AP.
Yeah. I wonder what that leaves them in terms of jungles. Talia. I'm not a fan of the Talia yet.
No. I think it'll be the Annie. Maple has looked fairly decent on the Annie. And you don't have to be that damage threat so bad this game because you do have a Kai'Sa. Rel pairs well into the Kai'Sa with the Kai'Sa. Also, Junjia, pretty much the only jungler that picks it up as a jungle. So more than any other team, this is certainly a flex pick.
Definitely. The thing I'm really interested to see in the second phase of this champ select is what J-Team have to answer this Kai'Sa, because I mean, I guess it's entirely possible that they just don't have enough bans to cover everything, but surely if they're leaving the Kai'Sa up, they must have some sort of idea for what they want to pick into it.
You'd have to hope so.
Yeah,
I mean,
if they don't, then
I think the best thing that so far what we've seen, what has done the best into the Kai'Sa was an AP Kog'Maw. But you can't pick that because you've already got Rumble, Nico topside, so.
What are they cooking? J-Team, 5 seconds left on this pick. It's probably going to be the jungler. I don't think they want to drop
I think you
jungle
just
to
have to
second
pick an
phase.
AD jungler here. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely before that second ban phase kicks in. Viego going to be locked in for Lalva. Now, what comes next? PSG have the Kai'Sa already in hand. I wonder if they'll look to ban out some ADCs.
Yeah, what do you ban though? I mean, you could just ban away the things that make lane annoying. Ashe, Varus.
Yeah. I feel like it's also entirely possible just to ban out an ADK that's just good, like a Xayah. I think Xayah also answers pretty well into PSG's champions.
I get, but the problem with Xayah is if this is AP Kai'Sa, Xayah doesn't do well into AP Kai'Sa because
fair.
you can't really contest the mid waves because if Kai'Sa lands one of those Void Seekers on you, you're just chunked so low.
Taken banned away from the side of J-Team.
Does feel like a really good Xayah game other than the Kai'Sa. I think you can still pick it here, just simply because it does well into the Rao.
Oh, Xayah is banned. Wow, okay. Interesting. I guess... I mean, you say that the AP Kai'Sa pairs well into it, but I guess banning it away opens up a bit more flexibility as to what the Kai'Sa can build.
And it means also you have a better availability to pick engage support, like the Nautilus. I think that I wouldn't be surprised to see Jinjia just take the Rel. He's played it twice already, and he looked good on it, so...
Man, J-Team, surely they have something. They have to know that these AD carries would get banned, or have a chance of getting banned. Blitzcrank banned away as well. That makes sense. Has Woody played Blitz much?
No, I don't think he's had a Blitz game. There's some weird choices from J-Team's draft. Question mark around the Azir. Maple hasn't played that yet. Question mark around the Blitz.
What will PSG's last ban be? I have to imagine it's going to be another ADC. Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess you don't want to play into Alistair at all.
Alistair ban may mean Rel's going support.
Yeah. Interesting. So still a lot of flexibility for the side of PSG. J-Team looking at their support pick now. This is pretty much picking in blind.
Bruce
Milio
Enso are a Milio Lucian team.
Yeah. I can't imagine Lucian Milio doing alright into the Kai'Sa lane.
Yeah.
But I think the same issue... You have the same issue with like
around
AP
mid.
Kai'Sa, yeah. Ah.
Okay. So it will likely be... It could also be Ashe. It could be the Milio Ashe. And I almost wouldn't be surprised to see it be the Milio Ashe, because if you have Ashe, you land an Ashe ult, can follow up with Equalizer. It's a really nice combo.
Into the Viego reset as well.
Yeah.
PSG though, looking to... Okay. So
Well,
they
this
really
will
want to
do-
disrupt.
This will be pretty decent into an Ashe. It makes Ashe harder to pick and Lucian more likely. Oh my goodness. No way.
Nah, that's a troll.
It's not an RG type beat, but I'd love to see it.
Trendamere, how would that go into...
Oh my god, we're gonna see it again. I don't know if you did you catch the Halpix game yesterday?
didn't.
Oh, we're not gonna see it again.
Aw.
Damn it. But
Aw,
it
just
was
Jax.
it was Taco and he played Mordekaiser into Rumble and went Hextech Proto Bouted, just Hextech Proto Bouted onto Driver's Rumble constantly. He was like 0-5, but it was so funny to watch. Oh, Zeri.
Surely you have something better than that. Well, I feel like everything is just... I feel like you have to go Lucian, right? Zeri's not that good. Aphelios is never going to survive any team fight.
And with the last two here from Blue side, it makes it pretty hard to pick Ashe,
Yeah.
so...
Okay. So J-Team went into this draft with the idea that they were going to answer something like Lucian Milio into Kai'Sa plus whatever.
I'm just sorry, I can't bet against Wako on Kai'Sa. I don't think I can do it.
Yeah, that's... interesting. I mean, you can definitely put up a fight in lane.
Yeah,
I don't really know what you do past that.
I think even in lane though, Kai'Sa pretty good at just neutralizing when it isn't up against the longer range AD carry.
Yeah.
And then I think for me, J-Team really have their strengths around top side. Rumble should have priority in that lane. Obviously level 1 probably won't, but sort of similar to Gragas where Jax will push you in, you'll try and freeze it at the end of your tower, and then slowly push back while harassing him. And you have a good 2v2 there with the Viego.
Yep.
Really good 3v3 with Annie included, so...
Yeah.
I think WinCon really for J-Team feels like it should be topside.
I think the Millia pick as well is going to prove to be really valuable against the style that PSG want to play. They really want to find an angle, they really find the AoE, but Enzo, you know, he can provide a lot of value, but he definitely has to be very careful around how he approaches these team fights.
Yeah, and the Breath of Life really feels like a good answer to Annie as well.
Yeah.
Because so many times, I mean, maybe it just means that instead of looking for the AD carry, Maple might just look to try and Tibbers onto Enzo instead. Because in general, when we see the Annie current meta, it's like against an AD carry, a mid laner, and then a bunch of tanks, like, you know, the engaged supports and whatnot. So you just look for the AD carry. But now that you've got an Enchanter, does give you the option to try and look to, instead of going for Bruce on the Lucian, go for Enzo on the Milio instead.
Have to see how that team fight dynamic plays out, but final game for tonight, PSG versus J-Team. Battle for first place.
Yeah, while J-Team won't be able to secure first place off this, it will put them within touching distance, one win behind. And they'll have to rely on PSG losing tomorrow, but I think more importantly, it means that if J-Team win here, definitely more likely to be securing themselves that second position. Obviously, just the one win above Beyond.
Wow. Kai'Sa has minion dematerializer. I have not seen that before.
Neither have I, but I mean, it probably works the exact same way as it does on LeBlanc,
Yeah.
where you just dematerialize the back wave, and then you'll have perma push.
Yeah. Okay. I thought that with the Kai'Sa Q evolve, you kind of...
You don't get Q evolve. Because you go AP.
Oh, true. Okay, right.
And
it's like 7 of Nash's, right?
I guess he might go Gwinsu's, but I don't think he should. I think Gwinsu's Kai'Sa's not that good.
Yeah, fair.
Honestly, it feels better to go Luden's or Liandry's. No one really goes Liandry's, but it actually does a lot of damage. It's just not the same burst that you get out of Luden's.
Yeah.
But like in a team fight, you can apply Liandry's on all 5 members if you find your Q on them. So it does actually provide quite a lot of value.
I have to see what...
Oh, Arj's just chasing Driver down, but he's quite low.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage from there. He's almost half HP.
What is going on? Okay, Counter-Strike.
He's going for more.
He is.
I mean, I guess he does win out on this now that... Oh, Driver's
What
actually...
rune does he have? Does he have Grasp?
I think
this is actually just Ring Around the Rosie.
This is so
It's
funny
still
to watch.
going.
Oh, he's got lethal tempo, I think. Wow.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Oh, okay, gets out the flash. Big start here for Arja.
Yeah, wow. Driver getting caught off guard there. It's going to be a huge summoner spell not available now.
Yep. Definitely a point of weakness now for J-Team. And this was supposed to be, in my opinion, really where they find advantages. Of course, Belio, Lucian aren't any weakness when it comes to their lane phase, but it does feel like you're not really likely to get up the kill here. Although Wako has been dying a little bit in the 2v2 recently. Still feel like he should be able to navigate this lane fine. Especially being that Wako Woody are the premier Lucian Milio players of the league.
Surely they've played this enough to know what's up. I think that Driver as well, he's not going to suffer the effects of not having that flash for a while, considering Jinja is on the bot side right now, and Driver's got a nice hefty wave crashing into him.
Damn, this tower.
Right, that's ready. That's almost dead.
Certainly is.
Yeah, Bruce and Enzo really making use of the early game pressure, getting priority. Means that Lava is going to be able to secure the Scuttle Crab fairly easily. Jai now pathing his way towards the top side. Driver now looking a lot more healthy. I don't know how he managed that, but...
Just the 2 pots.
Man, another Jack's doing the proxy thing.
Yeah, but this time it's a smart one where the jungler, you know where they are.
Yeah.
So you are free to just do it.
Wait,
Recall.
Lava's actually... This is interesting. Lava's not actually basing and pathing up towards Jinja. Oh, now Driver might be in trouble.
They know there's no flash here on this Rumble, and Jinja might be found afterwards, but he's certainly going to claim himself a first blood. He's looking for more. He's not going to find it, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Driver just being a little bit too confident there. Maybe if he had have waited a little bit longer for Lava to be in the area, could have turned that around, but it is Jinja just fighting himself up. Just kill for me.
Yeah, J-Team as well, you know, being the team that opted into that play, wanting to catch Jinja out, ultimately give over first blood to him instead. He's going to pick up that pickaxe off of his first base. Cheeky Ruby Crystal to go along with it. And still, J-Team, they're not relenting on the spot lane pressure. They're going to pick up their first plate.
Yeah, definitely are. They denied the cannon minion as well. Pretty nice.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, they've got the Prior, but they haven't actually got that much damage traded onto PSG. You can see that Wako still has both of his refillable pots.
Picked up the carrot as well.
Yeah, picked up a little snack for himself. Still, though, this top lane still very back and forth. I think Rumble was having a bit of an easier time now that he's not getting stunned up.
Does have boots too, which made the trade patterns a little bit easier for him.
Now though, Woody roaming into the river. He's going to meet up with Enso, I think, very briefly. Nope, not going to spot each other. Wonder what the first play is here. I feel like Woody really wants to find Minji while Maple has his tibbers up.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be what's happening here. Minji stunned up, going to get knocked up. In fact, he will flash away from it, but that just makes him vulnerable coming into this period of time where objectives like the Dragon and the Rift Herald become more viable.
Yeah, no flash, no TP, and no Prior left in his lane for Minji. Is the PSG are going to have initial control over this river. And we can see that first Dragon priority.
Oh, Tibber's used, and Minji's going to lose the vast majority of his health.
Wow, that's that's really big. I think the PSG might... Oh, it's still rough because Lucian Milio have so much pressure over the bot lane. I think the PSG...
Well...
They want the Dragon, but they can't have it.
Poor Tibbers. Just get smote.
Junjay actually making his way to the opposite side of the map. Still, though, the gold is actually evened up despite PSG picking up their first blood.
Yeah, a lot of it probably the tower plate's bot. It's also Nico is a very oppressive laner to go up against, finding himself a CS lead. Probably means a fair deal. But Junjia picking up first blood on Nocturne pre-6 is pretty big.
Yeah, just means that when he does hit 6, it's going to be even more troublesome for J-Team to deal with. He's just hit it now. Might have his sights set on Minji, who has no flash. Gonna let him live for now.
Maple does have his flash.
Feels like it's pretty killable, but...
Yeah, the invisibility makes it a little annoying. Lalva in the bot side, though.
Lalva's still not 6. I think he is going to hit 6 off of these minions.
Yeah, just coming to yab some XP.
Yeah.
6 now for
jungles.
Bruce.
He's not going to get it. Oh, he does. Okay, nice.
Oh, that's calculated. Timed.
Not much action yet. Rift Herald is spawning in 20 seconds, but neither team really seems all that interested. If there's a team that's going to make a play for it, probably would be J-Team, given that their bot lane likely a first move.
Okay, I think mellowing down now. Honestly, kind of surprising that neither of these teams trying to set up for any real objectives. There is obviously the ward there on the Herald, so it's going to be harder for PSG to get that, but I guess Junjia feels pretty comfortable knowing that he's now ahead in the gold to just sort of slow down the pace of the game and get some items before looking for that ult, because really, in general, it is that sort of thing on Nocturne where as soon as you get ult, you want to try and look for your first sort of kill, but being that he picked up one at level 4 isn't so concerned. And you are also able to just wait for Kai'Sa to start 1v9ing the entire map.
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see what Waku opts for his builds though. I really don't want to see Guinsoo's. I think Guinsoo's into the compies against, like, you don't want to be close, so you may as well just play to commit to poking.
Yep, definitely agree with that. Would be pretty surprised to see him build something that's not the Nash's. It's Nash's 2-second, right? Is that the meta build now?
It is.
Shiv into Nash's, yeah.
Shiv, Nash's, and then, I mean, it's the choice between
everything.
Guinsoo's, Ludens, and Leandri's.
Yeah. J-Team,
I think Guinsoo's is the worst of the options.
Yeah. Alpha picking up the first Infernal Drake of the game. Meanwhile, PSG have secured the Rift Herald for themselves. So going to be a pretty easy trade on both ends. So far, though, it feels like the Lucian Milio is doing pretty well. Building a lead for himself. He's got 2 plates taken off that tower fairly early on in the game. And Wako really hasn't been able to do all that much so far.
Yeah. Good job so far, of course, by the J team bot lane, picking up that Kraken Slayer already.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be really scary, but not really any objectives to fight over just yet.
Definitely not, and now... I mean, I think PSG are the kind of team that they're just happy to sit back and scale.
Yeah.
Barco picking himself up the Static Shiv now. I think now you are never touching this tower again as Bruce and Enzo.
I wouldn't be too sure. I think that, you know, obviously from the proc to Shiv, he needs to be able to walk up to the minion wave, and I think that given how Woody's been playing so far, he's been pretty liberal in his movements across the map, and if he's not around, I think that he's going to have a pretty hard time.
Nah,
but we'll see. We'll see how it
you
pans
watch how the Static Shiv works now. He's got the minion dematerializer too.
Oh, it's
and
true.
then he has the Q to deal with the melee minions. So it's, I think, I mean, this one is a big, this Static Shiv can't clear this because there's too many minions. But after this wave, I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of living going on in terms of the minions. Lalva down here yet again.
Yeah, it definitely does make it a lot harder for J-Team to ever set up a dive as
Here
well,
we go.
because he is just going to get rid of most of that. But J-Team instead looking to secure control into the bot side jungle of PSG, dropping a little bit of vision.
Certainly establishing it.
Lalva now in the area. They want to make something happen bot side with this Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, okay. Damn. Okay, they're very far extended here though. but
Yeah. J-Team, they're too scared to
I
pull
think
the trigger.
J-Team think that Nocturne's in the area,
Yeah.
and they're correct. So, Woody walking forward. It is
Ooh,
going
a
to
lot
be
of
first
damage.
rotation here, coming out of Minji as well. So, Junjie with a very nice spell shield there, denies the root from Viego. And it is a big trade there onto Woody, but he does have the health pot, so he should be able to sustain it up. And ultimately, it was Bruce who used the culling.
I think that at this point, given that Culling's down, PSG is actually pretty happy to play a bit more aggressively.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Especially considering Ginger has a Stride Breaker already in his pocket as well. There's a lot of power in these early game skirmishes.
That's a massive pickup. Now, how do they use this power, though? Because oftentimes, PSG have been one of the better teams at executing dives. It feels very hard to dive the Melio.
Oh, that's a Nocturne ult.
Okay, it's just going to be mid. Does land on the correct Minji. Is going to land the Fear as Woody arrives. We'll find the stun. We'll also find the Magnet Storm as it will be the Pot Blossom coming out, but Maple picking up a kill for himself. Isn't going to be able to land the stun. Just another Q there on Lalva's way out. Rift Shield committed though. Should be some more gold given over to Maple. In fact, maybe it won't be. Bro just soccer kicks it away.
Yeah, PSG picking up yet another kill for themselves, going on to Maple. And yeah, I mean, they weren't able to exploit Minji's flash while it was down, but it didn't even matter. They just flash forward, finish him off.
Yeah.
Free kill.
Good fire, my Junji. I think that's the power of Stride Breaker.
For sure, for sure. I think that, especially given Woody was in the area as well, really good heads-up play from him. And it feels like Wako doesn't even lose that much from his support being missing, so definitely good looks for PSG. And now they've got themselves a 1k gold lead. And J-Team, you know, feels like they were relying a lot from draft on the Lucian Milio finding something, and it really has yet to accrue anything other than the gold lead.
Yep, definitely.
Is the next play, and now Mountain Drake spawning in a minute. J-Team already have an Infernal Drake to their name. Rift Shield as well, 1 minute 30 away. Be interesting to see how teams prioritize going forwards. I think that PSG definitely have a lot better of a chance of contesting Dragon if J-Team go for it because of the wave clear that Wako now has access to.
Yeah, definitely it does help. And Paranoia is going to be back up here for Jinjia, so you have to be careful, especially if you're Minji, who did lose that flash.
Wow, Driver doing a lot of damage.
Definitely. I want to say, though, RJ being ahead in CS, or even in CS, feels really good as the Jax. Because you will start to heavily win out in the side lane. Obviously, teamfight effectiveness, maybe you give that one to the Rumble, but in terms of the side lane, it's certainly favored for Jax. As Bruce does try and go forward and do some damage. Wako responding in kind with a lot of his own.
I'm surprised Bruce didn't drop the culling just for extra damage. PSG, they didn't have any movement abilities available anymore, but they're going to hold on to that for now. Mountain Drake now on both team sides.
Oh, broken. The Nico recall interaction.
I hate that.
Oh, Bruce.
Oh, Bruce jumping over.
Oh, man, this guy's a Chad. Okay, he's going to get Magnet Stormed up, but it's going to be Woody that's in the middle of 3 members. He will be going down. The culling will secure that one. And Driver in the area. Junji does have flash. He's going to have to commit it. And now it's 4 members of PSG, but with Woody just getting absolutely annihilated. Won't be anything found. It's just going to be the Dragon going over here to J-Team.
Yeah. 2 Dragons now for J-Team.
Very, very strange how that panned out.
Yeah.
Also,
it almost felt like a trust fall from Bruce, you know? He jumps over the wall and expects Milio to help him out.
I also want to say, very strange build from Maple. He's going Leandri's, but he's just picked up a Giant's belt for fun.
Maybe his pants were falling down.
Oh, is that... Okay, it is the actual Nico? Okay, it is. Sorry, Nico's fooling me too.
You never really tell. They both look the same.
All right. Dragon will eventually be traded for this Rift Herald, though. There shouldn't be an answer coming through, and feels a little bit less worthwhile when you do realize that that first tower has just been taken up by Bruce down in the bot lane. This Lucian really has the tools he needs to succeed. Has the Milio, has a lot of gold.
Yeah, now has an Essence River as well. 2 items completed for the Lucian. And so has yet to complete a support item, but there's still a lot of power coming out from the Lucian. I have to see what they can force from that. He's now passing down the mid lane, so setting their sights on at least some priority. I don't know if they'll be able to get close enough to hit the tower, but they can definitely transition that into pressure for the top side.
Yep, definitely. Now Maple going to be matching up against Minji up in the top side here. I want to see where Junji uses the Rift Shield. You feel like it should just go mid. Try and claim yourself that mid tower. Oftentimes it's the hardest one to get down.
JT moving into the river.
Okay, Maple has to be careful. Does have flash, but... Okay, pings are going off. Missing pings are coming through.
PSG should have an idea that J-Team are in the area.
But they're not really responding. I think Maple realizes, okay, nice foresight, Maple. Will just clear out that wave by the Tibbers. Keeps himself very, very safe there up in the top side. In fact, finds himself a very good trade against Minji at the same time.
Now PSG able to get a little bit of damage onto this mid tower.
This will be just the mid tower going down.
Yeah. Very nicely done from Maple. Definitely a very necessary Tibbers to stop the wave from crashing and prevent any chance of a dive from the side of J-Team. Now PSG once again back with a very minor gold lead, but still a gold lead nevertheless.
And now I look like the fool because the Leandri's is finished, and now he's even closer to finish Rylai's. That is interesting. I wonder why he did it.
I've never seen that.
Maybe it's because Nico's just such a lane bully that having the extra health means you get more gold, so eventually the 2 items comes quicker. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has his reasons. He's a better player than I.
2 minutes to either objective now. Still, the game feels very much even. J-Team, though, they do have 2 dragons to their name, looking to get that soul point with this next one coming up. Barco really needs to have his Nash's suits completed for the next fight and attain that W spike.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about Nash's is that it upgrades not only your W, but your E as well.
Yeah. Just whistled. Did you hear that?
Yeah. That's the control 1.
Oh, TP coming in.
Oh, it's Maple. Oh, okay. Magnustorm comes out. Breath of Light is the answer,
Enzo.
but it's just Enzo getting absolutely annihilated. Bruce running away. Oh, the Void Seeker will not land. And Maple will. Woody goes down. It's an answer. But now RJ finally arriving in the fight. Will try and stun up the Nico. Will not eventually, but it is ultimately a pretty big fight there for PSG. They managed to find the 2 members of J-Team for just the one of their own.
Yeah, Driver isn't able to TP early enough because of the Nocturne ult and ultimately isn't able to contribute anything to that. It's going to mean that PSG run away with a couple of kills. And TP comes in really early, so PSG, they know they want to go for this. And I think what really caught J-Team off guard is that PSG weren't really posturing at all until everything just came at once. And smartly enough, they go for Enzo knowing that he can't escape himself. Bruce narrowly dodges out the Void Seeker, but Maple, he's thirsty for it. He wants that kill and finds it onto Bruce. It looks like JT maybe had a chance of turning this around, but there's really just no damage here. No recourse. PSG are way too healthy to find any kind of kills back.
Well, I wonder if Minji will be expecting Arji to be here. I mean, he'll see him now, but... Wait, did he? Did Arji just find the greatest vision sneak in the world? Oh my, look at the gold difference. We're seeing another one of these. Up and down. This is only ultimately 1.5k though.
Mm.
And
PSG
now,
still in the lead,
third dragon this would be. No way do PSG want to give it over. Maple, though, found out, will stun up Lava, and Lava is getting absolutely annihilated. He goes down, Wako coming in with that killer instinct, and Driver, he shouldn't be long for the world either, but the Pop Blossom comes through. It only lands onto the Tibbers. Good disengage found there by PSG. Woody and Wako, though, Woody and Junjia, shall I say, actually, very low. But with the extra man advantage, are going to be able to find this dragon.
Yeah. Maple positions so aggressively in the Ocean Drake bush, but it doesn't even matter because his whole team is ready there to support him and find that crucial kill onto Lalva.
Oh!
J-Team getting off a good amount of damage, but they're not going to be able to take down that tier 1 turret and ultimately don't run away with anything for themselves, whereas PSG deny that soul point away, giving them a little bit more time to breathe and, more importantly, more time to scale in this game.
Yep, definitely. Feels good. The more items you get on this Kai'Sa, the better it should do up against the team composition of J-Team. Nash is now finished.
Woody.
Working towards the Berserker Greaves, and Minji does not have Flash, but there is no one alongside Woody, so I don't think there's going to be too much found.
J-Team now, you have to wonder what they can do next. Lucian feels like his control over the game is slowly slipping away as Kai'Sa builds up more and more items and more gold. Shiv and Nash is completed, working towards... Oh, sorry. Is that a Rage Blade?
It is.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
We've
sorry
lost.
for your loss. That's really interesting. I'm a bit confused as to why you opt for that. I do agree that, you know, going for the poke with the Ludens or the Leandries feels like it should provide a lot more value against J-Team's comp, especially considering how low range they are, but I mean, Wako's a bit of 80k than me.
The one thing I can say is that there is a lot of engage from PSG, and the Guinsoo's offers you a little bit more DPS in a fight, but so it means that if you are ulting in to follow up, you will do more damage that way, but it still just feels like as poke Kai'Sa, you will just do more damage anyway because of the amount of poke you can find. It really is such an easy ability to land. It's on a 3-second cooldown and gives permavision.
Yeah, and it's so wide as well. Like.
Yeah.
Well, PSG, that's what they're doing with their 2k gold lead, investing in that Rage Blade for Wako. Baron Nashor is now alive as well. PSG looking to maintain control around this top side jungle. You can see lots of control wards dotted around that Baron. J-Team, at this point, I feel like it's difficult for them to force Prio when PSG are around, so they need to wait for PSG's recall times before they can really attempt to secure any control.
Bruce maintaining his spot, top of the leaderboard there in terms of gold. A lot of that being plates and tower.
Yeah, well, Maple.
Oh, Maple. Okay, Bruce, you have been caught out. Breath of Life immediately coming out. That is a huge team fight summoner. Well, not summoner, sorry. Team fight spell now.
Yeah. He uses the cleanse and the Milio ult as well.
The W is landing. Maple. Paranoia available, and there is... Okay, there's not going to be a scuffle down in the bot side.
Yeah, this is really scary for J-Team now.
He has Flash, and there is no Milio ult.
Yeah, nothing available to really protect Bruce, and that's what you need in order to really dish out DPS as the Lucian. I feel like just the Flash is not enough to survive the Nocturne and the Annie and the Kai'Sa. This is a bit too much, and now PSG, we have to see what they can do with this advantage. Still maintaining thorough control over that top side. Ocean Drake is also spawning a 1 minute 30, and PSG looking to extend their control across the map.
They're likely to pick up the standing gold down the bot side.
Yeah, PSG just slow and steady wins the race. Now that's all 3 outer turrets taken out. PSG, they have so much room to work with here. J-Team have to be very careful for the next couple minutes.
1 minute until we will see our next fight. The Junjie, claiming himself a crab, will be able to keep control. Ensure vision on this Baron.
Yeah, dual Black Cleavers as well completed for both Arja and Junjie. We're dishing out a lot of damage on pretty much whatever target they choose. Well, Minji, he's trying for something. I wonder if this will work. You never expect it to work, but...
Oh, there is...
Nah, surely there... Oh, there's
No.
a TP again. I'm getting deja vu.
Oh no, oh, okay,
That's the same
Woody coming in, Junjie as well. It's a huge team fight. Ozzy finds a 3-man Counter-Strike stun, but it is going to be Breath of Life. Up is Maple trying to chase down Enzo. On the backside of the fight though, Lava finds himself too. He's got the reset yet again. He's looking now for Arja as Bruce on the top side is also just kiting away from this Tipples. It's a triple kill now for Lava as he chases onwards to try and find Maple. Disastrous team fight there for PSG as J-Team picked themselves up for.
PSG opt into that fight and it just results in disaster. Only 1 kill. And they had to work so hard for it as well. Every cooldown, almost every summoner expended. And now J-Team securing the Baron for themselves and likely the Ocean Drake on top of that as well. How did it all go wrong for PSG?
Yeah, I need to see a replay of this.
Yeah, so Minji's in the wave. Yeah, well now they know. Woody
This was a
finds the
bad
initial
start.
engage. Yeah, I mean they get a lot of damage on the Bruce, but
it was the Pot Blossom.
yeah. And I think also as soon as Lava is able to find their first reset, it becomes so difficult for PSG to get back into it, especially when they're so split up across the lane. They can't really focus down a single target, and it means that J-Team are just 5 members strong and winning through sheer numbers advantage.
It does start to feel like in moments like that, you wish you had sort of like an 80 carry that could stand 3 screens away from you and poke with W.
If only that existed in League of Legends.
Yeah, that would have been nice. Guinsu's is finished, of course, now by Wako. To be fair, still, PSG very strong still. They're down only less than a K gold despite giving over the Baron. It is, though, now soul point for J-Team, and so that could be a real problem. We have seen, though, this PSG side, they can look like they are in trouble, but oftentimes they just end up outmanning their opponents when it comes to these late-game team fights.
Yeah. Now, one did feel like a rare anomaly for PSG. Didn't really have themselves set up for success. Driver has to be careful here.
Oh, I think this
he's
man,
dead.
He
I'm looking
doesn't
at a dead
spot
man
them.
right now.
Yeah, oh, this guy's dead. The ward won't even spot it. It's 4-man. Are we going to see a base race?
Oh,
Could it be?
Yeah, PSG.
It
I
is
think
Baron
they have,
against no Baron,
they have
but
nothing to lose from leaving Arja in this lane. Junjie might. Oh, they're just staying. They're happy to trade this over.
I
which
think
is,
they do more damage. They've actually got more AD champs.
yeah, despite the fact that J-Team have the Baron, it's them running back to their base. I think someone is going to have to go back and stop the Lucian. Oh, okay. Well, that's just weird now.
Yeah, now it's weird. They just stopped committing while Bruce is just freely hitting down here. And Wako, instead of recalling, has opted to just walk from the middle of mid lane.
You missed the W as well.
Oh, there you
Don't
go.
forget that.
Baron
That's okay. I
failed
wouldn't have done
recalls.
damage anyway.
That's right. Okay. Now, what are we going to look for next? It's going to be Dragon, most likely. So we have another 3 minutes, really, until there's an objective up that these teams will want to contest for. And I think, importantly, oftentimes, some teams in the PCS just fight over nothing. But I think for J-Team and PSG in particular, very well aware that there's no need to risk the game over what is very minimal gain.
Oh, this is such a weird build from Wako.
Hex Drinker.
No, I mean, Wako going for the Sork shoes instead of Berserkers when you're going the Razorblade build feels really weird to me.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that you have extra pen and that, like, sort of 5th auto attack will, or 5th proc on the passive will do a lot more. Woody and Maple are in a very nice position. Teleport coming through too.
Yeah,
okay,
PSG.
J-Team are going to commit the Shirelles, and it's Junjie who comes in. He finds a nice angle there onto Bruce, who is stunned up. It's going to be Wako coming in with that killer instinct, but the Pot Blossom finds him. Though, at the end of the day, Lava is going down, and Arja, in the middle of everyone, is finding so much. And time again, PSG, they may falter at some point, but their late-game team fighting absolutely finesses everyone.
Yeah, Maple's... He's had enough. He's TP'd straight to the mid lane. He's getting ready to push and generate as much pressure for PSG as possible. There's no objective ready to take, but he's going to make sure the driver isn't able to fix up any waves. And it's just a huge gold swing for PSG. Let's take a look at how they managed to execute this yet again. Now opting for that TP flank, and J-Team, they're trapped inside the bot side jungle. Of course, Junja initiates the fight onto Bruce, finds the fear, but Enzo smartly saves his ult until the Jack stun comes through. But I think the key thing is that Minji hits the pop blossom onto 2, and Lauva gets way ahead of himself, doesn't realize Arja has the stopwatch, and ultimately kills himself trying to find that reset. And if there's no reset, there's no team fight for J-Team.
Yep, absolutely, and that should be a pretty big power play there for PSG. Although there were not really any objectives to pick up after it, certainly the gold on the carries feels really, really nice.
Yeah, 3 or 2K. I can never do maths. 2K gold lead.
Don't do maths in public.
Don't do maths in public. Got it. 2K gold lead for PSG now. Now the Ocean Strike is spawning in 40 seconds. It's still soul point for J-Team, so PSG need to approach this with caution. But definitely feeling like they're the stronger team at this point in the game. Wako has it 16 to Bruce's level 14.
Now, I will say it's not often you see a carry Annie, but Maple is actually just getting it done in this game. He's finding another flank here on Bruce, and massive chunk will come out. Breath of Life will be followed. Maple now does have to run away, but with that ult going down yet again as Driver tries to run away, Maple does go golden, and RJ
Maple might be in trouble.
In the Pop Blossom. Equalizer coming through. It's looking like a reset should be coming through here. Maple getting shut down by Lauva. It's a very discombobulated fight as RZ trying to run away. Flash forward from Bruce will confirm the kill there. Teleport now coming through here. Who's even teleporting at this stage? It's Minji. Minji does teleport on through, and it's Wako and Woody last alive. The fight was all over the show. Playing really well into what J-Team want.
Yeah, I mean, PSG, they chase themselves into a choke.
Oh, it's a disaster.
Yeah. Oh, man. It feels like the way PSG are playing out these fights is really just not conducive to winning at all. It feels like J-Team, they walk themselves into a choke and PSG follow them into it. And Maple, finds that pretty decent engage onto Bruce, but when you've got the Breath of Life available, it doesn't mean all that much. You'll see, it's a pretty good angle. He stays out of vision as well because of that pink. It gets a good amount of damage, but there's no follow-up available because PSG, the rest of PSG are so far away. You can see that they try to go for Driver, but now Maple was caught in a really bad position. And once again, now finding that crucial kill and that crucial reset means that PSG have no choice but to back off.
Yeah. From here on out, it was really just Bruce taking over. I think PSG probably learnt, don't try and initiate here onto the Rumble. Especially with Rumble's build. He's got the Abyssal Mask
What the
here.
heck? Wow. Interesting. Yeah, he hasn't got any pen at all. He's just opting for, I guess, damage through the Night Harvester, and then... Wow.
Void Staff picked up now.
Never seen that before. What is he building now? Is that a Rylai's?
Demonic. It'll be Demonic.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but J-Team now with the Ocean Soul. Gold is still dead even, but J-Team definitely going to find a lot of value from that Ocean Soul. Now looking towards generating pressure for the Baron.
Damn, that W landed. It didn't do a whole lot of damage.
That's weird.
He's got a Void Staff. I swear he just should have gone for any AP item.
There's still hope. He can still sell it.
Baron being started and honestly almost finished. RJ coming in. 2K. Junjia will not be able to use it.
PSG,
they are finding a bit of point. Oh, nice engage. It's going to be the Magnet Storm coming in from Woody. A lot of golden members here. Woody will be going down as Wako trying his best to find the damage. Going to have to use as much movement speed as he can to get out of that culling, but it's going to be Reset City here for Lauva. Wako going back into the middle of the team. He's run out of places to go. Minji's following him. Will be taking out Wako, and it's a clean ace. 5 for 0 plus the Baron, and J-Team head down mid lane to hand PSG their second loss.
Wow, PSG opted that fight, and it started off so well for Woody, finding such a crucial flank engage onto J-Team, but J-Team, they're just able to deal with it so well with the champions they have, and with Wako still dishing out so much damage, 5.6k on the Kite in that fight, it's just not enough. As soon as Lauva finds that first reset, feels like it's game over, and game over it is for PSG. J-Team taking out a huge win for themselves.
Absolutely, and that means we now have J-Team only one win behind PSG. Boy, oh boy. I think, though, importantly, with J-Team picking up that win, they are still one win ahead of Beyond.
Yeah.
And I don't know who J-Team are against tomorrow, but they're not against PSG, so you favor them to win. So it feels like now Beyond's hopes of trying to get second feel a little bit worse, and Driver, but that's my goat. That's my actual goat. I love this guy, man.
He's so happy.
He is.
I love that.
He is, and he's so good as well.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, props to him. But as I was saying, it feels like now, big question mark, if we're going to see a tiebreaker between first. That could be really, really exciting.
Yeah. Still, it feels like we went into this day expecting a lot of the standings to be decided, but it feels like there's even more question marks now for the last day of the regular season tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how it pans out.
I can only imagine if Duish team had won their game. The amount of question marks. That would have been so crazy. But, I mean, yeah, well played here by J-Team, I think. Ultimately, they had that one fumble, the one team fight around the bot side quadrant of PSG side of the map. Other than that, looked fairly flawless throughout.
Yeah, and you know, I think the biggest part of that win is that it shows that PSG are definitely fallible going into these playoffs, and they definitely are beatable. J-Team, they've shown that's very possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now, the important thing, one thing to note is that in first, second, and third, the head-to-head between, I believe, all the teams are 1-1. Beyond have bet PSG, who have bet Beyond. J-Team have bet PSG, who have bet Beyond, and J-Team and Beyond have bet each other as well. So all three teams are sitting at a 1-1 head-to-head, which is crazy to think. I mean, it really does show you just how close the upper side of the bracket is.
Yeah.
I think those three teams in particular are a level above pretty much every other team in the league. There have been times where the likes of Beyond have sort of looked a bit rough around the edges, and the same can be said against PSG as well as J-Team. But
yeah.
Really, it does feel like our top three are so exciting to watch, and you feel kind of bad for the LCR. I was going to say it.
Yeah, oh man. Usually it feels like, you know, at least when you're in one side, you get to avoid some of the stronger teams, right? But there's strong teams everywhere you look.
There
and
is.
It's going to be a really rough go of things for the LCR teams, and I think it's going to be exciting to see how the playoffs pan out, because really any of these three could take it.
Yeah, honestly, we don't even know which positioning we're finishing the regular split yet. Honestly, I kind of had this down as PSG probably going to win. And how the game started as well as the draft, I felt like they probably should. But the team fighting around mid-game, as well as just the impact that I feel Minji was able to have on the Nico, while we didn't talk about a whole lot, I feel like some of those pop blossoms and team fights really were what turned it. He found Wako twice.
Yeah.
One of them they did end up losing, but it was still important because it means like the pressure is there, and it means Wako's just constantly having to think about it. Notably, I think Wako kind of trolled the build. I truly think that if he had have just gone for a more poke-orientated Kai'Sa build, he would have had a better time, because you saw him landing those Ws. He landed quite a few onto Bruce even, and it just doesn't do the damage that it would have otherwise.
Yeah.
And so I think it's something we see the top teams quite often do, is still build really weirdly. We'll take a look even here. I mean, I'm sure we'll see him landing some Ws, and it just is not meaningful. Like there, lands it onto Bruce. Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, and I really want to see how much Wako autos here, because it's just so hard for him to even enter the fight. You know,
Yeah.
he checks out 2 Ws before the
Zero
fight. Even
autos so far. Q, one auto.
He hits the plant.
He does.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything.
So-
And surely he has to realize that as well coming out of this game, that the build was really fumbled. And I think it really goes to show that J-Team, at least in this game, had a much better understanding of how they wanted their fights to play out, and PSG not so much.
That team fight, he did 5k damage, by the way, and I
Yeah.
think I counted 4 auto attacks.
Yeah.
Why not just go the AP poke build?
Yeah.
Like, what did Quinzu's achieve you? A little bit of magic pen. You could have got that from Ludens if you cared about that much, but it feels weird. I think we, honestly, out of every champ we see, Kai'Sa's builds get entered the most.
Yeah.
They're like, there are so many good ways to build Kai'Sa, and it's almost always built in such a weird way. Like we saw a Duskblade Kai'Sa in one stage against what was a pretty much full tank team. It was like, congratulations. Lava, looking like he'll pick it up. Honestly, I feel like you could give it to almost anyone.
Yeah. I think that, yeah.
93%
well.
KP.
Yeah. Once again, you know, it's very similar to the last game, where it feels like everyone really just understood their role in the team fights, and ultimately it is going to be that team that takes it out.
Yeah, definitely. They did look a whole lot more cohesive than
Yeah.
PSG did throughout that game. I think even in that team fight they lost, it was very close for them to be able to win it. And it really was like some of the difference that led them to lose it. And other than that, they had a clean game, found objectives around the map when they were able to. Even turning here, I mean, This, again, it just seems like a weird decision from PSG. Like, why are you committing to going to ult onto this Rumble? And furthermore, you're then jumping into a choke when you are against Nico, Melio, as well as Lucian.
Yeah, and the Rumble as well. You can see the equalizer just gets laid down. And PSG, you know, Ginger, Woody, and Wako, they can't even enter that side of jungle at all. And it just means that J-Team, they're pretty much playing a 5v2 for most of that.
Now, this was a game that Nocturne started by picking up first blood at level 4.
Yeah.
It feels really weird that it was able to go this way. See Love there, claim himself a reset. And it was really all over from here.
Yeah.
Again, I don't understand.
I think it's really impressive as well that J-Team, you know, they opt into giving over the Kai'Sa, the same Kai'Sa that we've seen pretty much permabanned, you know, across, you know, pretty much every game. And being able to beat it in such convincing fashion is, you know, it's super impressive.
Yep, had a plan, executed that plan very well, and I mean, it shows. Not only in the lane, I think Bruce and Enzo found huge advantages in the lane, and oftentimes J-Team, their bot lane does get criticized the most, but I truly think that it's not very justified because even in the games that J-Team lose, I feel like their bot lane does fine, and in the games they win, they do really, really well. I mean, I was saying this stat before, Enzo being second highest in the entire league on KDA as engaged supports is a crazy stat to have. Anyway, today's results. West Point, I mean, most of the time it was how you'd expect. I think the big question marks, Halpig's J-Team. Didn't really expect them to win.
Yeah.
And Duish team was so close. They were so close to getting it done against Frank.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like just seeing the win-loss really doesn't do the games justice. There was so much back and forth in pretty much every game today that, yeah, I can't wait to see, A, how tomorrow pans out, and B, you know, the playoffs in general.
We might even have a day after tomorrow if there's ties.
True.
And honestly, I'm sure we'll see the standings soon. It feels like a tie is inevitable somewhere. It's just like, where is it going to happen? Because now DCG's lost. It makes it even more confusing.
Yeah, for sure. See PSG still sitting at the #1 spot. J-Team following very closely behind, and BYG following behind them.
Yeah, that top 3 is crazy.
Yeah.
But then the bottom 3 of the playoffs as well. It's like, not only that, sorry, the bottom 5 that are potentially in the playoffs, it's like, oh my god, what is going to happen here?
Yeah. So many more question marks left.
Man,
you hate to see that CFO 7 loss
That's what I was going to say. Imagine if they hadn't had such a strong start to the season. You'd genuinely have to worry about them. Halpigs, to get into playoffs, have to take down PSG in game number 5.
The last match of the regular season as well. Oh my.
West Point beyond as well. Okay, it seems like CFO have it confirmed. Because if you ran the odds that everything went wrong for CFO tomorrow, that would be pretty crazy.
Oh man, so much left to go. You know what? You know the matches that I'm most looking forward to?
Which one?
Duo's team versus J-Team. Because I think it would just be really funny if Duo's team take a win off them after they just
and then
beat PSG.
Yeah, well,
it will happen.
I do enjoy watching Duish team now. The Duish team of old weren't very exciting to watch. They were just kind of running it down. But now they're actually bringing in competitive matches, which is pretty cool. I think I'm excited for Frank versus DCG, because I believe Frank and DCG are tied.
Yeah.
And so
yeah,
that will be a pretty important one, because it means whichever one of those is going to make it into the upper bracket, the other team will not.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, right? Being able to have that extra life is just so crucial. Either way, I think both teams are going to be able to play against LCO teams, so that's cool too.
Yeah, right? I feel sorry for the LCO teams, but I mean, what a day! What a day! I mean, we had a 50-minute game where Godtone got 3 steals, 1v2'd at an inhib, killed Hana on the Vi.
All on Sejuani as well.
And we actually saw what was possibly some of the best LeBlancs we've seen so far in the PCS. It only took 6 weeks, but we got there. That, however, will do us for our second to last night of the regular split. Tomorrow is the biggest day of the split. You're going to see so much action. Tiebreakers perhaps might come through, but who really knows? We'll catch you there.